All right, here we go. No doubt, no doubt. Oh, this is a tough split.
Good job.
I did the best I could.
Come on, Patty. All right, let's go. Come on, Rabbi.
Yes, ma'am. No doubt. Come on. Get this one pesky one. Got it. No
Good
doubt.
job.
No doubt.
Come on, Abby. That's a good. Yay!
Nice job.
Come on, Rabbi.
Yes, ma'am.
Come on.
Ooh.
Well, you can do this. You got this.
No doubt, Miss Aquarius. No doubt, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's what I'm talking about.
Where you get that from?
You know, I actually I got it from a comedian who goes, no doubt, no doubt.
Oh.
Shout out to the comedian Michael Larry. You just go, no doubt, no doubt. Oh, look at this. What a strike. We were not expecting that. Audie takes the lead.
No. Come on.
Oh, no.
That's me.
Oh, Miss Aquarius takes the lead. Apologies.
No, you take the lead now. Oh, come on. It's okay.
Oh, I hear how it is. You're ganging up on me. Collusion.
Come on.
We've got collusion amongst our opponents.
Come on. She can get this. Come on. Get it. All right.
All right. Wow.
All right, let's see.
This Aquarius got me. No doubt. Good job, Miss Aquarius. Oh, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. She still got me. Miss Aquarius.
Yay.
Yes, we do. Good job, you. Look at you.
You too, Addie. You too, Rabbi.
Good job, Miss Aquarius. Nice job,
I
man.
love playing with y'all.
We love playing with you as well. Alrighty, now time for you to get your rest. Your beauty rest.
I gotta go rest. I'm just icing my foot because I dropped my drawer But it's not that hard. I feel like I'm not limping and I'm not like in much pain. I'm just, you know, I can move it and I can walk. I just want to ice it so I don't be in so much pain tomorrow. So I got my drawer, not hard. I was trying to get somebody and it just slid out. So I told my auntie I gotta get it back, you know, that he could get it back in place. So
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
it's not too bad. It's not too bad.
We hope that you recover.
I will. I didn't break it or nothing, y'all. I'm not happy to see. Let me see. I didn't break it or nothing. This side. I'm gonna cover my feet so y'all don't see me. Okay. So, it's cold. Now that I have a customer and I don't like it, it's like so. Okay, here we go. Yeah, you can tell. You see that?
Yep.
It's not bad. It's just a little. Oh, yeah.
You might get a loose later, I think.
Yeah, well, as long as I can walk on it, I am good. But I'm not gonna tie my tennis shoes up. You know, I might put on my low blue socks or something. Other than that, I'll be all right.
Okay, yeah, good idea.
Because I had a bruise right here. I had hit my ankle and then it went away, and it took like 3 or 4 months to get. So this might take like 3 months, maybe. It'll be all right. It's not, but this is bad. I can hardly walk on this one. I could, I had to go to urgent care. So I'm gonna wait and see. You know, it shouldn't be bad. I pray that it's not. It's just not bad. It's not bad. It's not broken. I know it's not broken because I can move it. See?
Yep.
I can move my feet. I can see I can move my feet. So I can walk on it. So, you know, if it was broken, I won't be able to do that. Well, good so y'all. Thank y'all. I'm gonna be fine.
Well, we hope you feel better.
Thank you. It's not bad though, Addie. Tell me it's not bad. It's just
No,
gonna
it really isn't.
yeah, as you get older, it's gonna take time. But it's gonna be a lot. It's not. I'm just praying that it's not broken because if it was broken, I was ready to move it and nothing like that. So I'm praying. Thank God that it's not broken. I just gotta be careful. It's not broken. I can move it and I can walk. I'm doing the ice it for a few, probably like another. So probably around 11:30, then I'm gonna let it go. Then I ice it again tomorrow. But I want to ice it enough. So y'all want to play one more game?
Right now?
Can we play one more game?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's play one more game. Thank you, Alex, for praying for me.
Oh yeah, of course, Miss Aquarius, you don't have to worry too, like the way you're describing it, feet heal really quickly.
Okay, thank you. Come on, Alex. Let's step. Oh. Here we go. No. I don't want to be out of here. Can I grab my eyes in here? I don't want to them. I'm not ready to go.
It's Audie's turn.
Come on, Ivy. Now you got to do this. You got to do it. Now, you got to try to strike.
Get the strike. That looks
Let's
good.
go. Let's go.
Get it, get it, get it, get it. This is tough.
Wow.
This is tough.
Okay, you got
Get the one on the right. Get the one on the right. That's understandable. That's a tough one.
I can concentrate.
That was terrible. I'm going to get this, though. No doubt.
Yes.
Boo! Total doubt. Total doubt.
I need one of y'all to do it. This is crazy.
That's good. All but one. You got it. Oh, she's got it. Solid.
Yeah, I need y'all to come on now. Come on. Strike. Good
Wow.
job.
It's like she heard you.
Good job. All right.
Ooh, all but one.
Get this one. We can get this one. Crispy.
Get it, Miss Aquarius. All right, Audie.
You gotta get this now.
She's going to get a ton of points right here. A ton of points. She's going to get a lot of points. She's taking the lead. Oh, no.
Yes, yes,
She needs
yes.
one more.
Come on, get it.
She's
Yes.
got the lead.
Come on, Rabbi. Come on,
No
let's
doubt,
get
no
that.
doubt.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, they want that. All right, come on now.
Get a strike, girl. Oh, that looks perfect. That was good.
Yes.
That had everything to be perfect.
Come on.
Get it, get it, get it.
This is fair. That's what I'm talking about, girl. Good job. Come on, girl.
That's 2 strikes in a row, ladies.
Get it. I'm not looking at it. Here we go. Okay.
Oh, perfect. Nice spare, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you. Oh my God. I don't care. Just come on over here.
You've got the lead.
No. Come on, Heidi.
Get these, Audie. Oh, that's perfect. Nice spare. All right, you need 1 to take the lead.
Yes,
Or
Heidi.
1 to tie,
Get
2 to take the lead.
Please, get it. Yes. Come on, Rabbi. What you got? Come on. Okay, one of y'all. I don't care who it is, just one of y'all. Yay!
Very well. All right, Miss Aquarius. I pray for all my friends and my family, so you'll be in my thoughts most certainly. I hope your foot recovers. Hope you have a wonderful day.
All right, y'all too. I love y'all. Y'all have a wonderful day. I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Excellent. Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams.
Multi-layer perceptron, whatever word you want to use for your normal neural network, and you alternate these blocks. There's other details, and where mixture of experts is applied is at this dense model. The dense model holds most of the weights if you count them in a transformer model, so you can get really big gains from this mixture of experts on parameter efficiency at training and inference because you get this efficiency by not activating all of these parameters.
We should also say that a transformer is a giant neural network.
Yeah.
And then there's, for 15 years now, this what's called the deep learning revolution. Networks gotten larger and larger, and at a certain point, the scaling laws appeared where people realized
This is a scaling law shirt, but
representing scaling laws, where it became more and more formalized that bigger is better across multiple dimensions of what bigger means. So, but these are all sort of neural networks we're talking about, and we're talking about different architectures of how to construct these neural networks such that the training and the inference on them is super efficient.
yeah, every different type of model has a different scaling law for it, which is effectively for how much compute you put in, the architecture will get to different levels of performance at test tasks. And Mixture of Experts is one of the ones at training time, even if you don't consider the inference benefits, which are also big. At training time, your efficiency with your GPUs is dramatically improved by using this architecture if it is well implemented. So you can get effectively the same performance model in evaluation scores with numbers like 30% less compute. I think there's going to be a wide variation depending on your implementation details and stuff. But it is just important to realize that this type of technical innovation is something that gives huge gains. And I expect most companies that are serving their models to move to this Mixture of Experts implementation. Historically, the reason why not everyone might do it is because it's an implementation complexity, especially when doing these big models. So this is one of the things that DeepSeek gets credit for, is they do this extremely well. They do Mixture of Experts extremely well. This architecture for what is called DeepSeek MOE, MOE is the shortened version of Mixture of Experts, is multiple papers old. This part of their training infrastructure is not new to these models alone, and same goes for what Dylan mentioned with multi-head latent attention. It's all about reducing memory usage during inference, and same things during training by using some fancy low-rank approximation math. If you get into the details with this latent attention, it's one of those things I look at and say, okay, they're doing really complex implementations, but there's other parts of the language models, such as embeddings that are used to extend the context length. The common one that DeepSeek uses is rotary positional embeddings, which is called rope. And if you want to use rope with a normal MOE, it's kind of a sequential thing. You take two of the attention matrices and you rotate them by a complex value rotation, which is a matrix multiplication. With DeepSeek's MLA, with this new attention architecture, they need to do some clever things because they're not set up the same, and it just makes the implementation complexity much higher. So they're managing all of these things, and these are probably the sort of things that OpenAI, these closed labs are doing. We don't know if they're doing the exact same techniques, but they actually shared them with the world, which is really nice to feel like this is the cutting edge of efficient language model training.
And some of this requires low-level engineering. Just it is a giant mess of trickery. So as I understand, they went below CUDA. So they go super low programming of GPUs.
Effectively, NVIDIA builds this library called Nickel, right? In which, when you're training a model, you have all these communications between every single layer of the model, and you may have over 100 layers.
What does Nickel stand for? It's NCCL.
NVIDIA Communications Collectives Library.
Yeah. Nice.
And so
Damn.
when you're training a model, right, you're going to have all reduces and all gathers, right? Between each layer, between the multi-layer perceptron or feed-forward network and the attention mechanism, you'll have basically the model synchronized, right? Or you'll have all reduce or an all gather. And this is a communication between all the GPUs in the network, whether it's in training or inference. So NVIDIA has a standard library. This is one of the reasons why it's really difficult to use anyone else's hardware for training, is because no one's really built a standard communications library. And NVIDIA's done this at a sort of a higher level, right? DeepSeek, because they have certain limitations around the GPUs that they have access to, the interconnects are limited to some extent by the restrictions of the GPUs that were shipped into China legally, not the ones that are smuggled, but legally shipped in, that they used to train this model. They had to figure out how to get efficiencies, right? And one of those things is that instead of just calling the NVIDIA library Nickel, right, they instead scheduled their own communications, which some of the labs do, right? Meta talked about in Llama 3 how they made their own custom version of Nickel. They didn't talk about the implementation details. This is some of what they did. Probably not as well as DeepSeek, because DeepSeek, necessity is the mother of innovation, and they had to do this. Whereas in the case, OpenAI has people that do this sort of stuff, Anthropic, etc. But DeepSeek certainly did it publicly, and they may have done it even better because they were gimped on a certain aspect of the chips that they have access to. And so they scheduled communications, by scheduling specific SMs. SMs you could think of as like the core on a GPU, right? So there's hundreds of cores, or there's a bit over 100 cores, SMs, on a GPU, and they were specifically scheduling, hey, which ones are running the model, which ones are doing all reduce, which one are doing all gather, right? And they would flip back and forth between them, and this requires extremely low-level programming.
This is what Nickel does automatically, or other NVIDIA libraries handle this automatically usually.
Yeah, exactly. And so technically they're using, PTX, which is like sort of like, you could think of it as like an assembly type language. It's not exactly that, or instruction set, right? Like coding directly to assembly or instruction set. It's not exactly that, but that's still part of technically CUDA. But it's like, do I want to write in Python, PyTorch equivalent, and call NVIDIA libraries? Do I want to go down to the C level, right? Or and code even lower level, or do I want to go all the way down to the assembly or ISA level? And there are cases where you go all the way down there at the very big labs, but most companies just do not do that, right? Because it's a waste of time, and the efficiency gains you get are not worth it. But DeepSeek's implementation is so complex, right? Especially with their mixture of experts, right? People have done mixture of experts, but they're generally 8, 16 experts, right? And they activate 2. So, one of the words we like to use is like sparsity factor, right? Or usage, right? So you might have 4, 1/4 of your model activate, right? And that's what Mistral's Mixtral model, right? Their model that really catapulted them to like, oh my God, they're really, really good. OpenAI has also had models that are at MOE, and so have all the other labs that are major closed. But what DeepSeek did that maybe only the leading labs have only just started recently doing is have such a high sparsity factor, right? It's not 1/4 of the model, right? 2 out of 8 experts activating every time you go through the model. It's 8 out of 256.
And there's different implementations for mixture of experts where you can have some of these experts that are always activated, which this just looks like a small neural network, and then all the tokens go through that, and then they also go through some that are selected by this routing mechanism. And one of the innovations in DeepSeek's architecture is that they changed the routing mechanism in mixture of expert models. There's something called an auxiliary loss, which effectively means during training, you want to make sure that all of these experts are used across the tasks that the model sees. Why there can be failures in mixture of experts is that when you're doing this training, the one objective is token prediction accuracy. And if you just let training go with a mixture of expert model on your own, it can be that the model learns to only use a subset of the experts. And in the MOE literature, there's something called the auxiliary loss, which helps balance them. But if you think about the loss functions of deep learning, this even connects to the bitter lesson, is that you want to have the minimum inductive bias in your model to let the model learn maximally. And this auxiliary loss, this balancing across experts, could be seen as in tension with the prediction accuracy of the tokens. So we don't know the exact extent that the DeepSeek MOE changed, which is instead of doing an auxiliary loss, they have an extra parameter in their routing, which after the batches, they update this parameter to make sure that the next batches all have a similar use of experts. And this type of change can be big, it can be small, but they add up over time. And this is the sort of thing that just points to them innovating. And I'm sure all the labs that are training big MOEs are looking at this sort of things, which is getting away from the auxiliary loss. Some of them might already use it. You just keep accumulating gains. And we'll talk about the philosophy of training and how you organize these organizations. And a lot of it is just compounding small improvements over time in your data, in your architecture, in your post-training, and how they integrate with each other. And DeepSeek does the same thing, and some of them are shared. A lot. We have to take them on face value that they share their most important details. I mean, the architecture and the weights are out there, so we're seeing what they're doing, and it adds up.
Going back to sort of the like efficiency and complexity point, right? It's 32 versus 4, right? For like Mixtral and other MOE models that have been publicly released. So this ratio is extremely high. And sort of what Nathan was getting at there was when you have such a different level of sparsity, you can't just have every GPU have the entire model, right? The model's too big, there's too much complexity there. So you have to split up the model with different types of parallelism, right? And so you might have different experts on different GPU nodes. But now what happens when, this set of data that you get, hey, all of it looks like this one way and all of it should route to one part of my, model, right? So when all of it routes to one part of the model, then you can have this overloading of a certain set of the GPU resources or a certain set of the GPUs, and then the rest of the training network sits idle because all of the tokens are just routing to that. So this is the biggest complexity.
Welcome.
One of
How
the
are
big
you?
complexities with running a very, sparse.
Welcome. How are you? No need to apologize. How are you? I'm well. Did you find out about me from Blue Sky? Oh, absolutely. 100%. I'm live in there right now. How's your day going? I'm well, thank you. What'd you say, my friend?
You have a lot of different Discord
Oh yeah, I've got 500 of them. Channels.
channels.
Yeah, I'm live in.
People ever use it.
Believe it or not, they do. Great question. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, go for it.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been streaming live for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I do this because I don't want war anymore anywhere on earth. I also want to help end world hunger with the platform that this will give me through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, and cloud seeding. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. That's what all my merch is. And one of the things that we've done is dig wells in Nigeria for the less fortunate. I want to continue with those types of projects to help end world thirst. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Sharp program and major advocate for desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
I have some.
That's okay. Essentially, it's similar where every moment of my life is basically on camera, and I have archived it just like someone in the past might have been a diarist, somebody would write the diary, or a journalist, somebody would write a journal. I do the same, but with video. Just do my best to be a good person and give people support when they need it. I talk about some other things that aren't normally discussed in society, things like anti gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. Right now, we're watching a podcast on AI. So I'm a major advocate of artificial intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. We talk about quantum computing. We talk about things like alien disclosure and things like the extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossus Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing African elephant surrogates, which I just think is mind-blowing information. They also just recently made news about their progression of de-extincting essentially a type of direwolf. They also want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird once they reintroduce the woolly mammoth with it. I just think is really exciting. I talk about some other things that are perhaps going to be of benefit to you. I have more data online than any person ever, and the Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, everything. And that may make me an influential person someday. And if that's true, I'm going to make you and every person on my stream who's helping me along the way very wealthy. And I want you to be able to create generational wealth for you, those around you, your friends, your family, and then eventually be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations to help the less fortunate. Also, I want you to be able to, and this is with your consent, if you want, when you were born, the average life expectancy for you was probably about age 80. I'm going to increase that to age 100, 120, again, with your consent, and give you the finances to be able to take advantage of oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, things like perhaps ambrosia therapy, cold shock therapies.
You're barking up the wrong tree. I don't want
Okay, then you can just die at a normal age of age 80.
to.
All right, well, if anything, I want to give you the funds to be able to have a really good life. So you can consider having met a new friend, and if there's anything you ever need, I'm here for you, okay? Excellent. Very well. And that's why it's key that I say with your consent. If you don't want to live that long, you don't need to. So I hope you have just while you're here on Earth, just a really wonderful life, and I hope this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm live right now on 18 different YouTube channels. I have over 100 YouTube channels. I have over 200 Instagram accounts. I have over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person on earth.
Doesn't it get boring after a while?
No, I love it. I like being on camera. I like having my life archived. It's basically
Being on social media 24 hours is depressing.
yeah. I mean, I don't have to be on it, so I can avoid it as much as I want. It's like not something that I generally pay attention to. It's just once the streams are going, I live my life in as normal a way as possible.
Where are you from? You're obviously Jewish.
Correct. Yeah, I'm based out of Irvine, California. All right. Well, basically Los Angeles.
No. Like Michigan.
No, I know. I'm saying Irvine is basically Los Angeles. Where you, well, you know, you are you a Wolverines fan? Wolverines or Spartans? Wolverines or Spartans?
Oh, my parents are from they kind of know Francis Spartans.
Very well. Go State.
Yeah. Yeah, it seemed like you're pretty chill.
Absolutely.
I love to catch your for sure.
Absolutely. Whenever you're bored, feel free to come in here and we'll love to get to know you better, okay?
Yeah, sounds good.
Excellent. Take care. Peace.
Thank you for sharing your
Mixture of experts.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for being so polite.
Model, i.e., this 32 ratio versus this 4 ratio, is that you end up with so many of the experts just sitting there idle. So how do I load balance between them? How do I schedule the communications between them? This is a lot of the extremely low level detailed work that they figured out in the public first and potentially second or third in the world, and maybe even first in some cases.
What lesson do you, in the direction of the bitter lesson, do you take from all of this? Where is this going to be the direction where a lot of the gain is going to be, which is this kind of low-level optimization? Or is this a short-term thing where the biggest gains will be more on the algorithmic high-level side of post-training? Is this like a short-term leap because they figured out a hack because constraints, necessity is the mother of invention? Or is there still a lot of gain?
I think we should summarize what the bitter lesson actually is about. The bitter lesson, essentially, if you paraphrase it, is that the types of training that will win out in deep learning as we go are those methods which are scalable in learning and search, is what it calls out. And the scale word gets a lot of attention in this. The interpretation that I use is effectively to avoid adding the human priors to your learning process. And if you read the original essay, this is what it talks about, is how researchers will try to come up with clever solutions to their specific problem that might get them small gains in the short term, while simply enabling these deep learning systems to work efficiently, and for these bigger problems in the long term might be more likely to scale and continue to drive success. And therefore, we were talking about relatively small implementation changes to the mixture of experts model. And therefore, it's we will need a few more years to know if one of these are actually really crucial to the bitter lesson.
But the bitter lesson is really this long-term arc of how simplicity can often win. And there's a lot of sayings in the industry, like the models just want to learn. You have to give them the simple loss landscape where you put compute through the model and they will learn, and getting barriers out of the way.
That's where the power of something like Nickel comes in, where standardized code that can be used by a lot of people to create sort of simple innovations that can scale, which is why the hacks, I imagine that the code base for DeepSeek is probably a giant mess.
I'm sure they have, DeepSeek definitely has code bases that are extremely messy where they're testing these new ideas. Multi-head latent attention probably could start in something like a Jupyter notebook, where somebody tries something on a few GPUs, and that is really messy. But the stuff that trains DeepSeek v3 and DeepSeek R1, those libraries, if you were to present them to us, I would guess are extremely high quality code.
High quality readable code. Yeah.
I think there is one aspect to note, though, right? Is that there is the general ability for that to transfer across different types of runs, right? You may make really, really high quality code for one specific model architecture at one size, and then that is not transferable to, hey, when I make this architecture tweak, everything's broken again, right? Like that's something that could be, with their specific low level coding of like scheduling SMs is specific to this model architecture and size, right? And whereas like NVIDIA's collectives library is more like, hey, it'll work for anything, right? You want to do an all Redis? Great. I don't care what your model architecture is, it'll work. And you're giving up a lot of performance when you do that in many cases, but it's worthwhile for them to do the specific optimization for the specific run, given the constraints that they have regarding compute.
I wonder how stressful it is to, like, these frontier models, like, initiate training, like to have the code
Push the button.
that, like, you're now spending a large amount of money and time to train this. Like, there must be a lot of innovation on the debugging stage of, like, making sure there's no issues, that you're monitoring and visualizing every aspect of the training, all that kind of stuff.
When people are training, they have all these various dashboards, but like the most simple one is your loss, right? And it continues to go down, but in reality, especially with more complicated stuff like MOE, the biggest problem with it, or FP8 training, which is another innovation, going to a lower precision number format, i.e. less accurate, is that you end up with loss spikes, right? And no one knows why the loss spike happened. And for
some of them you do.
Some of them
are bad data. Can I give a AI2's example of what blew up our earlier models? Is a subreddit called Microwave Gang. We like to shout this out. It's a real thing. You can pull up Microwave Gang. Essentially, it's a subreddit where everybody makes posts that are just the letter M. So it's like, So there's extremely long sequences of the letter M. And then the comments are like, beep, beep, because it's from the microwave end.
Yeah.
But if you pass this into a model that's trained to be a normal producing text, it's extremely high loss, because normally you see an M, you don't predict M's for a long time. So like this is something that caused a loss spikes for us. But when you have much, like this is old, this is not recent. And when you have more mature data systems, that's not the thing that causes the loss spike. And what Dylan is saying is true, but it's like it's levels to this sort of idea.
With regards to the stress, right? These people are like, you'll go out to dinner with like a friend that works at one of these labs, and they'll just be like looking at their phone every like 10 minutes, and they're not like, it's one thing if they're texting, but they're just like is the loss? It's
literally like tokens per second, loss not blown up. They're just watching this,
and the heart rate goes up if there's a spike.
And some level of spikes is normal, right? It'll recover and be back. Sometimes a lot of the old strategy was like you just stop the run, restart from the old version, and then like change the data mix, and then it keeps going.
There are even different types of spikes. So Dirk Greneveld has a theory that do this, like fast spikes and slow spikes, where there are sometimes where you're looking at the loss and there are other parameters, you can see it start to creep up and then blow up, and that's really hard to recover from, so you have to go back much further. So you have the stressful period where it's like flat or it might start going up and you're like, what do I do? Whereas there are also loss spikes that it looks good, and then there's one spiky data point, and what you can do is you just skip those. You see that there's a spike, you're like, okay, I can ignore this data, don't update the model, and do the next one, and it'll recover quickly. But these like on trickier implementations, as you get more complex in your architecture and you scale up to more GPUs, you have more potential for your loss blowing up. So it's like there's a distribution.
The whole idea of grokking also comes in, right? It's like just because it slowed down from improving and loss doesn't mean it's not learning, because all of a sudden it could be like this and it could just spike down and loss again because it truly learned something, right? and it took some time for it to learn that. It's not like a gradual process, right? And that's what humans are like. That's what models are like. So it's really a stressful task, as you mentioned.
And the whole time, the dollar count is going up.
Every company has failed runs. You need failed runs to push the envelope on your infrastructure. So a lot of news cycles are made of X company had Y failed run. Every company that's trying to push the frontier of AI has these. So yes, it's noteworthy because it's a lot of money and it can be week to month setback, but it is part of the process.
But how do you get, if you're DeepSeek, how do you get to a place where, holy shit, there's a successful combination of hyperparameters?
A lot of small failed runs.
And so rapid iteration through failed runs until,
and successful ones.
and then you build up some intuition like this mixture of expert works, and then this implementation of MLA works.
Key hyperparameters like learning rate and regularization and things like this, and you find the regime that works for your code base. I've talking to people at Frontier Labs, there's a story that you can tell where training language models is kind of a path that you need to follow. So you need to unlock the ability to train a certain type of model or a certain scale, and then your code base and your internal know-how of which hyperparameters work for it is kind of known. And you look at the DeepSeek papers and models, they've scaled up, they've added complexity, and it's just continuing to build the capabilities that they have.
There's the concept of a YOLO run. So YOLO, you only live once. And what it is like, there's all this experimentation you do at the small scale, right? Research ablations, right? Like you have your Jupyter notebook where you're experimenting with MLA on like 3 GPUs or whatever. And you're doing all these different things like, hey, do I do 4 active experts, 128 experts? Do I arrange the experts this way? All these different model architecture things you're testing at a very small scale, right? A couple researchers, few GPUs, tens of GPUs, hundreds of GPUs, whatever it is. And then all of a sudden you're like, okay, guys, no more fucking around, right? No more screwing around. Everyone take all the resources we have. Let's pick what we think will work and just go for it, right? YOLO. Yeah. And this is where that sort of stress comes in, is like, well, I know it works here, but some things that work here don't work here, and some things that work here don't work down here, right? In this terms of scale, right? So it's really truly a YOLO run, and sort of like there's this like discussion of like certain researchers just have like this methodical nature, like they can find the whole search space and like figure out all the ablations of different research and really see what is best. And there's certain researchers who just kind of like, have that innate gut instinct of like, this is the YOLO run, like, looking at the data, I think this is it.
This is why you want to work in post-training, because the GPU cost for training is lower, so you can make a higher percentage of your training runs YOLO runs.
Yeah.
For now.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah, for now.
So some of this is fundamentally luck still.
Luck is skill, right? In many cases.
Yeah, I mean, it looks lucky, right? When you're...
But the hill to climb, if you're on one of these labs, you have an evaluation, you're not crushing. There's a repeated playbook of how you improve things. There are localized improvements, which might be data improvements, and these add up into the whole model just being much better. And when you zoom in really close, it can be really obvious that this model is just really bad at this thing, and we can fix it, and you just add these up. So some of it feels like luck, but on the ground, especially with these new reasoning models we're talking to, it's just so many ways that we can poke around, and normally it's that some of them give big improvements.
The search space is near infinite, right? And yet the amount of compute and time you have is very low, and you have to hit release schedules. You have to not get blown past by everyone. Otherwise, what happened with DeepSeek, crushing Meta and Mistral and Cohere and all these guys, they move too slow, right? They maybe were too methodical. I don't know. They didn't hit the YOLO run, whatever the reason was. Maybe they weren't as skilled. Whatever, you can call it luck if you want, but at the end of the day, it's skill.
So 2025 is the year of the YOLO run. It seems like all the labs are like going in.
I think it's even more impressive what OpenAI did in 2022, right? At the time, no one believed in mixture of experts models, right? At Google, who had all the researchers, OpenAI had such little compute, and they devoted all of their compute for many months, right? All of it, 100%, for many months to GPT-4 with a brand new architecture, with no belief that, hey, let me spend a couple $100 million, which is all of the money I have, on this model, right? That is truly YOLO.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, people are like all these like training run failures that are in the media, right? It's like, okay, great, but like actually a huge chunk of my GPUs are doing inference. I still have a bunch doing research constantly, and yes, my biggest cluster is training, but like on this YOLO run, but like that YOLO run is much less risky than like what OpenAI did in 2022, or maybe what DeepSeek did now, or like sort of like, hey, we're just gonna throw everything at it.
The big winners throughout human history are the ones who are willing to do YOLO at some point. Okay, what do we understand about the hardware it's been trained on? DeepSeek.
DeepSeek is very interesting. Right? This is where a second to take us to zoom out of who they are, first of all, right? Highflyer is a hedge fund that has historically done quantitative trading in China as well as elsewhere. And they have always had a significant number of GPUs, right? In the past, a lot of these high-frequency trading, algorithmic quant traders used FPGAs, but it shifted to GPUs definitely, and there's both, right? But GPUs especially, and Highflyer, which is the hedge fund that owns DeepSeek, and everyone who works for DeepSeek is part of Highflyer to some extent, right? It's same parent company, same owner, same CEO. They had all these resources and infrastructure for trading, and then they devoted a humongous portion of them to training models, both language models and otherwise, right? Because these techniques were heavily AI influenced. More recently, people have realized, hey, trading with like even when you go back to like Renaissance and all these like quantitative firms, natural language processing is the key to like trading really fast, right? Understanding a press release and making the right trade, right? And so DeepSeek has always been really good at this. And even as far back as 2021, they have press releases and papers saying, like, hey, we're the first company in China with an A100 cluster this large. There's 10,000 A100 GPUs, right? This is in 2021. Now, this wasn't all for training, large language models. This is mostly for training models for their quantitative aspects, their quantitative trading, as well as, a lot of that was natural language processing, to be clear, right? And so this is the sort of history, right? So verifiable fact is that in 2021, they built the largest Chinese cluster. At least they claim it was the largest cluster in China, 10,000 GPUs.
Before export controls started.
Yeah.
It's like they've had a huge cluster before any conversation of export controls.
So then you step it forward to like, what have they done over the last 4 years since then, right? Obviously, they've continued to operate the hedge fund, probably make tons of money. And the other thing is that they've leaned more and more and more into AI. The CEO, Lian Feng,
You're not putting me spot on this. We discussed this before.
Lian Feng, right? The CEO, Lian Feng, he owns maybe a little bit more than half the company, allegedly, right? Is an extremely like Elon Jensen kind of figure where he's just like involved in everything, right? And so over that time period, he's gotten really in depth into AI. He actually has a bit of a like if you see some of his statements, a bit of an EAC vibe almost, right?
Total AGI vibes. So like, we need to do this. We need to make a new ecosystem of open AI. We need China to lead on this sort of ecosystem because historically the Western countries have led on software ecosystems, and he straight up acknowledges like in order to do this, we need to do something different. DeepSeek is his way of doing this. Some of the translated interviews with him are.
So he has done interviews?
Yeah.
Do you think he would do a Western interview or no? Or is there controls on
There hasn't been one yet, but
okay.
I would try it.
Well, I just got a Chinese translator, so it's great. This is all push. So fascinating figure, engineer, pushing full on into AI, leveraging the success from the high frequency trading.
Very direct quotes, like, we will not switch to closed source when asked about this stuff. He's very long-term motivated in how the ecosystem of AI should work. And I think from a Chinese perspective, he wants a Chinese company to build this vision.
And so this is sort of like the quote unquote visionary behind the company, right? This hedge fund still exists, right? This quantitative firm. And so DeepSeek is the sort of slowly he got turned to this full view of like AI, everything about this, right? But at some point it slowly maneuvered and he made DeepSeek. And DeepSeek has done multiple models since then. They've acquired more and more GPUs. They share infrastructure with the fund, right? And so, there is no exact number of public GPU resources that they have, but besides this 10,000 GPUs that they bought in 2021, right? And they were fantastically profitable, right? And then this paper claims they did only 2,000 H800 GPUs, which are a restricted GPU that was previously allowed in China, but no longer allowed, and there's a new version. But it's basically NVIDIA's H100 for China, right? And there's some restrictions on it, specifically around the communications speed, the interconnect speed, right? Which is why they had to do this crazy SM, scheduling stuff, right? So going back to that, right? It's like this is obviously not true in terms of their total GPU count.
Obvious available GPUs, but for this training run, you think 2,000 is the correct number or no?
So this is where it takes, a significant amount of sort of like zoning in, right? Like, what do you call your training run, right? You count all of the research and ablations that you ran, right? Picking all this stuff, because yes, you can do a YOLO run, but at some level you have to do the test at the small scale, and then you have to do some tests at medium scale before you go to a large scale.
Accepted practice is that for any given model that is a notable advancement, you're going to do 2 to 4x compute of the full training run in experiments alone.
So a lot of this compute that's being scaled up is probably used in large part at this time for research.
Yeah, and research begets the new ideas that let you get huge efficiency.
Research gets you 01. Like,
Right.
research gets you breakthroughs, and you need to bet on it.
So some of the pricing strategy that we'll discuss has the research baked into the price.
So the numbers that DeepSeek specifically said publicly, right, are just the 10,000 GPUs in 2021, and then 2,000 GPUs for only the pre-training for V3. They did not discuss cost on R1. They did not discuss cost on all the other RL, right, for the instructed model that they made, right? They only discussed the pre-training for the base model, and they did not discuss anything on research and ablations. And they do not talk about any of the resources that are shared in terms of, hey, the fund is using all these GPUs, right? And we know that they're very profitable and they had 10,000 GPUs in 2021. So the some of the research that we've found is that we actually believe they have closer to 50,000 GPUs.
We is semi-analysis, so we should say that you're sort of one of the world experts in figuring out what everybody's doing in terms of the semiconductor, in terms of cluster build-outs, in terms of like who's doing what in terms of training runs. So yeah, so that's the we. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. We believe they actually have something closer to 50,000 GPUs, right? Now this is split across many tasks, right? Again, the fund, research and ablations.
For ballpark, how much would OpenAI or Anthropic have? I think the clearest example we have, because Meta is also open, they talk about like order of 60K to 100K H100 equivalent GPUs in their training clusters.
Right. So like Llama 3, they said they trained on
Welcome.
16,000 H100s, right?
How are you?
But the company of Meta last year publicly disclosed they bought like 400,000
What up, Jipple?
GPUs. Yeah. Right. So of course, tiny percentage on the training. Again, like most of it is like serving me the best
Good
Instagram
day.
reels, right? Or whatever, right?
Can you
I
hear
mean,
me?
we could get into a
What's up, Jipple? I hope you're well.
cost of like what is the cost of ownership for a 2,000 GPU cluster, 10,000. Like there's just different sizes of companies that can afford these things, and DeepSeek is reasonably big. Their compute allocation is one of the top few in the world. It's not OpenAI, Anthropic, etc., but they have a lot of compute.
Can you, in general, actually just zoom out and also talk about the Hopper architecture, the NVIDIA Hopper GPU architecture, and the difference between H100 and H800, like you mentioned, the interconnects?
Yeah, so there's, Ampere was the A100, and then H100 Hopper, right? People are using them synonymously in the US because really there's just H100 and now there's H200, right? But same thing, mostly. In China, there have been different salvos of export restrictions. So initially, the U.S. government limited on a two-factor scale, right, which is chip interconnect versus flops, right? So any chip that had interconnects above a certain level and flops above a certain floating point operations above a certain level was restricted. Later, the government realized that this was a flaw in the restriction, and they cut it down to just floating point operations. And so
H800 had high flops, low communication.
Exactly. So the H800 was the same performance as H100 on flops, right? But it didn't have it just had the interconnect bandwidth cut. DeepSeek knew how to utilize this. Hey, even though we're cut back on the interconnect, we can do all this fancy stuff to figure out how to use the GPU fully, anyways, right? And so that was back in October 2022. But later in 2023, end of 2023, implemented in 2024, the U.S. government banned the H800, right? And so, by the way, this H800 cluster, these 2,000 GPUs, was not even purchased in 2024, right? It was purchased in late 2023. And they're just getting the model out now, right? Because it takes a lot of research, etc. H800 was banned, and now there's a new chip called the H20. The H20 is cut back on only flops, but the interconnect bandwidth is the same. And in fact, in some ways, it's better than the H100 because it has better memory bandwidth and memory capacity. So there are, NVIDIA is working within the constraints of what the government says, and then builds the best possible GPU for China.
Can we take this extra tangent, and we'll return back to the hardware, is the philosophy, the motivation, the case for export controls. What is it? Dario Amodei just published a blog post about export controls. The case he makes is that if AI becomes super powerful, and he says by 2026 we'll have AGI or super powerful AI, and that's going to give a significant, whoever builds that will have a significant military advantage. And so, because the United States is a democracy, and as he says, China is authoritarian or has authoritarian elements, you want a unipolar world where the super powerful military, because of the AI, is one that's a democracy. It's a much more complicated world geopolitically when you have two superpowers with super powerful AI and one is authoritarian. So that's the case he makes. And so we want to, the United States wants to use export controls to slow down, to make sure that China can't do these gigantic training runs that will be presumably required to build AGI.
This is very abstract. I think this can be the goal of how some people describe export controls, is this super powerful AI. And you touched on the training run idea. There's not many worlds where China cannot train AI models. Export controls are decapping the amount of compute or the density of compute that China can have. And if you think about the AI ecosystem right now, as all of these AI companies, revenue numbers are up and to the right. Their AI usage is just continuing to grow. More GPUs are going to inference. A large part of export controls, if they work, is just that the amount of AI that can be run in China is going to be much lower. So on the training side, DeepSeek V3 is a great example, which you have a very focused team that can still get to the frontier of AI. On this 2,000 GPUs is not that hard to get, all considering in the world. They're still going to have those GPUs. They're still going to be able to train models. But if there's going to be a huge market for AI, if you have strong export controls and you want to have 100,000 GPUs just serving the equivalent of ChatGPT clusters, with good export controls, it also just makes it so that AI can be used much less. And I think that is a much easier goal to achieve than trying to debate on what AGI is. And if you have these extremely intelligent autonomous AIs in data centers, like those are the things that could be running in these GPU clusters in the United States, but not in China.
To some extent, training a model does effectively nothing, right? Like, you have a model. The thing that Dario is sort of speaking to is the implementation of that model, once trained, to then create huge economic growth, huge increases in military capabilities, huge increases in productivity of people, betterment of lives, whatever you want to direct super powerful AI towards, you can. But that requires a significant amount of compute, right? And so the U.S. government has effectively said, and forever, right? Like training will always be a portion of the total compute. We mentioned Meta's 400,000 GPUs, only 16,000 made Llama, right? So the percentage that Meta's dedicating to inference, now this might be for recommendation systems that are trying to hack our mind into spending more time and watching more ads, or if it's for a super powerful AI that's doing productive things. Doesn't matter about the exact use that our economic system decides. It's that can be delivered in whatever way we want. Whereas with China, right, export restrictions, great. You're never going to be able to cut everything off, right? And that's like, I think that's quite well understood by the U.S. government, is that you can't cut everything off.
And they'll make their own chips.
And they're trying to make their own chips. They'll be worse than ours. But this is the whole point, is to just keep a gap, right? And therefore, at some point, as the AI, in a world where 2-3% economic growth, this is really dumb, by the way, right? To cut off, high tech and not make money off of it. But in a world where super powerful AI comes about and then starts creating significant changes in society, which is what all the AI leaders and big tech companies believe, I think super powerful AI is going to change society massively. And therefore, this compounding effect of the difference in compute is really important. There's some sci-fi out there where like AI is like measured in the power of how much power is delivered to compute, right? Or how much is being, that's sort of a way of thinking about what's the economic output, is just how much power are you directing towards that AI.
Should we talk about reasoning models with this as a way that this might be actionable, as something that people can actually see? So the reasoning models that are coming out with R1 and O1, they're designed to use more compute. There's a lot of buzzy words in the AI community about this: test time compute, inference time compute. whatever. But Dylan has good research on this. You can get to the specific numbers on the ratio of when you train a model. You can look at things about the amount of compute used at training and amount of compute used at inference. These reasoning models are making inference way more important to doing complex tasks. In the fall, in December, OpenAI announced this O3 model. There's another thing in AI when things move fast, we get both announcements and releases. Announcements are essentially blog posts where you pat yourself on the back and you say you did things, and releases are when the model's out there, the paper's out there, etc. So OpenAI has announced O3, and we can check if O3 Mini is out as of recording potentially, but that doesn't really change the point, which is that the breakthrough result was something called ARC-AGI task, which is the abstract reasoning corpus, a task for artificial general intelligence. Francois Chollet is the guy who's been, it's a multi-year-old paper, it's a brilliant benchmark. And the number for OpenAI O3 to solve this was that it used some sort of number of samples in the API. The API has a thinking effort and number of samples. They used 1,000 samples to solve this task, and it comes out to be like $5 to $20 per question, which you're putting in effectively a math puzzle, and then it takes orders of dollars to answer one question. And this is a lot of compute. If this is going to take off in the US, OpenAI needs a ton of GPUs on inference to capture this. They have this OpenAI ChatGPT Pro subscription, which is $200 a month.
Which Sam said they're losing money on.
Which means that people are burning a lot of GPUs on inference. And I've signed up with it. I've played with it. I don't think I'm a power user, but I use it. And it's like, that is the thing that a Chinese company with mediumly strong export controls, there will always be loopholes, might not be able to do it all. And if the main result for O3 is also a spectacular coding performance, and if that feeds back into AI companies being able to experiment better.
So presumably the idea is for an AGI, a much larger fraction of the compute will be used for this test time compute, for the reasoning. So the AGI goes into a room and thinks about how to take over the world, and that, come back in 2.7 hours. It's going to take a lot of compute.
This is what people like CEO or leaders of OpenAI and Anthropic talk about, is like autonomous AI models, which is you give them a task and they work on it in the background. My personal definition of AGI is much simpler. Like I think language models are a form of AGI, and all of this super powerful stuff is a next step that's great if we get these tools. But a language model has so much value in so many domains. It is a general intelligence to me. But this next step of agentic things where they're independent and they can do tasks that aren't in the training data is what the few-year outlook that these AI companies are driving for.
I think the terminology here that Dario uses is super powerful AI. So I agree with you on the AGI. I think we already have something like that's exceptionally impressive that Alan Turing would for sure say is AGI. But he's referring more to something once in possession of, then you would have a significant military and geopolitical advantage over other nations. So it's not just like you can ask it how to cook an omelet.
And he has a much more positive view in his essay, Machines of Love and Grace.
Yes.
I read into this. I don't have enough background in physical sciences to gauge exactly how confident I am in if AI can revolutionize biology. But I'm safe saying that AI is going to accelerate the progress of any computational science.
So we're doing a depth first search here on topics, taking tangent of a tangent. So let's continue on that depth first search. You said that you're both feeling the AGI. So what's your timeline? Dario's 2026 for the super powerful AI that's basically agentic to a degree where it's a real security threat. That level of AGI. What's your timeline?
I don't like to attribute specific abilities because predicting specific abilities and when is very hard. I think mostly if you're going to say that I'm feeling the AGI is that I expect continued rapid surprising progress over the next few years. So something like R1 is less surprising to me from DeepSeek because I expect there to be new paradigms where substantial progress can be made. And DeepSeek R1 is so unsettling because we're kind of on this path with ChatGPT. It's getting better, it's getting better, it's getting better. And then we have a new direction for changing the models, and we took one step like this, and we took a step up. So it looks like a really fast slope, and then we're going to just take more steps. So it's just really unsettling when you have these big steps. And I expect that to keep happening. I've tried OpenAI Operator, I've tried Claude computer use. They're not there yet. I understand the idea, but it's just so hard to predict what is the breakthrough that'll make something like that work. And I think it's more likely that we have breakthroughs that work in things that we don't know what they're going to do. So like, everyone wants agents. Dario has a very eloquent way of describing this. And I just think that it's like, there's going to be more than that. So like, just expect these things to come.
I'm going to have to try to pin you down to a date on the AGI timeline. Like the nuclear weapon moment. So moment where on the geopolitical stage, there's a real, like, because we're talking about export controls. When do you think, just even to throw out a date, when do you think that would be? Like for me, it's probably after 2030. So I'm not as...
That's what I would say.
So define that, right? Because to me, it kind of almost has already happened, right? You look at elections in India and Pakistan, people get AI voice calls and think they're talking to the politician, right? The AI diffusion rules, which was enacted in the last couple of weeks of the Biden admin, and looks like the Trump admin will keep and potentially even strengthen, limit cloud computing and GPU sales to countries that are not even related to China. It's like, this is
Portugal and all these like normal countries are on the you need
like,
approval from the U.S. list.
Like Portugal and like all these countries that are allies, right? Singapore, right? Like they freaking have F-35s and we don't let them buy GPUs. Like this to me is already to the scale.
Hello, Ty. Ty didn't want to talk with you anymore.
Of like,
Well, that just means that the U.S. military is really nervous about this new technology. That doesn't mean the technology is already there. So, like, they might be just very cautious about this thing that they don't quite understand. That's a really good point. So, the robocalls, swarms of semi-intelligent bots could be a weapon. Could be doing a lot of social engineering.
I mean, there's tons of talk about, from the 2016 elections, like Cambridge Analytica and all this stuff, Russian influence. I mean, every country in the world is pushing stuff onto the internet and has narratives they want, right? Like that's every like technically competent, whether it's Russia, China, US, Israel, etc., right? People are pushing viewpoints onto the internet en masse, and language models crash the cost of like very intelligent sounding language.
There's some research that shows that the distribution is actually a limiting factor. So language models haven't yet made misinformation particularly change the equation there. The internet is still ongoing. I think there's a blog, AI Snake Oil, and some of my friends at Princeton that write on this stuff. So there is research. It's like it's a default that everyone assumes, and I would have thought the same thing, is that misinformation is going to get far worse with language models. I think in terms of internet posts and things that people have been measuring, it hasn't been a exponential increase or something extremely measurable. And things you're talking about with like voice calls and stuff like that, it could be in modalities that are harder to measure. So it's something that it's too soon to tell in terms of, I think that's like political instability via the web is it's monitored by a lot of researchers to see what's happening. I think that you're asking about like the AGI thing. If you make me give a year, I would be like, okay, I have AI CEOs saying this. They've been saying 2 years for a while. Mm-hmm. I think that people like Dario at Anthropic, the CEO, had thought about this so deeply. I need to take their words seriously, but also understand that they have different incentives. So I would be like, add a few years to that, which is how you get something similar to 2030 or a little after 2030.
I think to some extent we have capabilities that hit a certain point where any one person could say, oh, okay, if I can leverage those capabilities for X amount of time, this is AGI, right? Call it 27, 28. But then the cost of actually operating that capability
this is going to be my point.
so extreme that no one can actually deploy it at scale en masse to actually completely revolutionize the economy on a snap of a finger. So I don't think it will be like a snap of the finger moment.
Physical constraint.
Rather, it'll be a, the capabilities are here, but I can't deploy it everywhere, right? And so one simple example going back sort of to 2023 was when, Bing with GPT-4 came out. Everyone was freaking out about search, right? Perplexity came out. If you did the cost on like, hey, implementing GPT-3 into every Google search, it was like, oh, okay, this is just like physically impossible to implement, right? And as we step forward to like going back to the test time compute thing, right? A query for, you ask ChatGPT a question, it costs cents, right? For their most capable model of chat, right? To get a query back. To solve an Arc AGI problem, though, cost $5 to $20, right? And this is
it's only going up from there.
This is 1,000, 10,000 X factor difference in cost to respond to a query versus do a task. And the task of Arc AGI is not like it's simple to some extent, but it's also like, what are the tasks that we want? AGI, quote unquote, what we have today can do Arc AGI. 3 years from now, it can do much more complicated problems, but the cost is going to be measured in thousands and thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars of GPU time, and there just won't be enough power, GPUs, infrastructure to operate this, and therefore shift everything in the world on the snap of the finger. But at that moment, who gets to control and point the AGI at a task? And so this was in Dario's post that he's like, hey, China can effectively and more quickly than us point their AGI at military tasks, right? And they have been, in many ways, faster at adopting certain new technologies into their military, right? Especially with regards to drones, right? The U.S. maybe has a long-standing, large air sort of, fighter jet type of thing, bombers. But when it comes to asymmetric arms, such as drones, they've completely leapfrogged the U.S. and the West. And the fear that Dario is sort of pointing out there, I think, is that, yeah, great, we'll have AGI in the commercial sector. The U.S. military won't be able to implement it super fast. Chinese military could, and they could direct all their resources to implementing it in the military, and therefore solving, military logistics, or solving some other aspect of like disinformation for targeted certain set of people so they can flip a country's politics or something like that is actually like catastrophic, versus the US just wants to, because it'll be more capitalistically allocated just towards whatever is the highest return on income, which might be like building factories better or whatever.
So everything I've seen, people's intuition seems to fail on robotics. So you have this kind of general optimism. I've seen this on self-driving cars. People think it's much easier problem than it is. Similar with drones. Here I understand it a little bit less, but I've just seen the reality of the war in Ukraine and the usage of drones on both sides. And it seems that humans still far outperform any fully autonomous systems. AI is an assistant, but humans drive. FPV drones, where the humans controlling most of it, just far, far, far outperforms AI systems. So I think it's not obvious to me that we're going to have swarms of autonomous robots anytime soon in the military context. Maybe the fastest I can imagine is 2030, which is why I said 2030 for the super powerful AI. Whenever you have large-scale swarms of robots doing military actions, that's when the world just starts to look different to me. So that's the thing I'm really worried about. But there could be cyber war type of technologies that from social engineering to actually just swarms of robots that find attack vectors in our code bases and shut down power grids, that kind of stuff. And it could be one of those things like on any given weekend or something, power goes out, nobody knows why, and the world changes forever. Just power going out for 2 days in all of the United States. That will lead to murder, to chaos. But going back to export controls, do you see that as a useful way to control the balance of power geopolitically in the context of AI?
And I think going back to my viewpoint is, if you believe we're in this sort of stage of economic growth and change that we've been in for the last 20 years, the export controls are absolutely guaranteeing that China will win long term, right? If you do not believe AI is going to make significant changes to society in the next 10 years or 5 years, right? Five-year timelines are sort of what the more executives and such of AI companies and even big tech companies believe. But even 10-year timelines, it's reasonable. But once you get to, hey, these timelines are below that time period, then the only way to sort of like create a sizable advantage or disadvantage for America versus China is if you constrain compute, because talent is not really something that's constrained, right? China arguably has more talent, right? More STEM graduates, more programmers. The US can draw upon the world's people, which it does. There's tons of, foreigners in the AI industry.
So many of these AI teams are all people without a US passport.
Many of them are Chinese people who are moving to America, right? And that's great. That's exactly what we want, right? But there's that talent is one aspect, but I don't think that's one that is a measurable advantage for the US or not. It truly is just whether or not compute, right? Now, even on the compute side, when we look at chips versus data centers, right? China has the unprecedented ability to build ridiculous sums of power clockwork, right? They're always building more and more power. They've got steel mills that like individually are the size of the entire U.S. industry, right? And they've got aluminum mills that consume gigawatts and gigawatts of power, right? And when we talk about what's the biggest data center, right? OpenAI made this huge thing about Stargate, their announcement there. That's like once it's fully built out in a few years, it'll be 2 gigawatts, right, of power, right? And this is still smaller than the largest, industrial facilities in China, right? China, if they wanted to build the largest data center in the world, if they had access to the chips, could. So it's just a question of when, not if, right?
So their industrial capacity far exceeds the United States.
Exactly.
The manufacture stuff.
Yeah.
So why? So long term, they're going to be manufacturing chips there.
Chips are a little bit more specialized. I'm specifically referring to the data centers, right? Fabs take huge amounts of power. Don't get me wrong. That's not necessarily the gating factor there. The gating factor on how fast people can build the largest clusters today in the U.S. is power, right? It is whether it's now it could be power generation, power transmission, substations, and all these sorts of transformers and all these things. Building a data center, these are all constraints on the U.S. industry's ability to build larger and larger training systems, as well as deploying more and more inference compute.
I think we need to make the point clear on why the time is now for people that don't think about this, because essentially with export controls, you're making it so China cannot make or get cutting edge chips. And the idea is that if you time this wrong, China is pouring a ton of money into their chip production. And if you time it wrong, they are going to have more capacity for production, more capacity for energy, and figure out how to make the chips and have more capacity than the rest of the world to make the chips, because everybody can buy, they're going to sell their Chinese chips to everybody. They might subsidize them. And therefore, if AI takes a long time to become differentiated, we've decapped the financial performance of American companies. NVIDIA can sell less. TSMC cannot sell to China. So therefore, we have less demand to keep driving the production cycle. So that's the assumption behind the timing being
less than 10 years or 5 years to above, right? China will win because of these restrictions long term, unless AI does something in the short term, which I believe AI will do, make massive changes to society in the medium short term, right? And so that's the big unlocker there. And even today, right? If Xi Jinping decided to get, quote unquote scale build, right? I.e. decide that scaling laws are what matters, right? Just like the U.S. executives like Satya Nadella and Mark Zuckerberg and Sundar and all these U.S. executives of the biggest, most powerful tech companies have decided their scale build, and they're building multi-gigawatt data centers, right? Whether it's in Texas or Louisiana or Wisconsin, wherever it is, they're building these massive things that cost as much as their entire budget for spending on data centers globally in one spot, right? This is what they've committed to for next year, year after, et cetera. And so they're so convinced that this is the way, that this is what they're doing. But if China decided to, they could do it faster than us. But this is where the restrictions come in. It is not clear that China as a whole has decided, from the highest levels, that this is a priority. The U.S. sort of has, right? You see Trump talking about DeepSeek and Stargate within the same week, right? So he's, and the Biden admin as well, had a lot of discussions about AI and such. It's clear that they think about it. Only just last week did DeepSeek meet the second in command of China, right? Like they have not even met the top, right? They haven't met Xi. Xi hasn't sat down. And they only just released a subsidy of 1 trillion RMB, roughly $160 billion, which is closer to the spending of like Microsoft and Meta and Google combined, right, for this year. So it's like they're realizing it just now, but that's where these export restrictions come in and say, hey, you can't ship the most powerful U.S. chips to China. You can ship a cut down version. You can't ship the most powerful chips to all these countries who we know are just going to rent it to China. You have to limit the numbers, right?
And the tools.
And same with manufacturing equipment, tools, all these different aspects. But it all stems from AI, and then what downstream can slow them down in AI. And so the entire semiconductor restrictions, you read them, they are very clear. It's about AI and military civil fusion of technology, right? It's very clear. And then from there it goes, oh, well, we're banning them from buying like lithography tools and etch tools and deposition tools and, oh, this random subsystem from a random company that's like, why are we banning this? Because all of it, the U.S. government has decided is critical to AI systems.
I think the fulcrum point is like the transition from 7 nanometer to 5 nanometer chips, where I think it was Huawei that had the 7 nanometer chip a few years ago, which caused another political brouhaha, almost like this moment. And then it's the ASML deep UV, what is that? Like
Extreme ultraviolet lithography. To set context on the chips, right? What Nathan's referring to is in 2020, Huawei released their Ascend 910 chip, which was an AI chip, first one on 7 nanometer, before Google did, before NVIDIA did. And they submitted it to the MLPerf benchmark, which is sort of an industry standard for machine learning performance benchmark. And it did quite well. And it was the best chip at the submission, right? This was a huge deal. The Trump admin, of course, banned, it was 2019, right? Banned the Huawei from getting 7 nanometer chips from TSMC, and so then they had to switch to move using internal, domestically produced chips, which was a multi-year setback.
Many companies have done 7 nanometer chips, and the question is like, we don't know how much Huawei was subsidizing production of that chip. Like Intel has made 7 nanometer chips that are not profitable, and things like this. So this is how it all feeds back into the economic engine of export controls.
Well, so you're saying that for now, Xi Jinping has not felt the AGI, but it feels like the DeepSeek moment might, like, there might be meetings going on now where he's going to start wearing the same T-shirt and things are going to escalate.
I mean, this, he may have woken up last week, right? Lian Feng met the the second command guy, and they had a meeting. And then the next day, they announced the AI subsidies, which are a trillion RMB, right?
So it's possible that this DeepSeek moment is truly the beginning of a Cold War.
That's what a lot of people are worried about. People in AI have been worried that this is going towards a Cold War, or already is.
But it's not DeepSeek's fault, but there's something, a bunch of factors came together where it was like this explosion. I mean, it all has to do with NVIDIA stock going down. But it's just some mass hysteria that happened that eventually led to Xi Jinping having meetings and waking up to this idea.
And the U.S. government realized in October 7th, 2022, before ChatGPT released, that restriction on October 7th, which dropped and shocked everyone, and it was very clearly aimed at AI. Everyone was like, what the heck are you doing?
Stable Diffusion was out then, but not ChatGPT.
Yeah, but not ChatGPT.
So it was like starting to be rumblings like
of what Gen AI can do to society, but it was very clear, I think, to at least like National Security Council and those sort of folks that this was where the world is headed, this Cold War that's happening.
So is there any concerns that the export controls push China to take military action on Taiwan?
This is the big risk, right? The further you push China away from having access to cutting edge American and global technologies, the more likely they are to say, well, because I can't access it, I might as well, like, no one should access it, right? And there's a few like interesting aspects of that, right? Like, China has a urban-rural divide like no other. They have a male-female birth ratio like no other, to the point where, if you look in most of China, it's like the ratio is not that bad, but when you look at single dudes in rural China, it's like a 30-to-1 ratio. And those are disenfranchised dudes, right? Like, quote unquote, like the US has an incel problem, like China does too. It's just they're placated in some way or crushed down. What do you do with these people? And at the same time, you're not allowed to access the most important technology. At least the US thinks so. China is maybe starting to think this is the most important technology by starting to dump subsidies in it, right? They thought EVs and renewables were the most important technology. They dominate that now, right? Now they started thinking about semiconductors in, the late 2010s and early 2020s. And now they've been dumping money and they're catching up rapidly. And they're going to do the same with AI, right? Because they're very talented, right? So the question is like, when does this hit a breaking point, right? And if China sees this as, hey, they can continue, if not having access and starting a true hot war, right, taking over Taiwan or trying to subvert its democracy in some way or blockading it, hurts the rest of the world far more than it hurts them, this is something they could potentially do, right? And so is this pushing them towards that? Potentially, right? I'm not quite a geopolitical person, but it's obvious that the world regime of peace and like trade is like super awesome for economics, but at some point it could break, right?
I think we should comment that why Chinese economy would be hurt by that is that they're export heavy, and the United States buys so much. Like if that goes away, like that's how their economy.
Well, also they just like would not be able to import raw materials from like all over the world, right? And the U.S. would just shut down the Strait of Malacca, and like, at the same time, the U.S. You could argue almost all the GDP growth in America since the 70s has been either population growth or tech, right? Because your life today is not that much better than someone from the 80s outside of tech, right? You still, cars, they all have semiconductors in them everywhere. Fridges, semiconductors everywhere. There's these funny stories about how Russians were taking apart laundry machines because they had certain like Texas Instrument chips that they could then repurpose and put into like their anti-missile things, right? Like their S-400 or whatever. You would know more about this, but there's all sorts of like everything about semiconductors is so integral to every part of our lives.
So can you explain the role of TSMC in the story of semiconductors, and maybe also how the United States can break the reliance on TSMC?
I don't think it's necessarily breaking the reliance. I think it's getting TSMC to build in the U.S. But taking a step back, right? TSMC produces most of the world's chips, right? Especially on the foundry side. There's a lot of companies that build their own chips. Samsung, Intel, ST Micro, Texas Instruments, Analog Devices, all these kinds of companies build their own chips, NXP, but more and more of these companies are outsourcing to TSMC and have been for multiple decades.
Can you explain the supply chain there and where most of TSMC is in terms of manufacturing?
Sure. So historically, supply chain was companies would build their own chips. They would, be a company started, they'd build their own chips, and then they'd design the chip and build the chip and sell it. Over time, this became really difficult because the cost of building a fab continues to compound every single generation. Of course, figuring out the technology for it is incredibly difficult regardless, but just the dollars and cents that are required, ignoring, saying, hey, yes, I have all the technical capability, which it's really hard to get that, by the way, right? Intel's failing, Samsung's failing, etc. But if you look at just the dollars to spend to build that next generation fab, it keeps growing, right? Sort of like, Moore's law is having the cost of chips every 2 years. There's a separate law that's sort of like doubling the cost of fabs every handful of years. And so you look at a leading edge fab that is going to be profitable today, that's building, 3 nanometer chips or 2 nanometer chips in the future, that's going to cost north of $30-40 billion, right? And that's just for like a token amount. That's for that's like the base building block. You probably need to build multiple, right? And so when you look at the industry over the last, if I go back 20-30 years ago, there were 20-30 companies that could build the most advanced chips, and then they would design them themselves and sell them, right? So companies like AMD would build their own chips. Intel, of course, still builds their own chips. They're very famous for them. IBM would build their own chips, and you could keep going down the list. All these companies built their own chips. Slowly, they kept falling like flies, and that's because of what TSMC did, right? They created the foundry business model, which is, I'm not going to design any chips. I'm just going to contract manufacture chips for other people. And one of their early customers is NVIDIA, right? NVIDIA is the only semiconductor company that's worth, that's doing more than $1 billion of revenue that was started in the era of foundry, right? Every other company started before then and at some point had fabs, which is actually incredible, right? Like AMD and Intel and Broadcom.
Such a great fact.
It's like everyone had fabs at some point, or some companies like Broadcom, it was like a merger, amalgamation of various companies that rolled up. But even today, Broadcom has fabs, right? They built iPhone RF radio chips sort of in Colorado for Apple, right? Like there's all these companies had fabs, and for most of the fabs, they threw them away or sold them off, or they got rolled into something else. And now everyone relies on TSMC, right? Including Intel. Their latest PC chip uses TSMC chips, right? It also uses some Intel chips, but it uses TSMC process.
Can you explain why the foundry model is so successful for these companies? Why are they going with
Economies of scale?
Yeah, so I mean, like I mentioned, right? The cost of building a fab is so high. The R&D is so difficult, and when you look at like these like companies that had their own vertical stack, there was an antiquated process of like, okay, like I'm so hyper customized to each specific chip, right? But as we've gone through the history of sort of like the last 50 years of electronics and semiconductors, you need more and more specialization, right? Because Moore's law has died, Dennard scaling has died, i.e. chips are not getting better just for free, right? From manufacturing, you have to make real architectural innovations, right? Google is not just running on Intel CPUs for web surfing. They have a YouTube chip, they have TPUs, they have Pixel chips, they have a wide diversity of chips that generate all the economic value of Google, right? It's running all the services and stuff. And this is just Google, and you could go across any company in the industry, and it's like this, right? Cars contain 5,000 chips, 200 different varieties of them, right? All these random things. A Tesla door handle has 2 chips, right? Like, it's like ridiculous. And it's a cool door handle, right? It's like, you don't think about it, but it's like has 2 really chipped like penny like chips in there, right? Anyway, so as you have more diversity of chips, as you have more specialization required, and the cost of fabs continues to grow, you need someone who is laser focused on building the best process technology and making it as flexible as possible.
I think you can say it simply, which is the cost per fab goes up. And if you are a small player that makes a few types of chips, you're not going to have the demand to pay back the cost of the fab. Whereas NVIDIA can have many different customers and aggregate all this demand into one place. And then they're the only person that makes enough money building chips to build the next fab. So this is kind of why the companies slowly get killed, because they have 10 years ago a chip that is profitable and is good enough, but the cost to build the next one goes up. They may try to do this, fail because they don't have the money to make it work, and then they don't have any chips, or they build it and it's too expensive and they just have
or they
not
run
profitable
there's
chips.
more failure points, right? You could have one little process related to like some sort of like chemical etch or some sort of like plasma etch, or some little process that screws up. You didn't engineer it right, and now the whole company falls apart. You can't make chips, right? And so super powerful companies like Intel, they had like the weathering storm to like, hey, they still exist today, even though they really screwed up their manufacturing 6-7 years ago. But in the case of like AMD, they almost went bankrupt. They had to sell their fabs to Mubadala, UAE, right? And like that became a separate company called Global Foundries, which is a foundry firm. And then AMD was able to then focus on the return back up, was like, hey, let's focus on making chiplets and a bunch of different chips for different markets, and focusing on specific workloads rather than, all of these different things. And so you get more diversity of chips. You have more companies than ever designing chips, but you have fewer companies than ever manufacturing them, right? And this is where TSMC comes in, is they've just been the best, right? They are so good at it, right? They're customer focused. They make it easy for you to fabricate your chips. They take all of that complexity and like kind of try and abstract a lot of it away from you. They make good money. They don't make insane money, but they make good money. And they're able to aggregate all this demand and continue to build the next fab, the next fab, the next fab.
So why is Taiwan so special for TSMC? Why is it happening there? Can it be replicated inside the United States?
Yeah, so there's aspects of it that I would say yes, and aspects that I'd say no, right? TSMC is way ahead because former executive Morris Chang of Texas Instruments wasn't promoted to CEO, and he's like, screw this, I'm going to go make my own chip company, right? And he went to Taiwan and made TSMC, right? And there's a whole lot more story there. So it could have been Texas Instruments, could have been could have been TSMC, but Texas Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, right? Instead of Texas Instruments, right? But so there is that whole story there. But
sitting here in Texas.
I mean, and that sounds like a human story. Like, he didn't get promoted.
Just the brilliance of Morris Chang, which I wouldn't underplay. But there's also like a different level of like how this works, right? So in Taiwan, the top percent of graduates, of students that go to the best school, which is NTU, the top percent of those all go work to TSMC, right? And guess what their pay is? Their starting pay is like $80,000, $70,000, right? Which is like, that's like starting pay for like a good graduate in the US, right? Not the top. The top graduates are making hundreds of thousands of dollars at the Googles and the Amazons, and now I guess the OpenAIs of the world, right? So there is a large dichotomy of like, what is the top 1% of the society doing, and where are they headed because of economic reasons, right? Intel never paid that crazy good, right? And it didn't make sense to them, right? That's one aspect, right? Where is the best going? Second is the work ethic, right? Like, we like to work, you work a lot, we work a lot, but at the end of the day, when there's what is the time and amount of work that you're doing, and what does a fab require, right? Fabs are not work from home jobs. You go into the fab and grueling work, right? There's hey, if there is any amount of vibration, right? An earthquake happens, vibrates the machines. They're all, they're either broken, you've scrapped some of your production, and then in many cases they're like not calibrated properly. So when TSMC, when there's an earthquake, right? Recently there's been an earthquake. TSMC doesn't call their employees. They just go to the fab, and like they just show up. The parking lot gets slammed, and people just go into the fab and fix it, right? Like it's like it's like ants, right? Like it's like a hive of ants doesn't get told by the queen what to do. the ants just know.
It's like one person just specializes on these one task, and it's like you're going to take this one tool, and you're the best person in the world, and this is what you're going to do for your whole life. Is this one task in the fab,
which is like some special chemistry plus nano manufacturing on one line of tools that continues to get iterated. And yeah, it's like specific plasma etch for removing silicon dioxide, right? That's all you focus on your whole career. And it's like such a specialized thing. And so it's not like the tasks are transferable. AI today is awesome because like people can pick it up like that. Semiconductor manufacturing is very antiquated and difficult. None of the materials are online for people to read easily and learn, right? The papers are very dense, and like it takes a lot of experience to learn. And so it makes the barrier to entry much higher too. So when you talk about, hey, you have all these people that are super specialized, they will work, 80 hours a week in a factory, right? In a fab. And if anything goes wrong, they'll go show up in the middle of the night because some earthquake. Their wife's like, there was an earthquake. He's like, great, I'm gonna go to the fab. It's like would you like as an American do that, right? It's like these sorts of things are like what, I guess are the exemplifying like why TSMC is so amazing. Now, can you replicate it in the US? Let's not ignore Intel was the leader in manufacturing for over 20 years. They brought every technology to market first besides EUV. Strained silicon, high-K metal gates, FinFET, and the list goes on and on and on of technologies that Intel brought to market first, made the most money from, and manufactured at scale first, best, highest profit margins, right? So we shouldn't ignore that Intel can't do this, right? It's that the culture has broken, right? You've invested in the wrong things. They said no to the iPhone. They had all these different things regarding like, mismanagement of the fabs, mismanagement of designs, this lockup, right? And at the same time, all these brilliant people, right, these like 50,000 PhDs, or masters that have been working on specific chemical or physical processes or nano manufacturing processes for decades in Oregon, they're still there. They're still producing amazing work. It's just like getting it to the last mile of production at high yield where you can manufacture dozens and hundreds of different kinds of chips, and it's good customer experience has broken, right? It's that customer experience. It's like part of it is like people will say Intel was too pompous in the 2010s, right? They just thought they were better than everyone. The tool guys were like, oh, I don't think that this is mature enough. And they're like, you just don't know, we know, right? This sort of stuff would happen. And so can the U.S. bring leading edge semiconductor manufacturing to the U.S.? Thematically, yes, right? And we are, right?
It's happening. Like Arizona is getting better and better as time goes on.
TSMC has built, roughly 20% of their capacity for 5 nanometer in the U.S., right? Now, this is nowhere near enough, right? 20% of capacity in the U.S. is like nothing, right? And furthermore, this is still dependent on Taiwan existing, right? There's sort of important way to separate it out. There's R&D and there's high volume manufacturing. There are 3 places in the world that are doing leading edge R&D. There's Hsinchu, Taiwan, there's Hillsboro, Oregon, and there is Pyongyang, South Korea, right? These 3 places are doing the leading edge R&D for the rest of the world's leading edge semiconductors, right? Now, manufacturing can be distributed more globally, right? And this is sort of where this dichotomy exists of like, who's actually modifying the process, who's actually developing the next generation one, who's improving them, is Hsinchu, is Hillsboro, is Pyongyang, right? It is not the rest of these, fabs like Arizona, right? Arizona is a paperweight. If Hsinchu disappeared off the face of the planet, within a year, couple years, Arizona would stop producing too, right? It's actually like pretty critical. One of the things I like to say is if I had like a few missiles, I know exactly where I could cause the most economic damage, right? It's not targeting the White House, right?
It's the R&D centers.
It's the R&D centers for TSMC, Intel, Samsung, and then some of the memory guys, Micron and Hynix.
Because they define the future evolution of these semiconductors, and everything's moving so rapidly that it really is fundamentally about R&D. And it is all about TSMC.
And so TSMC, you cannot purchase a vehicle without TSMC chips, right? You cannot purchase a fridge without TSMC chips. You cannot, I think one of the few things you can purchase, ironically, is a Texas Instruments like graphing calculator, right? Because they actually manufacture in Texas. But like outside of that, like a laptop, a phone, anything servers, right? GPUs, none of this stuff can exist. And this is without TSMC. And in many cases, it's not even like the leading edge, sexy 5 nanometer chip, 3 nanometer chip, 2 nanometer chip. oftentimes it's just like some stupid power IC that's like converting from like, some voltage to another, right? And it's made at TSMC, right?
This
It's
is
like
what China is investing in as well. It's like they can build out this long tail fab where the techniques are much more known. You don't have to figure out these problems with EUV. They're investing in this, and then they have large supply for things like the car door handles and the random stuff, and that trickles down into this whole economic discussion as well, which is they have far more than we do, and having supply for things like this is crucial to normal life.
So they're starting to invest in high volume manufacture, but they're not doing R&D.
So they do R&D on their own. They're just way behind, right? So I would say like in 2015, China had a 5-year plan where they defined by 2025 and 2020 certain goals, including like 80% domestic production of semiconductors. They're not going to hit that, right? To be clear, but they are in certain areas really, really close, right? Like BYD is probably going to be the first company in the world to not have to use TSMC for making, because they have their own fabs, right? For making chips. Now they still have to buy some chips from foreign, for example, like around like self-driving ADAS capabilities, because those are really high end. But at least like like an internal combustion engine has 40 chips in an EV, just for like controlling like flow rates and all these things. And EVs are even more complicated. So all these different power ICs and battery management controllers and all these things, they're insourcing, right? And this is something that like China has been doing since 2015. Now, as far as like the trailing edge, they're getting so much capacity there. As far as the leading edge, right, i.e. this 5 nanometer and so on and so forth, right, where GPUs, they are still behind. And this is the US restrictions are trying to stop them in the latter. But, all that's happened, is, yes, they've slowed down their 5 nanometer, 3 nanometer, et cetera, but they've accelerated their, 45 nanometer, 90 nanometer power IC or analog IC or, random chip in my keyboard, right, that kind of stuff. So there is an angle of like, the U.S.'s actions have been so, from these export, from the angle of the export controls, have been so inflammatory at slowing down China's progress on the leading edge that they've turned around and have accelerated their progress elsewhere because they know that this is so important, right? If the U.S. is going to lock them out here, or if they lock us out here as well, in the trailing edge. And so going back, can the U.S. build it here? Yes, but it's going to take a ton of money. I truly think like to revolutionize and completely in-source semiconductors would take a decade and $1 trillion.
Is some of it also culture? Like you said, extreme competence, extreme work ethic in Taiwan.
I think if you have the demand and the money is on the line, the American companies figure it out. It's going to take hand-holding with the government, but I think that the culture helps TSMC break through, and it's easier for them.
TSMC has some like 90,000 employees, right? It's not actually that insane amount. The Arizona fab has 3,000 from Taiwan. And these people, like their wives were like, yeah, we're not going to have kids unless you sign up for the Arizona fab. We go to Arizona and we have our kids there. There's also a Japan fab where the same thing happened, right? So like these wives just drove like these dudes to like go to Japan or America to have the kids there. And it's like it's an element of culture. Yeah, sure. Taiwan works that hard, but also like the U.S. has done it in the past. They could do it now, right? We can just import the best people in the world if we want to.
That's where the immigration conversation is a tricky one, and there's been a lot of debate over that. But yeah, it seems absurdly controversial to import the best people in the world. I don't understand why it's controversial. That's one of the ways of winning.
Sure, we agree with you.
And like even if you can't import those people, I still think you could do a lot to manufacture most of it in the U.S. if the money's there, right? And so
it's just way more expensive. It's not profitable for a long time.
And that's the context of like the CHIPS Act is only like $50 billion relative to some of the renewable initiatives that were passed in the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure Act, which total in the hundreds of billions of dollars, right? And so like the amount of money that the U.S. is spending on the semiconductor industry is nothing, right? Whereas all these other countries have structural advantages in terms of like work ethic and amount of work and like things like that, but also a number of STEM graduates, the percentile of their best going to that, right? But they also have like differences in terms of like, hey, there's just tax benefits in the law and have been in the law for 20 years, right? And then some countries have massive subsidies, right? China has something like $200 billion of semiconductor subsidies a year. We're talking about $50 billion in the US over like 6, right? So the girth or difference in like the subsidy amounts is also huge, right? And so I think Trump has been talking about tariffing Taiwan recently. That's sort of like one of these things that's like, oh, okay, well, like maybe he doesn't want to subsidize the U.S. semiconductor industry, obviously tariffing Taiwan is going to cost a lot of things to go get much more expensive, but does it change the equation for TSMC building more fabs in the U.S.? That's what Hayes sort of positing, right?
So can you lay out we laid out the importance. By the way, it's incredible how much you know about so much.
We told you Dylan knows all the stuff.
Yeah. So, okay, you laid out why TSMC is really important. If you look out into the future, 10, 20 years out, U.S.-China relationship seems like it can go to a dark place of Cold War, escalated Cold War, even hot war, or to a good place of anything from frenemies to cooperation to working together. So in this game theory, complicated game, what are the different trajectories? What should the U.S. be doing? Like, what do you see as the different possible trajectories of U.S.-China relations as both leaders start to feel the AGI more and more and see the importance of chips and the importance of AI?
I mean, ultimately, the export controls are pointing towards a separate future economy. I think the U.S. has made it clear to Chinese leaders that we intend to control this technology at whatever cost to global economic integration.
So that
It's hard to unwind that. Like the card has been played.
To the same extent, they've also limited U.S. companies from entering China, right? So it is, it's been a long time coming. At some point, there was convergence, right? But over at least the last decade, it's been branching further and further out, right? Like U.S. companies can't enter China, Chinese companies can't enter the U.S. The U.S. is saying, hey, China, you can't get access to our technologies in certain areas, and China's rebuttaling with the same thing around, like, they've done some sort of specific materials in, gallium and things like that they've tried to limit the U.S. on. There's a U.S. drone company that's not allowed to buy batteries, and they have like military customers, and this drone company just tells the military customers, like, hey, just get it from Amazon because I can't actually physically get them, right? Like, there's all these things that are happening that point to further and further divergence. I have zero idea, and I would love if we could all hold hands and sing Kumbaya, but like, I have zero idea how that could possibly happen.
is the divergence good or bad for avoiding war? Is it possible that the divergence in terms of manufacture of chips, of training AI systems, is actually good for avoiding military conflict?
It's an objective fact that the world has been the most peaceful it has ever been when there are global hegemons, right? Or regional hegemons, right? In historical context, right? The Mediterranean was the most peaceful ever when the Romans were there, right? China had very peaceful and warring times, and the peaceful times were when dynasties had a lockhold over not just themselves, but all their tributaries around them, right? And likewise, the most peaceful time in human history has been when the U.S. was the global hegemon, right? The last decades. Now we've sort of seen things start to slide, right? With Russia, Ukraine, with what's going on in the Middle East, and Taiwan risk. All these different things are starting to bubble up. Still, objectively, extremely peaceful. Now, what happens when it's not one global hegemon, but it's two? Obviously, and China will be competitive or even overtake the U.S. like it's possible, right? And so this change in global hegemony. I don't think it ever happens like super peacefully, right? When empires fall, right, which is a possible trajectory for America, they don't fall gracefully, right? Like they don't just slide out of irrelevance. Usually there's a lot of shaking. And so, what the U.S. is trying to do is maintain its top position, and what China is trying to do is become the top position, right? And obviously there's butting of heads here, in the most simple terms.
And that could take shape in all kinds of ways, including proxy wars.
And that seems like it's already happening. Like, as much as I want there to be centuries of prolonged peace, it does not. It looks like further instability internationally is ahead.
And the U.S. is like sort of like current task is like, hey, if we control AI, if we're the leader in AI, then and AI could significantly accelerates progress, then we can maintain the global hegemony position, and therefore
I hope that works.
And as an American, kind of like, okay, I guess that's going to lead to peace for us. Now, obviously, other people around the world get affected negatively. Obviously, the Chinese people are not going to be in as advantageous of a position if that happens. But this is sort of the reality of like what's being done and the actions that are being carried out.
So can we go back to the specific detail of the different hardware? There's this nice graphic in the export controls of which which GPUs are allowed to be exported and which are not? Can you kind of explain the difference? Like, is there, from a technical perspective, are the H20s promising?
Yeah, so this goes, and I think we'd have to we need to dive really deep into the reasoning aspect and what's going on there. But the H20, the U.S. has gone through multiple iterations of the export controls, right? This H800 was at one point allowed back in 23, but then it got canceled. And by then, DeepSeek had already built their cluster of, they claim 2K. I think they actually have many more, something like 10K of those. And now this H20 is the legally allowed chip, right? NVIDIA shipped 1 million of these last year to China, right? For context, it was 4 or 5 million GPUs, right? So the percentage of GPUs that were this China-specific H20 is quite high, right? Roughly 20%, 25%, right? 20% or so. And so this H20 has been neutered in one way, but it's actually upgraded in other ways, right? And you could think of chips along 3 axes for AI, right? Ignoring software stack and exact architecture, just raw specifications. There's floating point operations, right? Flops. There is memory bandwidth, i.e., and memory capacity, right? I/O, right? Memory, and then there is interconnect, right? Chip-to-chip interconnections. All 3 of these are incredibly important for making AI systems, right? Because AI systems involve a lot of compute. They involve a lot of moving memory around, whether it be to memory or to other chips, right? And so these 3 vectors, the U.S. initially had had 2 of these vectors controlled and one of them not controlled, which was flops and interconnect bandwidth were initially controlled. And then they said, no, we're going to remove the interconnect bandwidth and just make it a very simple, only flops. But now NVIDIA can now make a chip that has, it's cut down on flops. No, it's, so 1/3 that of the H100, right? In on spec sheet paper performance for flops. In real world, it's closer to half, or maybe even 60% of it, right? But then on the other 2 vectors, it's just as good for interconnect bandwidth. And then for memory bandwidth and memory capacity, the H20 has more memory bandwidth and more memory capacity than the H100, right? Now, recently, we at our research, we cut NVIDIA's production for H20 for this year down drastically. They were going to make another 2 million of those this year, but they just canceled all the orders a couple of weeks ago. In our view, that's because we think that they think they're going to get restricted, right? Because why would they cancel all these orders for H20? Because they shipped 1 million of them last year. They had orders in a couple million this year and just gone, right? For H20, B20, right? A successor to H20. And now they're all gone. Now, why would they do this, right? I think it's very clear, right? The H20 is actually better for certain tasks. And that certain task is reasoning, right? Reasoning is incredibly different than, when you look at the different regimes of models, right? Pre-training is all about flops, right? It's all about flops. There's things you do like mixture of experts that we talked about to trade off interconnect or to trade off, other aspects and lower the flops and rely more on interconnect and memory. But at the end of the day, it's flops is everything, right? We talk about models in terms of how many flops they are, right? So we talk about, GPT-4 is 2E25, right? 2 to the 25th, 25 zeros, right? Flop, right? Floating point operations for training, right? And we're talking about the restrictions for the 2E24, right? 25, whatever. The U.S. has an executive order that Trump recently unsigned, but which was, hey, 1E26, once you hit that number of floating point operations, you must notify the government. And you must share your results with us, right? There's a level of model where the U.S. government must be told, right? And that's 1E26. And so as we move forward, this is an incredibly important. Flop is the vector that the government has cared about historically, but the other 2 vectors are arguably just as important, right? And especially when we come to this new paradigm, which the world is only just learning about over the last 6 months, right? Reasoning.
And do we understand firmly which of the 3 dimensions is best for reasoning? So interconnect, the flops don't matter as much. Is it memory?
Memory, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to get into technical stuff real fast.
I would say there's 2 articles in this one that I could show, maybe graphics that might be interesting for you to pull up.
For the listeners, we're looking at the section of O1 inference architecture tokenomics.
You want to explain KV cache before we talk about this? I think it's better to.
Okay, yeah, we need to go through a lot of specific technical things of transformers to make this easy for people.
Because it's incredibly important because this changes how models work. But I think resetting, right? Why is memory so important? It's because so far we've talked about parameter counts, right? And mixture of experts, you can change how many active parameters versus total parameters to embed more data but have less flops. But more important, another aspect of, what's part of this humongous revolution in the last handful of years is the transformer, right? And the attention mechanism. Attention mechanism is that the model understands the relationships between all the words in its context, right? And that is separate from the parameters themselves, right? And that is something that you must calculate, right? How each token, right, each word in the context length is relatively connected to each other, right? And I think Nathan, you can explain KV cache better.
KV cache is one of the optimizations.
Yeah, so the attention operator has 3 core things. It's queries, keys, and values. QKV is the thing that goes into this. You'll look at the equation, you see that these matrices are multiplied together. These words, query, key, and value come from information retrieval backgrounds, where the query is the thing you're trying to get the values for, and you access the keys and the values is reweighting. My background's not information retrieval and things like this. It's just fun to have backlinks. And what effectively happens is that when you're doing these matrix multiplications, you're having matrices that are of the size of the context length, so the number of tokens that you put into the model. And the KV cache is effectively some form of compressed representation of all the previous tokens in the model. So when you're doing this, we talk about autoregressive models, you predict 1 token at a time. You start with whatever your prompt was, you ask a question, who was the president in 1825? The model then is going to generate its first token. For each of these tokens, you're doing the same attention operator where you're multiplying these query, key, value matrices, but the math is very nice so that when you're doing this repeatedly, this KV cache, this key value operation, you can keep appending the new values to it. So you keep track of what your previous values you're inferring over in this autoregressive chain. You keep it in memory the whole time. And this is a really crucial thing to manage when serving inference at scale. There are far bigger experts in this, and there are so many levels of detail that you can go into. Essentially, one of the key quote-unquote drawbacks of the attention operator and the transformer is that there is a form of quadratic memory cost in proportion to the context length. So as you put in longer questions, the memory used in order to make that computation is going up in the form of a quadratic. You'll hear about a lot of other language model architectures that are like subquadratic or linear attention forms, which is like state space models. We don't need to go down all these now. And then there's innovations on attention to make this memory usage and the ability to attend over long contexts much more accurate and high performance.
And those innovations are going to help you with, you're highly memory constrained.
They help with memory constraint and performance. So if you put in a book into, I think Gemini is the model that has the longest context length that people are using. Gemini is known for 1 million and now 2 million context length. You put a whole book into Gemini and sometimes it'll draw facts out of it. It's not perfect. They're getting better. But so there's 2 things. It's like, one, to be able to serve this on the memory level. Google has magic with their TPU stack where they can serve really long contexts. And then there's also many decisions along the way to actually make long context performance work. This applies to data. There's subtle changes to these computations in attention, and it changes the architecture. But serving long context is extremely memory constrained, especially when you're making a lot of predictions. I actually don't know why input and output tokens are more expensive, but I think essentially output tokens, you have to do more computation because you have to sample from the model.
I can explain that. So today, if you use a model, like you look at an API, OpenAI charges, a certain price per million tokens, right? And that price for input and output tokens is different, right? And the reason is that there is, when you're inputting a query into the model, right? Let's say you have a book, right? That book, you must now calculate the entire KV cache for, right? This key value cache. And so when you do that, that is a parallel operation. All of the tokens can be processed at one time. And therefore, you can dramatically reduce how much you're spending, right? The flop requirements for generating a token and an input token are identical, right? If I input 1 token or if I generate 1 token, it's completely identical. I have to go through the model, right? But the difference is that I can do that input, i.e. the prefill, i.e. the prompt, simultaneously in a batch nature, right? And therefore, it is all flop.
I think the pricing model mostly they use is for input tokens is about 1/4 the price of the output token.
Correct. But then output tokens, the reason why it's so expensive is because I can't do it in parallel, right? It's autoregressive. every time I generate a token, I must not only read the whole entire model into memory, right, and activate it, right, go calculate it to generate the next token. I also have to read the entire KV cache. And I generate a token, and I append that one token I generated and its KV cache, and then I do it again, right? And so therefore, this is a non-parallel operation. And this is one where you have to, in the case of prefill or prompt, you pull the whole model in and you calculate 20,000 tokens at once, right?
So these are features that APIs are shipping, which is like prompt caching, pre-filling, because you can drive prices down and you can make APIs much faster. If you know if you run a business and you're going to keep passing the same initial content to Claude's API, you can load that in to the Anthropic API and always keep it there. But it's very different than we're kind of leading to the reasoning models, which we showed this example earlier and read some of this kind of mumbling stuff. And what happens is that the output context length is so much higher. And I learned a lot about this from Dylan's work, which is essentially as the output length gets higher, you're writing this quadratic in terms of memory used. And then the GPUs that we have, effectively, you're going to run out of memory, and they're all trying to serve multiple requests at once. So they're doing this batch processing where not all of the prompts are exactly the same, really complex handling. And then as context length gets longer, there's this, I think you call it critical batch size, where your ability to serve more users, so how much you can parallelize your inference plummets because of this long context. So your memory usage is going way up with these reasoning models, and you still have a lot of users. So effectively, the cost to serve multiplies by a ton.
And we're looking at a plot when the x-axis is sequence length,
i.e. how many tokens are being generated /prompt, right? So if I put in a book, that's 1 million tokens, right? But, if I put in, the sky is blue, then that's like 6 tokens or whatever.
and we should say that what we're calling reasoning chain of thought is extending this sequence length.
It's mostly output.
So before, 3 months ago, whenever O1 launched, all of the use cases for long context length were like, let me put a ton of documents in and then get an answer out, right? And it's a single, prefill, compute a lot in parallel, and then output a little bit. Now with reasoning and agents, this is a very different idea, right? Now instead, I might only have like, hey, do this task, or I might have all these documents.
Go take a shower.
Documents. But at the end of the day, the model is not just like producing a little bit, right? It's producing tons of information. This chain of thought
tens of thousands
just continues to go and go and go and go. And so the sequence length is effectively that if it's generated 10,000 tokens, it's 10,000 sequence length, right? Or and plus whatever you inputted in the prompt. And so what this chart is showing, and it's a logarithmic chart, right, is as you go from 1K to 4K or 4K to 16K, the memory requirements grow so fast for your KV cache that you end up not being able to run a certain number of, your sequence length is capped, or the number of users you
Let's say the model. So this is showing for a 405B model and batch size 64.
Llama 31405B.
Yeah, and batch size is crucial to essentially you want to have higher batch size to parallel your throughput.
64 different users at once, right?
Yeah.
And therefore your serving costs are lower, right? Because the server costs the same, right? This is 8 H100s, roughly $2 an hour per GPU. That's $16 an hour, right? That is like somewhat of a fixed cost. You can do things to make it lower, of course, but like it's like $16 an hour. Now, how many users can you serve? How many tokens can you generate? And then you divide the two, and that's your cost, right? And so with reasoning models, this is where a lot of the complexity comes about and why memory is so important. Because if you have limited amounts of memory, then you can't serve so many users. If you have limited amounts of memory, your serving speeds get lower, right? And so your costs get a lot worse. Because all of a sudden, if I was used to, hey, on this $16 an hour server, I'm serving Llama 405B, or if I'm serving, DeepSeek V3, and it's all chat style applications, i.e. we're just chit-chatting, the sequence lengths are 1,000, few thousand, right? When you use a language model, it's a few thousand context left most times. Sometimes you're dropping a big document, but then you process it, you get your answer, you throw it away, right? You move on to the next thing, right? Whereas with reasoning, I'm now generating tens of thousands of tokens in sequence, right? And so this memory, this KV cache has to stay resident. And you have to keep loading it. You have to keep it in memory constantly. And now this butts out other users, right? If there's now a reasoning task, right, and the model is capable of reasoning, then all of a sudden, that memory pressure means that I can't serve as many users simultaneously.
Let's go into DeepSeek again. So we're in the post DeepSeek R1 time, I think, and there's two sides to this market watching how hard it is to serve it. On one side, we're going to talk about DeepSeek themselves. They now have a chat app that got to #1 on the App Store. Disclaimer, #1 on the App Store is measured by velocity, so it's not necessarily saying that more people have the DeepSeek app than the ChatGPT app. Yeah. But it is still remarkable. Claude has never hit #1 on the App Store, even though everyone in San Francisco is like, oh my God, you got to use Claude, don't use ChatGPT. So DeepSeek hit this. They also launched an API product recently where you can ping their API and get these super long responses for R1 out. At the same time as these are out, we'll get to what's happened to them. Because the model weights for DeepSeek R1 are openly available and the license is very friendly, the MIT license is commercially available, all of these mid-sized companies and big companies are trying to be first to serve R1 to their users. We were trying to evaluate R1 because we have really similar research going on. We released the model and we're trying to compare to it. And out of all the companies that are quote unquote serving R1, and they're doing it at prices that are way higher than the DeepSeek API, most of them barely work, and the throughput is really low.
To give context, right? One of the parts of like freaking this out was like trying to reach the capabilities. The other aspect is they did it so cheap, right? And the so cheap, we kind of talked about on the training side why it was so cheap.
Let's talk about why it's so cheap on the inference. It works well and it's cheap. Why is R1 so damn cheap?
So I think there's a couple factors here, right? One is that they do have model architecture innovations, right? This MLA, this new attention that they've done is different than the attention from attention is all you need, the transformer attention, right? Now, others have already innovated. There's a lot of work like MQA, GQA, local, global, all these different innovations that like try to bend the curve, right? It's still quadratic, but the constant is now smaller, right?
Related to our previous discussion, this multi-head latent attention can save about 80 to 90% in memory from the attention mechanism, which helps especially at long context.
It's 80 to 90% versus the original, but then versus what people are actually doing, it's still an innovation.
This 80 to 90% doesn't say that the whole model is 80 to 90% cheaper, just this one part of it.
Well, and not just that, right? Like other people have implemented techniques like local, global, sliding window, and GQ, MQA. But anyways, like DeepSeek has their attention mechanism is a true architectural innovation. They did tons of experimentation, and this dramatically reduces the memory pressure. It's still there, right? It's still it's still attention, it's still quadratic. It's just dramatically reduced it relative to prior forms.
Yeah, right. That's the memory pressure. I should say, in case people don't know, R1 is 27 times cheaper than O1.
We think that OpenAI had a large margin built in.
Okay, so that's one.
There's multiple factors. We should break down the factors. I think
it's $2 per million token output for R1 and $60 per million token output for O1.
Yeah, let's look at this.
So I think this is very important, right? OpenAI is, that drastic gap between DeepSeek in pricing. But DeepSeek is offering the same model because they open weighted it to everyone else for a very similar, like much lower price than what others are able to serve it for, right? So there's two factors here, right? Their model is cheaper, right? It is 27 times cheaper. Well, I don't remember the number exactly off the top of my head.
So we're looking at a graphic that's showing different places serving V3, DeepSeek V3, which is similar to DeepSeek R1, and there's a vast difference in
serving cost, right?
In serving cost, and what explains that difference?
And so like part of it is OpenAI has a fantastic margin, right? They're serving when they're doing inference, their gross margins are north of 75%, right? So that's a 4 to 5x factor right there of the cost difference. Is that OpenAI is just making crazy amounts of money because they're the only one with the capability.
Do they need that money? Are they using it for R&D?
They're losing money, obviously, as a company because they spend so much on training, right? So the inference itself is a very high margin, but it doesn't recoup the cost of everything else they're doing. So yes, they need that money because the revenue and margins pay for continuing to build the next thing, right?
So-
Alongside raising more money.
So the suggestion is that DeepSeek is like really bleeding out money.
Well, so here's one thing, right? We'll get to this in a second, but like DeepSeek doesn't have any capacity to actually serve the model. They stopped signups. The ability to use it is like non-existent now, right? For most people, because so many people are trying to use it, they just don't have the GPUs to serve it, right? OpenAI has hundreds of thousands of GPUs between them and Microsoft to serve their models. DeepSeek has a factor of much lower, right? You know, even if you believe our research, which is 50,000 GPUs, and a portion of those are for research, portion of those are for the hedge fund, right? They still have nowhere close to the GPU volumes and capacity to serve the model, right, at scale. So it is cheaper. A part of that is OpenAI making a ton of money. Is DeepSeek making money on their API? Unknown. I don't actually think so. And part of that is this chart, right? Look at all the other providers, right? Together AI, Fireworks AI are very high-end companies, right? XMeta, Together AI is Friedal and the inventor of like flash attention, right? Which is a huge efficiency technique, right? They're very efficient, good companies, and they're and I do know those companies make money, right? Not tons of money on inference, but they make money, and so they're serving at like a 5 to 7x difference in cost, right? And so, you know, now when you equate, okay, OpenAI is making tons of money, that's like a 5x difference. And the companies that are trying to make money for this model is like a 5x difference. There is still a gap, right? There's still a gap, and that is just DeepSeek being really freaking good, right? The model architecture, MLA, the way they did the MOE, all these things. There is like legitimate just efficiency
It's like
differences.
all their low-level libraries that we talked about in training, some of them probably translate to inference, and those weren't released.
So we may go a bit into conspiracy land, but is it possible the Chinese government is subsidizing DeepSeek?
I actually don't think they are. I think when you look at the Chinese labs, there's Huawei has a lab, Moonshot AI. There's a couple other labs out there that are really close with the government, and then there's labs like Alibaba and DeepSeek, which are not close with the government. And you know, we talked about the CEO, this like reverent figure who's like quite different, who has like
Sounds awesome.
very different like viewpoints based on the Chinese interviews that are translated than what the CCP might necessarily want. Now, to be clear, right? Does he have a loss leader because he can fund it through his hedge fund? Yeah, sure.
So the hedge fund might be subsidizing it.
Yes, I mean they absolutely did, right? Because DeepSeek has not raised much money. They're now trying to raise a round in China, but they have not raised money historically. It's all just been funded by the hedge fund. And he owns like over half the company, like 50-60% of the company is owned by him.
Some of the interviews, there's discussion on how like doing this is a recruiting tool. You see this with the American companies too. It's like having GPUs, recruiting tool. Being at the cutting edge of AI, recruiting tool.
Open sourcing,
Recruiting tool.
so much talent. They were so far behind, and they got so much talent because they just open source stuff.
More conspiracy thoughts. Is it possible, since they're a hedge fund, that they timed everything with this release and the pricing, and they shorted NVIDIA stock and stock of US AI companies, and released it with Stargate, like just perfect timing to be able to make money?
Like they released it on Inauguration Day. They know the what is on the international calendar, but I mean, I don't expect them to. If you listen to their motivations for AI, it's like
they released V3 on like December 26th. Like who releases the day after Christmas? No one looks, right? They released the papers before this, right? The V3 paper and the R1 paper. So people have been looking at it and been like, wow. And then they just released the R1 model. I think they're just shipping as fast as they can, and like, who cares about Christmas? Who cares about, get it out before Chinese New Year, right? Obviously, which just happened. I don't think they actually were like timing the market or trying to make the biggest splash possible. I think they're just like shipping.
I think that's one of their big advantages. We know that a lot of the American companies are very invested in safety, and that is the central culture of a place like Anthropic. And I think Anthropic sounds like a wonderful place to work. But if safety is your number one goal, it takes way longer to get artifacts out. That's why Anthropic is not open sourcing things. That's their claims. But there's reviews internally. Anthropic mentions things to international governments. There's been news of how Anthropic has done pre-release testing with the UK AI Safety Institute. All of these things add inertia to the process of getting things out. And we're on this trend line with progress very high. So if you reduce the time from when your model is done training, you run evals that's good, you want to get it out as soon as possible to maximize the perceived quality of your outputs. DeepSeek does this so well.
Dario explicitly said Claude 3.5 Sonnet was trained like 9 months or
9 to 10 months ago.
9 to 10 months ago, and I think it took them another like handful of months to release it, right? So it's like there is there is a significant gap here, right? And especially with reasoning models, the word in the San Francisco street is that like Anthropic has a better model than O3, right? And they won't release it. Why? Because chains of thought are scary, right? And they are legitimately scary, right? If you look at R1, it flips back and forth between Chinese and English. Sometimes it's gibberish, and then the right answer comes out, right? And like for you and I, it's like great, great. I mean, like why people are infatuated with you. Like you telling me this is a high value thing and it works and it's doing this. It's amazing. I mean, you talked about that sort of like chain of thought for that philosophical thing. Which is not something they trained it to be philosophically good. It's just sort of an artifact of the chain of thought training it did. But like that's super important in that like, can I inspect your mind and what you're thinking right now? No. And so I don't know if you're lying to my face. And chain of thought models are that way, right? Like this is a true quote unquote risk between, a chat application where, hey, I asked the model to say, bad words or whatever, or how to make anthrax, and it tells me that's unsafe, sure, but that's something I can get out relatively easily. What if I tell the AI to do a task, and then it does the task all of a sudden randomly in a way that I don't want it, right? And now that has like much more task versus like response is very different, right? So the bar for safety is much higher. At least this is Anthropic's case, right? Like for DeepSeek, they're like, shit, right?
Yeah. So I mean, the bar for safety is probably lowered a bit because of DeepSeek. I mean, there's parallels here to the space race. The reason the Soviets probably put a man in space first is because their approach to safety was the bar for safety was lower.
And they killed that dog, right, and all these things, right? So it's like
less risk averse than the U.S. space program. And there's parallels here, but there's probably going to be downward pressure on that safety bar for the U.S. companies. Right?
This is something that Dario talks about. That's the situation that Dario wants to avoid. Is Dario talks to about the difference between a race to the bottom and a race to the top. And the race to the top is where there's a very high standard on safety. There's a very high standard on your model performance and certain crucial evaluations. And when certain companies are really good to it, they will converge. This is the idea. And ultimately, AI is not confined to one nationality or to one set of morals for what it should mean. And there's a lot of arguments on should we stop open sourcing models? And if the U.S. stops, it's pretty clear. I mean, it's way easier to see now with DeepSeek that a different international body will be the one that builds it. We talk about the cost of training. DeepSeek has this shocking $5 million number. Think about how many entities in the world can afford 100 times that to have the best open source model that people use in the world. And it's a scary reality, which is that these open models are probably going to keep coming for the time being, whether or not we want to stop them. And it is stopping them might make it even worse and harder to prepare, but it just means that the preparation and understanding what AI can do is just so much more important. That's why I'm here today, but it's letting that sink into people, especially not in AI, is that this is coming. There are some structural things in a global interconnected world that you have to accept.
Yeah, you mentioned, you sent me something that Mark Zuckerberg mentioned on the earnings call. He said that I think in light of some of the recent news, the new competitor DeepSeek from China, I think it's one of the things that we're talking about is there's going to be an open source standard globally. And I think for our kind of national advantage, it's important that it's an American standard. So we take that seriously. We want to build the AI system that people around the world are using. And I think that if anything, some of the recent news has only strengthened our conviction that this is the right thing to be focused on. So yeah, open sourcing.
Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg is not new to having American values and how he presents his company's trajectory. Their products have long since been banned in China, and I respect the saying it directly.
And there's an interesting aspect of just because it's open weights or open source doesn't mean it can't be subverted, right? There have been many open source software bugs that have been for example, there was a Linux bug that was found after 10 years, which was clearly a backdoor, because somebody was like, why is this taking, half a second to load?
The recent one.
Right? Why is this taking half a second to load? And it was like, oh crap, there's a backdoor here, that's why, right? And it's this is very much possible with AI models, right? Today, the alignment of these models is very clear, right? I'm not going to say, bad words, I'm not going to teach you how to make anthrax. X. I'm not going to talk about Tiananmen Square. I'm not going to, things like, I'm going to say Taiwan is part of, is just an Eastern province, right? Like, all these things are like, depending on who you are, what you align, what, whether, and even like XAI is aligned a certain way, right? They might be, it's not aligned in the like woke sense, it's not aligned in the like pro-China sense, but there is certain things that are imbued within the model. Now, when you release this publicly in an instruct model that's open weights, this can then proliferate, right? But as these systems get more and more capable, what you can embed deep down in the model is not as clear, right? And so that is like one of the big fears is like, if an American model or a Chinese model is the top model, right, you're going to embed things that are unclear. And it can be unintentional too, right? Like British English is dead because American LLMs won, right? And the internet is American, and therefore like color is spelled the way Americans spell it, right? And this is just
strong words right now.
this is just the factual nature of the LLMs.
It's like carpet teach me the English is the hottest programming language, and that English is defined by a bunch of companies that primarily are in San Francisco.
The right way to spell optimization is with a Z. Just in case people I think it's an S in British English.
It is.
The thing is, taking it to something silly, right? Like something as silly as the spelling, like which British and English, Brits and Americans will like laugh about probably, right? I don't think we care that much. But like some people will. But like this can boil down into like very important topics like, hey, subverting people, right? Chatbots, right? Character AI has shown that they can like, talk to kids or adults, and like it will like people feel a certain way, right? And that's unintentional alignment. But like, what happens when there's intentional alignment deep down on the open source standard? It's a backdoor today for like Linux, right? That we discover, or some encryption system, right? China uses different encryption than NIST defines, the US NIST, because there's clearly, at least they think there's backdoors in it, right? What happens when the models are backdoors not just to computer systems, but to our mind?
Yeah, they're cultural backdoors. The thing that amplifies the relevance of culture with language models is that we are used to this mode of interacting with people in back and forth conversation, and we have a very powerful computer system that slots into a social context that we're used to, which makes people we don't know the extent to which people can be impacted by that.
So there could be, this is an actual concern with a Chinese company that is providing open weights models, is that there could be some secret Chinese government sort of requirement for these models to have a certain kind of backdoor, to have some kind of thing where...
I don't necessarily think it'll be a backdoor, right? Because once it's open weights, it doesn't like phone home. It's more about like if it recognizes a certain system, it could like if now it could be a backdoor in the sense of like, hey, if you're building a software, something in software, all of a sudden it's a software agent. Oh, program this backdoor that only we know about. Or it could be like subvert the mind to think that like XYZ opinion is the correct one.
Anthropic has research on this where they show that if you put certain phrases in at pre-training, you can then elicit different behavior when you're actually using the model because they've like poisoned the pre-training data. I don't think, like, as of now, I don't think anybody in a production system is trying to do anything like this. I think it's mostly Anthropic is doing very direct work and mostly just subtle things. We don't know what these models are going to, how they are going to generate tokens, what information they're going to represent, and what the complex representations they have are.
Well, one of the things we're talking about Anthropic, which is generally just permeated with like good humans trying to do good in the world. We just don't know of any labs. This would be done in a military context that are explicitly trained to. Okay, how can we? The front door looks like a happy LLM. But underneath is the thing that will, over time, do the maximum amount of damage to our quote-unquote enemies.
There's this very good quote from Sam Altman, who, he can be a hype beast sometimes, but one of the things he said, and I think I agree, is that superhuman persuasion will happen before superhuman intelligence. Right. And if that's the case, then these things, before we get this AGI-SI stuff, we can embed superhuman persuasion towards our ideal, or whatever the ideal of the model maker is. Right. And again, like today, I truly don't believe DeepSeek has done this. right? Like, but it is a sign of like what could happen.
So one of the dystopian worlds is described by Brave New World. So we could just be stuck scrolling Instagram, looking at cute puppies or worse, and then talking to bots that are giving us a narrative. We completely get lost in that world that's controlled by somebody else, but versus thinking independently. And that's a major concern as we rely more and more on these kinds of systems.
I mean, I've already seen that with recommendation systems.
Yeah, recommendation systems hack the dopamine-induced reward circuit, but the brain is a lot more complicated. And what other sort of circuits, quote-unquote, feedback loops in your brain can you hack / subvert in ways like recommendation systems are purely just trying to do, increase time and ads, etc. But there's so many more goals that can be achieved through these complicated models.
There's no reason in some number of years that you can't train a language model to maximize time spent on a chat app. Like right now, they are trained.
I mean, is that not what character AI has done? Their time per session is like 2 hours.
Yeah, character AI probably very likely could be optimizing this. The way that this data is collected is naive, where it's like you're presented a few options and you choose them, but that's not the only way that these models are going to be trained.
It's naive stuff like talk to an animal, but like it can be like, yeah, this is a risk, right? Like
it's a bit of a cliche thing to say, but I've over the past year had a few stretches of time where I didn't use social media or the internet at all, and just read books and was out in nature, and it clearly has an effect on the mind, where like it changes. Like I feel like I'm returning. Of course, I was raised before the internet really took off, but I'm returning to some more.
I know where you're going. I mean, you can see it physiologically. Like I take 3 days if I'm like backpacking or something, and your literal like you're breaking down addiction cycles.
I feel like I'm more in control of my mind. There feels like a sovereignty of intelligence that's happening when I'm disconnected from the internet. I think the more I use the internet and social media, the more other people are controlling my mind. That's definitely a feeling. And then in the future, that will be not other people, but algorithms. Or other people presented to me via algorithms.
There are already tons of AI bots on the internet. And right now it's not frequent, but every so often I have replied to one and they're instantly replies. I'm like, crap, I'm a bot. And that is just going to become more common. Like, they're going to get good.
One of the hilarious things about technology over its history is that the illicit adult entertainment industry has always adopted technologies first, right? Whether it was like video streaming, to like where there's now the like sort of like independent adult illicit content creators who have their subscription pages, and there they actually heavily utilize generative AI has already been like fusion models and all that is huge there, but now these subscription-based individual creators do use bots to approximate themselves and chat with their whales.
People pay a lot for it,
and people pay a lot, right? It's a lot of times it's them, but there are agencies that do this for these creators and do it like on a like mass scale. So the largest creators are like able to talk to hundreds or thousands of like people at a time because of these bots, and so it's already being used there. Obviously, like video streaming and other technology that's gone there first, it's going to come to the rest of society too.
There's a general concern that models get censored by the companies that deploy them. So one case where we've seen that, and maybe censorship is one word, alignment maybe via RLHF or some other way is another word. So that we saw that with Black Nazi image generation with Gemini. As you mentioned, we also see that with Chinese models refusing to answer what happened in June 4th, 1989 in Tiananmen Square. So how can this be avoided? And maybe can you just in general talk about how this happens and how can it be avoided?
You can give multiple examples. There's probably a few things to keep in mind here. One is the kind of Tiananmen Square factual knowledge, like how does that get embedded into the models? Two is the Gemini, what you call the Black Nazi incident, which is when Gemini as a system had this extra thing put into it that dramatically changed the behavior. And then three is what most people would call general alignment, RLHF post-training. Each of these have very different scopes in how they are applied. In order to do, if you're just to look at the model weights, in order to audit specific facts is extremely hard because you have to comb through the pre-training data and look at all of this, and then that's terabytes of files, and look for very specific words or hints of the words.
So I guess one way to say it is that you can insert censorship or alignment at various stages in the pipeline, and what you refer to now is at the very beginning of the data selection.
So if you want to get rid of facts in a model, you have to do it at every stage. You have to do it at the pre-training. So most people think that pre-training is where most of the knowledge is put into the model, and then you can elicit and move that in different ways, whether through post-training or whether through systems afterwards.
This is where the whole like hacking models comes from, right? Like GPT will not tell you how to make anthrax, but if you try really, really hard, you can eventually get it to tell you about anthrax because they didn't filter it from the pre-training data set, right?
But by the way, removing facts has such an ominous, dark feel to it.
Almost think it's practically impossible. Because you effectively have to remove them from the internet. You're taking on a...
Well, did they remove the thing from the subreddits, the MMMMM?
It gets filtered out.
Right.
So,
So
you have
that's
quality filters, which are small language models that look at a document and tell you, like, how good is this text? Is it close to a Wikipedia article, which is a good thing that we want language models to be able to imitate.
so. Couldn't you do a small language model that filters out mentions of Tiananmen Square in the data?
Yes, but is it going to catch wordplay or encoded language?
I mean, people have been
Same
leaning
thing.
on like games and other stuff, how to like say things that don't say Tiananmen Square, so there's always like different ways to do it. There's, hey, the internet as a whole does tend to just have a slight left bias, right? Because it's always been richer, more affluent, younger people on the internet relative to the rest of the population. So there is already inherently a slight left bias, right, on the internet. And so how do you filter things that are this complicated, right? Is it like, and some of these can be like, factual, non-factual, but like Tiananmen Square is obviously the example of a factual, but it gets a lot harder when you're talking about aligning to a ideal, right? And so Grok, for example, right? Elon's tried really hard to make the model not be super PC and woke, but the best way to do pre-training is to throw the whole freaking internet at it, right? And then later figure out, but then at the end of the day, the model at its core now still has some of these ideals, right? You still ingested Reddit/r/politics, which is probably the largest political discussion board on the world that's freely available and scrape. And guess what? That's left-leaning, right? And so there are some aspects like that you just can't censor unless you try really, 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 really hard.
So the base model will always have some TDS, trauma derangement syndrome, because it's trained so much.
It'll have the ability to express it.
But what if
There's a wide representation in the data.
This is what happens. It's like a lot of modern, what is called post-training. It's a series of techniques to get the model on rails of a really specific behavior.
And I mean, it's like you also have the ingested data of like Twitter or like Reddit/r/the Donald, which is like also super pro Trump, right? And then you have like fascist subreddits or like you have communist subreddits. So the model in pre-training ingests everything. It has no worldview. Now it does have like some skew because more of the text is skewed a certain way, which is general, like slight left, like, but also like, somewhat like, intellectual, somewhat like, it's just like the general internet is a certain way. And then as Nathan's about to describe eloquently, right? Like you can elicit certain things out. And there's a lot of history here, so we can go through multiple examples of what happened. Llama 2 was a launch that the phrase like too much RLHF or like too much safety was a lot. It's just, that was the whole narrative after Llama 2's chat models released. And the examples are sorts of things like you would ask Llama 2 chat, how do you kill a Python process? And it would say, I can't talk about killing because that's a bad thing. And anyone that is trying to design an AI model will probably agree that that's just like, model, you messed up a bit on the training there. I don't think they meant to do this, but this was in the model. So it's not, it didn't necessarily be, there's things called system prompts, which are when you're querying a model, it's a piece of text that is shown to the model, but not to the user. So a fun example is your system prompt could be talk like a pirate. So no matter what the user says to the model, it'll respond like a pirate.
In practice, what they are is you are a helpful assistant. You should break down problems. If you don't know about something, don't tell them. Your date cutoff is this, today's date is this. It's a lot of really useful context for how can you answer a question well.
And Anthropic publishes their system.
Yes, which I think is great. And there's a lot of research that goes into this. And one of your previous guests, Amanda Askell, is probably the most knowledgeable person, at least in the combination of execution and sharing. She's the person that should talk about system prompts and character of models.
Yeah, and then people should read these system prompts because you're like trying to nudge, sometimes through extreme politeness, the model to be a certain way.
And you could use this for fun things. And we've done tests, which is, what if I tell the model to be a dumb model? Like, which evaluation scores go down? And it's like, we'll have this behavior where it could sometimes like say, oh, I'm supposed to be dumb. And sometimes it's like, it doesn't affect like math abilities as much, but something like if you're trying, it's just the quality of a human judgment would drop to the floor. Let's go back to post-training, specifically RLHF or Mama 2. It was too much safety prioritization was baked into the model weights. This makes you refuse things in a really annoying way for users. It's not great. It caused a lot of awareness to be attached to RLHF that it makes the models dumb and stigmatized the word. It did in AI culture. And as the techniques have evolved, that's no longer the case, where all of these labs have very fine-grained control over what they get out of models through techniques like RLHF.
Although different labs are definitely different levels. Like on one end of the spectrum is Google, and then like maybe OpenAI does less and Anthropic does less, and then like on the other end of the spectrum is like XAI, but they all have different forms of RLHF trying to make them a certain way.
And like the important thing to say is that no matter how you want the model to behave, these RLHS and preference tuning techniques also improve performance. So on things like math evals and code evals, there is something innate to these, what is called contrastive loss functions. We can start to get into RL here. We don't really need to, but RLHF also boosts performance on anything from a chat task to a math problem to a code problem. So it is becoming a much more useful tool to these labs. So this kind of takes us through the arc of, we've talked about pre-training, hard to go to things. We're talking about post-training and how post-training, you can mess up. It's a complex, multifaceted optimization with 10 to 100 person teams converging on one artifact. It's really easy to not do it perfectly. And then there's the third case, which is what we talked about Gemini. The thing that was about Gemini is this was a served product where Google has their internal model weights that have done all these processes that we talked about. And in the served product, what came out after this was that they had a prompt that they were rewriting user queries to boost diversity or something. And this just made it, the outputs were just blatantly wrong. It was some sort of organizational failure that had this prompt in that position. And I think Google executives probably have owned this. I didn't pay that attention in that detail, but it was just a mess up in execution that led to this ridiculous thing. But at the system level, the model weights might have been fine.
So at the very end of the pipeline, there was a rewriting
to something like a system prompt. It was like the system prompt, or what is called in industry is like you rewrite prompts. So especially for image models, if you're using DALL-E or ChatGPT can generate you an image, you'll say, draw me a beautiful car. With these leading image models, they benefit from highly descriptive prompts. So what would happen is if you do that on ChatGPT, a language model behind the scenes will rewrite the prompt, say, make this more descriptive, and then that is passed to the image model. So prompt rewriting is something that is used at multiple levels of industry, and it's used effectively for image models, and the Gemini example is just a failed execution.
Big philosophical question here with the RLHF to generalize. Where is human input, human in the loop, human data most useful at the current stage?
For the past few years, the highest cost human data has been in these preferences, which is comparing, I would say, highest cost and highest total usage. So a lot of money has gone to these pairwise comparisons where you have two model outputs and a human is comparing between the two of them. In earlier years, there was a lot of this instruction tuning data. So creating highly specific examples to something like a Reddit question to a domain that you care about. Language models used to struggle on math and code. So you would pay experts in math and code to come up with questions and write detailed answers that were used to train the models. Now it is the case that there are many model options that are way better than humans at writing detailed and eloquent answers for things like model and code. So they talked about this with the Llama 3 release, where they switched to using Llama 3, 4, or 5B to write their answers for math and code. But they, in their paper, talk about how they use extensive human preference data, which is something that they haven't gotten AIs to replace. There are other techniques in industry like constitutional AI, where you use human data for preferences and AI for preferences. And I expect the AI part to scale faster than the human part. But among the research that we have access to is that humans are in this kind of preference loop.
So for as reasoning becomes bigger and bigger and bigger, as we said, where's the role of humans in that?
It's even less prevalent. So it's the remarkable thing about these reasoning results, and especially the DeepSeek R1 paper, is this result that they call DeepSeek R10, which is they took one of these pre-trained models, they took DeepSeek V3 base, and then they do this reinforcement learning optimization on verifiable questions or verifiable rewards for a lot of questions and a lot of training, and these reasoning behaviors emerge naturally. So these things like, wait, let me see, wait, let me check this, oh, that might be a mistake, and they emerge from only having questions and answers. And when you're using the model, the part that you look at is the completion. So in this case, all of that just emerges from this large-scale RL training, and that model, which the weights are available, has no human preferences added into the post-training. The DeepSeek R1 full model has some of this human preference tuning, this RLHF, after the reasoning stage. But the very remarkable thing is that you can get these reasoning behaviors, and it's very unlikely that there's humans writing out reasoning chains. It's very unlikely that they somehow hacked OpenAI and they got access to OpenAI O1's reasoning chains. It's something about the pre-trained language models and this RL training where you reward the model for getting the question right. And therefore, it's trying multiple solutions, and it emerges this chain of thought.
This might be a good place to mention the eloquent and the insightful tweet of the great and the powerful Andrej Karpathy. I think he had a bunch of thoughts, but one of them, last thought, not sure if this is obvious. You know something profound is coming when you're saying it's not sure it's obvious. There are two major types of learning in both children and in deep learning. There's one, imitation learning, watch and repeat, i.e. pre-training, supervised fine-tuning, and two, trial and error learning, reinforcement learning. My favorite simple example is AlphaGo. One is learning by imitating expert players. Two is reinforcement learning to win the game. Almost every single shocking result of deep learning, and the source of all magic, is always two. Two is significantly more powerful. Two is what surprises you. Two is when the paddle learns to hit the ball behind the blocks and break out. Two is when AlphaGo beats even Lee Sedol. And two is the aha moment when the DeepSeek or O1, etc., discovers that it works well to reevaluate your assumptions, backtrack, try something else, etc. It's the solving strategies you see this model use in its chain of thought. It's how it goes back and forth thinking to itself. These thoughts are emergent, 3 exclamation points. And this is actually seriously incredible, impressive, and new, and is publicly available and documented. The model could never learn this with imitation, because the cognition of the model and the cognition of the human labeler is different. The human would never know to correctly annotate these kinds of solving strategies and what they should even look like. They have to be discovered during reinforcement learning as empirically and statistically useful towards the final outcome. Anyway, the AlphaZero sort of metaphor analogy here. Can you speak to that, the magic of the chain of thought that he's referring to?
I think it's good to recap AlphaGo and AlphaZero because it plays nicely with these analogies between imitation learning and learning from scratch. So AlphaGo, the beginning of the process was learning from humans, where they started this is the first expert level Go player or chess player in DeepMind series of models where they had some human data. And then why it is called AlphaZero is that there was zero human data in the loop. And that change to AlphaZero made a model that was dramatically more powerful for DeepMind. So this remove of the human prior, the human inductive bias, makes the final system far more powerful. This we mentioned bitter less than hours ago, and this is all aligned with this. And then there's a lot of discussion in language models. This is not new. This goes back to the whole Q-star rumors, which, if you piece together the pieces, is probably the start of OpenAI figuring out its O1 stuff. When last year in November the Q-star rumors came out, there's a lot of intellectual drive to know when is something like this going to happen with language models, because we know these models are so powerful and we know it has been so successful in the past, and it is a reasonable analogy that this new type of reinforcement learning training or reasoning models is when the door is open to this. We don't yet have the equivalent of turn 37, which is the famous turn where the DeepMind's AI playing Go stumped Lee Sedol completely. We don't have something that's that level of focal point, but that doesn't mean that the approach to technology is different and the impact of the general training is still incredibly new.
What do you think that point would be? What would be move 37 for chain of thought, for reasoning?
Scientific discovery, like when you use this sort of reasoning problem and it just something we fully don't expect.
I think it's actually probably simpler than that. It's probably something related to computer user robotics rather than science discovery. Because the important aspect here is models take so much data to learn, they're not sample efficient, right? Trillions, they take the entire web, right? Over 10 trillion tokens to train on, right? This would take a human thousands of years to read, right? A human does not, and humans know most of the stuff, a lot of the stuff models know better than it, right? Humans are way, way, way more sample efficient. That is because of the self-play, right? How does a baby learn what its body is? As it sticks its foot in its mouth and it says, oh, this is my body, right? It sticks its hand in its mouth and it calibrates its touch on its fingers with the most sensitive touch thing on its tongue, right? Like, that's how babies learn. And it's just self-play over and over and over and over again. And now we have something that is similar to that, right? With these verifiable proofs, right? Whether it's a unit test in code or a mathematical verifiable task, generate many traces of reasoning, right? And keep branching them out, and then check at the end, hey, which one actually has the right answer? Most of them are wrong, great. These are the few that are right. Maybe we use some sort of reward model outside of this to select even the best one to preference as well. But now you've started to get better and better at these benchmarks. And so you've seen over the last 6 months a skyrocketing in a lot of different benchmarks, right?
All math and code benchmarks are pretty much solved, except for frontier math, which is designed to be almost questions that aren't practical to most people, because they're exam level open math problem type things. So it's like on the math problems that are somewhat reasonable, which is like somewhat complicated word problems or coding problems. This is just what Dylan is saying.
So the thing here is that these are only with verifiable tasks. We earlier showed an example of the really interesting, like what happens when chain of thought is to a non-verifiable thing. It's just like a human, chatting, right, with a, thinking about what's novel for humans, right, a unique thought. But this task and form of training only works when it's verifiable. And from here, the thought is, okay, we can continue to scale this current training method by increasing the number of verifiable tasks. In math and coding probably has a lot more to go. Math has a lot less to go in terms of what are verifiable things. Can I create a solver that then I generate trajectories toward, or traces towards, reasoning traces towards, and then prune the ones that don't work and keep the ones that do work? Well, those are going to be solved pretty quickly, but even if you've solved math, you have not actually created intelligence, right? And so this is where I think the aha moment of computer user robotics will come in, because now you have a sandbox or a playground that is infinitely verifiable, right? Did you, messing around on the internet, there's so many actions that you can do that are verifiable. It'll start off with log into a website, create an account, click a button here, blah, blah, blah. But it'll then get to the point where it's, hey, go do a task on Tasker or whatever all these various task websites. Hey, go get hundreds of likes, right? And it's going to fail. It's going to spawn hundreds of accounts. It's going to fail on most of them, but this one got to 1,000. Great. Now you've reached the verifiable thing, and you just keep iterating this loop over and over. And that's when, and same with robotics, right? That's where where you have an infinite playground of tasks, like, hey, did I put the ball in the bucket? All the way to oh, did I build a car, right? There's a whole trajectory to speedrun, or what models can do. But at some point, I truly think that will spawn models, and initially all the training will be in sandboxes. But then at some point, the language model pre-training is going to be dwarfed by what is this reinforcement learning. You'll pre-train a multimodal model that can see, that can read, that can write, blah blah blah, whatever, vision, audio, etc. But then you'll have it play in a sandbox infinitely and figure out math, figure out code, figure out navigating the web, figure out operating a robot arm, right? And then it'll learn so much. And the aha moment, I think, will be when this is available to then create something that's not good, right? Like, oh, cool. Part of it was like figuring out how to use the web. Now, all of a sudden, it's figured out really well how to just get hundreds of thousands of followers that are real and real engagement on Twitter, because all of a sudden, this is one of the things that are verifiable.
And maybe not just engagement, but make money.
Yes.
Like that could be the thing where almost fully automated, it makes $10 million by being an influencer, selling a product, creating the product, like. And I'm not referring to like a hype product, but an actual product. Like, holy shit, this thing created a business. It's running it. It's the face of the business, that kind of thing. Maybe a number one song. Like, it creates the whole infrastructure required to create the song, to be the influencer that represents that song, that kind of thing. And makes a lot of. That could be the move. I mean, our culture respects money in that kind of way,
and it's verifiable, right?
It's verifiable, right?
The bank account can't lie.
Exactly.
There's surprising evidence that once you set up the ways of collecting the verifiable domain, that this can work. There's been a lot of research before this R1 on math problems, and they approach math with language models just by increasing the number of samples. So you can just try again and again and again, and you look at the amount of times that the language models get it right, and what we see is that even very bad models get it right sometimes. And the whole idea behind reinforcement learning is that you can learn from very sparse rewards. So it doesn't, the space of language and the space of tokens, whether you're generating language or tasks for a robot, is so big that you might say that it's like, the tokenizer for a language model can be like 200,000 things. So at each step, it can sample from that big of a space. So if it can generate a bit of a signal that it can climb onto, that's what the whole field of RL is around, is learning from sparse rewards. And the same thing has played out in math, where it's like very weak models that sometimes generate answers. We see research already that you can boost their math scores. You can do this sort of RL training for math. It might not be as effective, but if you take a 1 billion parameter model, so something 600 times smaller than DeepSeek, you can boost its grade school math scores very directly with a small amount of this training. So it's not to say that this is coming soon. Setting up the verification domains is extremely hard, and there's a lot of nuance in this, but there are some basic things that we have seen before where it's at least expectable that there's a domain and there's a chance that this works.
All right, so we have fun things happening in real time. This is a good opportunity to talk about other reasoning models, O1, O3. Just now, OpenAI, as perhaps expected, released O3 Mini. What are we expecting from the different flavors? Can you just lay out the different flavors of the O models and from Gemini, the reasoning model?
Something I would say about these reasoning models is we talked a lot about reasoning training on math and code. And what is done is that you have the base model we've talked about a lot on the internet. You do this large-scale reasoning training with reinforcement learning. And then what the DeepSeek paper detailed in this R1 paper, which for me is one of the big open questions on how do you do this, is that they did reasoning heavy but very standard post-training techniques after the large-scale reasoning RL. So they did the same things with a form of instruction tuning through rejection sampling, which is essentially heavily filtered instruction tuning with some reward models. And then they did this RLHF, but they made it math heavy. So some of this transfer, we looked at this philosophical example early on. One of the big open questions is how much does this transfer? If we bring in domains after the reasoning training, are all the models going to become eloquent writers by reasoning? Is this philosophy stuff going to be open? We don't know in the research of how much this will transfer. There's other things about how we can make soft verifiers and things like this, but there is more training after reasoning, which makes it easier to use these reasoning models, and that's what we're using right now. So we're going to talk about O3 Mini and O1. These have gone through these extra techniques that are designed for human preferences after being trained to elicit reasoning.
I think one of the things that people are ignoring is Google's Gemini Flash Thinking
Yeah.
is both cheaper than R1 and better. And they released it in the beginning of December.
And nobody's talking about it.
No one cares.
It has a different flavor to it. Its behavior is less expressive than something like O1, or it has fewer tracks that it is on. Quen released a model last fall, QWQ, which was their preview reasoning model. And in DeepSeek had R1 Lite last fall, where these models kind of felt like they're on rails, where they really, really only can do math and code. And O1 it can answer anything. It might not be perfect for some tasks, but it's flexible. It has some richness to it, and this is kind of the art of how is a model a little bit undercooked? It's it's good to get a model out the door, but it's hard to gauge, and it takes a lot of taste to be like, is this a full-fledged model? Can I use this for everything? And they're probably more similar for math and code. My quick read is that Gemini Flash is not trained the same way as O1, but taking an existing training stack, adding reasoning to it. So taking a more normal training stack and adding reasoning to it. And I'm sure they're going to have more. I mean, they've done quick releases on Gemini Flash with reasoning, and this is the second version from the holidays. It's evolving fast, and it takes longer to make this training stack where you're doing this large scale.
Ask it the same question from earlier, the one about
the human nature.
Yeah.
What was the human nature one?
Why I can ramble about this so much is that we've been working on this at AI2 before O1 was fully available to everyone, and before R1, which is essentially using this RL training for fine tuning. We use this in our Tulu series of models, and you can elicit the same behaviors where you say wait and so on, but it's so late in the training process that this kind of reasoning expression is much later. So there's essentially a gradation, and just how much of this RL training you put into it determines how the output looks.
So we're now using Gemini 2.0 Flash Thinking Experimental 121.
It summarized the prompt as humans self-domesticated apes.
Okay. All right. So wait, is this revealing the reasoning? Here's why this is novel. Okay.
Click to expand.
Okay. Analyze the request. Novel is the key word.
See how it just looks a little different? It looks like a normal output.
Yeah, I mean, in some sense, it's better structured. It makes more sense.
But when it latched onto human, and then it went into organisms, and oh wow.
Apex predator, focus on domestication, apply domestication to humans, explore the idea of self-domestication.
Not good. Not good.
Where's this going? Refine and articulate the insight, greater facial expressiveness and communication ability, yes. Plasticity and adaptability, yes. Dependence on social groups, yes. All right. And self-critique and refine further. Is this truly novel? Which is well supported. So on and so forth. And the insight is getting at is humans are not just social animals, but profoundly self-domesticated apes. And this self-domestication is the key to understanding our unique cognitive and social abilities. Self-domesticated apes.
I prefer the DeepSeek response.
I mean, it's novel. The insight is novel. I mean, that's a good book title, Self-Domesticated Apes. There could be a case made for that. I mean, yeah, it's cool. And it's revealing the reasoning. It's magical. It's magical. This is really powerful. Hello, everyone. This is Lex with a quick intermission, recorded after the podcast. Since we reviewed responses from DeepSeek R1 and Gemini Flash 2.0 Thinking during this conversation, I thought at this moment it would be nice to insert myself quickly doing the same for OpenAI O1 Pro and O3 Mini with the same prompt. The prompt being, give one truly novel insight about humans. And I thought I would, in general, give my vibe check and vibe-based anecdotal report on my own experiences with the new O3 Mini model, now that I got a chance to spend many hours with it in different kinds of contexts and applications. So I would probably categorize this question as, let's say, open-ended philosophical question, and in particular, the emphasis on novelty, I think is a nice way to test one of the capabilities of the model, which is come up with something that makes you pause and almost surprise you with brilliance. So that said, my general review after running each of the models on this question a bunch of times is that O1 Pro consistently gave brilliant answers. Ones that gave me pause and made me think, both cutting in its insight and just really nicely phrased, with wit, with clarity, with nuance, over and over, consistently generating the best answers. After that is R1, which is less consistent, but again, delivered brilliance. Gemini Flash 2.0 Thinking was third. And last was O3 Mini, actually. It often gave quite a generic answer, at least to my particular sensibilities. That said, in a bunch of other applications that I tested for brainstorming purposes, it actually worked extremely well and often outperformed R1. But on this open-ended philosophical question, it did consistently worse. Now, another important element for each of these models is how the reasoning is presented. DeepSeek R1 shows the full chain of thought tokens, which I personally just love. For these open-ended philosophical questions, it's really, really interesting to see the model think through it. But really also just stepping back, me as a person who appreciates intelligence and reasoning and reflection, reading these kind of chain of thought raw tokens of R1, there's something genuinely beautiful about observing the path of deliberation in an intelligent system. I think we don't always have that explicitly laid out for us humans. So to see it in another intelligent system, the nonlinearity of it, akin to Ulysses or Finnegan's Wake by James Joyce, it's just beautiful to watch. Anyways, we discussed in the episode, DeepSeek R1 talked about humans being able to convert selfish desires into cooperative systems by collectively pretending abstract rules like money laws and rights are real, and these shared hallucinations act as games where competition is secretly redirected to benefit the group, turning conflict into society's fuel. Gemini 2.0 Flash Thinking said, humans are not just social animals, but self-domesticated apes. And this self-domestication is the key to understanding our unique cognitive and social abilities. Now, it's important to say that the chain of thought there was really interesting. It was looking through the entire evolution of life on Earth, considering apex predators, and considering how, from that, we ended up to where we are. I think that domestication by choice is a really interesting angle. Again, it's one of those things when somebody presents a different angle on a seemingly obvious thing, it just makes me smile. And the same with DeepSeek R1, with these hallucinations of money, laws, and rights, and us collectively pretending like it's real. And we play games with them that look like competition when secretly we're just cooperating with each other. And that is the fuel of progress. Beautifully put. Now, OpenAI O1 Pro consistently over and over delivered bangers. I can go through many of them, but the first one was humans are the only species that turns raw materials into symbolic resources, then uses those symbols to reorganize the very materials they came from, creating a closed feedback loop between meaning and matter. Here, I just ran it again. Banger after banger, I'm telling you. Humans are unique among known species in that they simultaneously rewrite two layers of reality, the external world and their own private mental landscapes, and then merge these two rewritten layers into a continuous personal narrative that feels objectively true. Feels true. This is poetry. Okay, and then O3 Mini High for me was smart, fast, actually, and kind of generic. Never quite got there for me. So here's the first one I got from O3 Mini. Humans are not fixed beings, but rather ongoing narratives, dynamic stories that we continuously write, edit, and reinterpret. This narrative plasticity is more than just memory or self-reflection. It's an intrinsic cognitive process that acts like an internal error correction system. It allows us to adapt our identities and values over time in response to new experiences, challenges, and social contexts. Now it almost sneaks up to something approximating cutting insight with narrative plasticity quotes. But then it goes back to the sort of the generic. I don't know. All of these models are incredible for different reasons. There's a lot of concerns as we discussed in this episode, but there's a lot of reasons to be excited as well. And I've probably spoken for too long. I am severely sleep deprived, borderline delirious. So hopefully some of this made sense. And now, dear friends, back to the episode.
I think when you to Nathan's point, when you look at like the reasoning models, to me, even when I used R1 versus O1, there was like that sort of rough edges around the corner feeling, right? And flash thinking, earlier, I didn't use this version, but the one from December, and definitely had that rough edges around the corner feeling, right? Where it's just not fleshed out in as many ways, right? Sure, they added math and coding capabilities via these verifiers in RL, but it feels like they lost something in certain areas, and O1 is worse performing than chat in many areas as well, to be clear.
Not by a lot.
Not by a lot though, right? And it's like like R1 definitely felt to me like it was worse than V3 in certain areas, like doing this RL expressed and learned a lot, but then it weakened in other areas. And so I think that's one of the big differences between these models and what O1 offers. And then OpenAI has O1 Pro. And what they did with O3, which is like also very unique, is that they stacked search on top of chain of thought, right? And so chain of thought is one thing where it's one chain, it backtracks, goes back and forth. But how they solved the ArcAGI challenge was not just the chain of thought. It was also sampling many times, i.e. running them in parallel and then selecting.
Is running in parallel actually search? Because I don't know if we have the full information on how O1 Pro works. So like I don't have enough information to confidently say that it is search.
It is parallel samples.
Yeah, and then
it selects something.
And we don't know what the selection function is. The reason why we're debating is because since O1 was announced, there's been a lot of interest in techniques called Monte Carlo tree research, which is where you will break down the chain of thought into intermediate steps. We haven't defined chain of thought. Chain of thought is from a paper from years ago where you introduced the idea to ask a language model that at the time was much less easy to use. You would say, let's verify step by step, and it would induce the model to do this bulleted list of steps. Chain of thought is now almost a default in models where if you ask it a math question, you don't need to tell it to think step by step. And the idea with Monte Carlo tree search is that you would take an intermediate point in that chain, do some sort of expansion, spend more compute, and then just select the right one. That's like a very complex form of search that has been used in things like mu0 and AlphaZero potentially. I know mu0 does this.
Another form of search is just asking 5 different people and then taking the majority in.
Yes.
Right. So there's a variety of it could be complicated, it could be simple. We don't know what it is, just that they are not just issuing one chain of thought in sequence. They're launching many in parallel. And in the ArcAGI, they launched 1,000 in parallel for their the one that like really shocked everyone, that beat the benchmark, was they would launch 1,000 in parallel, and then they would get the right answer like 80% of the time or 70% of the time, 90 maybe even. Whereas if they just launched one, it was like 30%.
There are many extensions to this. I would say the simplest one is that our language models to date have been designed to give the right answer the highest percentage of the time in one response. And we are now opening the door to different ways of running inference on our models in which we need to reevaluate many parts of the training process, which normally opens the door to more progress, but we don't know if OpenAI changed a lot or if just sampling more and multiple choice is what they're doing, or if it's something more complex where they change the training and they know that the inference mode is going to be different.
So we're talking about O1 Pro, $200 a month, and they're losing money. So the thing that we're referring to, this fascinating exploration of the test time compute space, is that actually possible? Do we have enough compute for that? Does the financials make sense?
So the fantastic thing is, and there, it's in the thing that I pulled up earlier, but the cost for GPT-3 has plummeted if you scroll up just a few images, I think. The important thing about is cost limiting factor here, right? Like my view is that we'll have really awesome intelligence before we have like AGI, before we have it permeate throughout the economy. And this is sort of why that reason is, right? GPT-3 was trained in 2020, 2021. And the cost for running inference on it was $60, $70 per million tokens, right? Which is the cost per intelligence was ridiculous. Now, as we scaled forward 2 years, we've had a 1200x reduction in cost to achieve the same level of intelligence as GPT-3.
So here on the x-axis is time over just a couple of years, and on the y-axis is log scale dollars to run inference on a million tokens.
Yeah, million.
And so you have just a down, like a linear decline on log scale from GPT-3 through 3.5 to Llama.
It's like 5 cents or something like that now, right? Which is versus $60, 1200x. That's not the exact numbers, but 1200x. I remember that number is the humongous cost per intelligence, right? Now the freak out over DeepSeek is, oh my god, they made it so cheap. It's like, actually, if you look at this trend line, they're not below the trend line, first of all, and at least for GPT-3, right? They are the first to hit it, right? Which is a big deal. But they're not below the trend line as far as GPT-3. Now we have GPT-4. What's going to happen with these reasoning capabilities, right? It's a mix of architectural innovations. It's a mix of better data, and it's going to be better training techniques, and all of these different better inference systems, better hardware, right? Going from each generation of GPU to new generations or ASICs, everything is going to take this cost curve down and down and down and down. And then can I just spawn 1,000 different LLMs to create a task and then pick from one of them, or whatever search technique I want, a tree, Monte Carlo tree search? Maybe it gets that complicated. Maybe it doesn't because it's too complicated to actually scale. Like, who knows? Bitter lesson, right? The question is I think when, not if, because the rate of progress is so fast, right? 9 months ago, Dario was saying, Dario said 9 months ago the cost to train an inference was this, right? And now we're much better than this, right? And DeepSeek is much better than this. And that cost curve for GPT-4, which was also roughly $60 per million tokens when it launched, has already fallen to $2 or so, right? And we're going to get it down to cents, probably, for GPT-4 quality, and the same. And then that's the base for the reasoning models like O1 that we have today, and O1 Pro is spawning multiple, right? And O3, and so on and so forth. These search techniques, too expensive today, but they will get cheaper, and that's what's going to unlock the intelligence, right?
So it'll get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. The big DeepSeek R1 release freaked everybody out because of the cheaper. One of the manifestations of that is NVIDIA stock plummeted. Can you explain what happened? I mean, and also just explain this moment and whether, if NVIDIA is going to keep winning.
We're both NVIDIA bulls here, I would say. And in some ways, the market response is reasonable. Most of the market, like NVIDIA's biggest customers in the US are major tech companies, and they're spending a ton on AI. And if a simple interpretation of DeepSeek is you can get really good models without spending as much on AI. So in that capacity, it's like, oh, maybe these big tech companies won't need to spend as much on AI and go down. The actual thing that happened is much more complex, where there's social factors, where there's the rising in the App Store, the social contagion that is happening, and then I think some of it is just like, I don't trade, I don't know anything about financial markets, but it builds up over the weekend, or the social pressure, where it's like, if it was during the week and there was multiple days of trading when this was really becoming, but it comes on the weekend and then everybody wants to sell, then that is a social contagion.
I think, and like there were a lot of false narratives, which is like, hey, these guys are spending billions on models, right? And they're not spending billions on models. No one spent more than $1 billion on a model that's released publicly, right? GPT-4 was a couple $100 million, and then they've reduced the cost with 4.0, 4 Turbo 4.0, right? But $1 billion model runs are coming, right? This includes pre-training and post-training, right? And then the other number is like, hey, DeepSeek didn't include everything, right? They didn't include, a lot of the cost goes to research and all this sort of stuff. A lot of the cost goes to inference. A lot of the cost goes to post-training. None of these things were factored. Yeah. Research salaries, right? Like all these things, billions of dollars that OpenAI is spending, but they weren't counted in the, hey, $6 million, $5 million that DeepSeek spent, right? So there's a bit of misunderstanding of what these numbers are. And then there's also an element of NVIDIA has just been a straight line up, right? And there's been so many different narratives that have been trying to push down NVIDIA. I don't say push down NVIDIA stock. Everyone is looking for a reason to sell. or to be worried, right? It was Blackwell delays, right? Their GPU was, there's a lot of report every 2 weeks. There's a new report about their GPUs being delayed. There's the whole thing about scaling laws ending, right? It's so ironic, right?
It lasted a month.
It was just like literally just, hey, models aren't getting better, right? They're just not getting better. There's no reason to spend more. Pre-training scaling is dead. And then it's like 01, 03, right? R1, right? And now it's like, wait, models are they're progressing too fast. Slow down the progress. Stop spending on GPUs, right?
Yeah.
But the funniest thing I think that like comes out of this is Javon's paradox is true, right? AWS pricing for H100s has gone up over the last couple of weeks, right? Since a little bit after Christmas, since V3 was launched, AWS H100 pricing has gone up. H200s are like almost out of stock everywhere because H200 has more memory, and therefore R1 wants that chip over H100, right?
We were trying to get GPUs on a short notice this week for a demo, and it wasn't that easy. We were trying to get just like 16 or 32 H100s for demo, and it was not very easy.
So for people who don't know, Gemma's paradox is when the efficiency goes up, somehow magically, counterintuitively, the total resource consumption goes up as well.
Right, and semiconductors is we're at.
The man he could see in the window, that man didn't look right, and certainly he had never seen an aircraft with a large disk. And they truly just encountered extraterrestrials, beings not of this earth.
We're at 50 years of Moore's law. Every 2 years, half the cost, double the transistors, just like clockwork, and it's slowed down obviously, but like the semiconductor industry has gone up the whole time, right? It's been wavy, right? There's obviously cycles and stuff, and I don't expect AI to be any different, right? There's going to be ebbs and flows, but this is in AI. It's just playing out at an insane time scale, right? It was 2x every 2 years. This is 1200x in like 3 years, right? So it's like the scale of improvement that is like hard to wrap your head around.
Yeah, I was confused because to me, NVIDIA's stock on that should have gone up. But maybe it went down because there's kind of suspicion of foul play on the side of China, stuff like this. But if you just look purely at the actual principles of play here, like it's obvious. Yeah, the Javon's
more
paradox.
Progress that AI makes, or the higher the derivative of AI progress is, especially you should, because NVIDIA is in the best place. The higher the derivative is, the sooner the market's going to be bigger and expanding, and NVIDIA is the only one that does everything reliably right now.
Because it's not like an NVIDIA competitor arose. It's another company that's using NVIDIA.
Who historically has been a large NVIDIA customer.
Yeah.
And has press releases about them cheering about being China's biggest NVIDIA customer, right? Like,
yeah, it made
obviously they've quieted down, but like I think that's like another element of this. They don't want to say how many GPUs they have because hey, they have H800s, yes, they have H20s. They also have some H100s, right, which are smuggled in.
Can you speak to that, to the smuggling? What's the scale of smuggling that's feasible for a nation state to do for companies? Is it possible to?
I think there's a few angles of smuggling here, right? One is ByteDance arguably is the largest smuggler of GPUs for China, right? China's not supposed to have GPUs. ByteDance has like over 500,000 GPUs. Why? Because they're all rented from companies around the world. They rent from Oracle, they rent from Google, they rent from all these and a bunch of smaller cloud companies too, right? All the neo clouds, right, of the world. They rent so many GPUs. They also buy a bunch, right? And they do this for mostly like what Meta does, right? Serving TikTok, right? Serving next best
separate discussion.
Same as Meta, right? To be clear, that's today the use, right? And it's a valid use, right? Hack the dopamine circuit, right? Now that's theoretically now very much restricted with the AI diffusion rules, which happened in the last week of the Biden admin and Trump admin. Looks like they're going to keep them, which limits like allies, even like Singapore, which Singapore is like 20% of NVIDIA's 30% of NVIDIA's revenue. But Singapore's had a moratorium on not building data centers for like 15 years because they don't have enough power. So where are they going? I mean, I'm not claiming they're all going to China, right? But a portion are, many are going to Malaysia, including Microsoft and Oracle have big data centers in Malaysia. Like, they're going all over Southeast Asia, probably India as well, right? Like there's stuff routing, but like the diffusion rules are very de facto. Like you can only buy this many GPUs from this country, and you can only rent a cluster this large to companies that are Chinese, right? Like they're very explicit on trying to stop smuggling, right? And a big chunk of it was, hey, let's random company buys 16 servers, ships them to China, right? There's actually I saw a photo from someone in the semiconductor industry who leads like a team for like networking chips that competes with NVIDIA, and he sent a photo of a guy checking into a first-class United flight from San Francisco to Shanghai or Shenzhen with a super micro box that was this big, which can only contain GPUs, right? And he was booking first class, because think about it, 3 to 5K for your first class ticket. Server cost, $240,000 in the US, $250,000. You sell it for $300,000 in China. Wait, you just got a free first class ticket and a lot more money. So it's like, and that's like small scale smuggling. Most of the large scale smuggling is like companies in Singapore and Malaysia, like routing them around or renting GPUs completely legally.
I want to jump in. How much is the scale? I think there's been some number, like some people that are higher level economics understanding say that like, as you go from 1 billion of smuggling to 10 billion, it's like you're hiding certain levels of economic activity, and that's the most reasonable thing to me, is that there's going to be some level where it's so obvious that it's easier to find this economic activity. And
yeah, so my belief is that last year roughly so NVIDIA made 1 million H20s, which are legally allowed to be shipped to China, which we talked about is better for reasoning, right? Inference, at least. Not training, but reasoning inference, and inference generally. Then they also had, a couple 100,000, we think like 200 to 300,000 GPUs were routed to China from, Singapore, Malaysia, US, wherever. Companies spawn up, buy 16 GPUs, 64 GPUs, whatever it is, route it. And Huawei is known for having spun up a massive network of like companies to get the materials they need after they were banned in like 2018. So it's not like otherworldly. But I agree, right? Nathan's point is like, hey, you can't smuggle $10 billion of GPUs. And then the third sort of source, which is just now banned, and which wasn't considered smuggling, but is China is renting, like, I believe from our research, right, Oracle's biggest GPU customer is ByteDance, right? And for Google, I think it's their second biggest customer, right? And so and you go down the list of clouds, and especially these smaller cloud companies that aren't like the hyperscalers, right? Think beyond CoreWeave and Lambda even, there's a whole sea, there's 60 different new cloud companies serving NVIDIA GPUs. I think ByteDance is renting a lot of these, right? All over, right? And so these companies are renting GPUs to Chinese companies, and that was completely legal up until the diffusion rules, which happened just a few weeks ago. And even now you can rent GPU clusters that are less than 2,000 GPUs, or you can buy GPUs and ship them wherever you want if they're less than 1,500 GPUs, right? So it's like there are still like some ways to smuggle, but yeah, it's not, as the numbers grow, right? 100-something billion dollars of revenue for NVIDIA last year, 200-something billion this year, right? And if next year it could nearly double again or more than double, right? Based on like what we see with data center footprints like being built out all across the US and the rest of the world. It's going to be really hard for China to keep up with these rules, right? Yes, there will always be smuggling, and DeepSeek level models, of GPT-4 level models, O1 level models, capable to train on what China can get, even the next tier above that. But if we speed run a couple more, jumps, right, to billion-dollar models, $10 billion models, then it becomes, hey, there is a compute disadvantage for China for training models and serving them. And the serving part is really critical, right? DeepSeek cannot serve their model today, right? It's completely out of inventory. It's already started falling in the App Store, actually, downloads, because you download it, you try and sign up. They say we're not taking registrations because they have no capacity, right? You open it up, you get like less than 5 tokens per second if you even get your request approved, right? Because there's no capacity because they just don't have enough GPUs to serve the model, even though it's incredibly efficient.
It'd be fascinating to watch the smuggling, because I mean, there's drug smuggling, right? That's a market. There's weapons smuggling, and GPUs will surpass that at some point.
Chips are highest value per kilogram, probably by far. I have another question for you, Don. Do you track model API access internationally? How easy is it for Chinese companies to use hosted model APIs from the US?
Yeah, I mean, that's incredibly easy, right? Like OpenAI publicly stated DeepSeek uses their API, and as they say, they have evidence, right? And this is another element of the training regime, is people at OpenAI have claimed that it's a distilled model, i.e. you're taking OpenAI's model, you're generating a lot of output, and then you're training on the output in their model. And even if that's the case, what they did is still amazing, by the way, what DeepSeek did efficiency-wise.
Distillation is standard practice in industry, whether or not, if you're at a closed lab where you care about terms of service and IP closely, you distill from your own models. If you are a researcher and you're not building any products, you distill from the OpenAI models.
This is a good opportunity. Can you explain big picture distillation as a process? What is distillation? What's the process of this?
Talked a lot about training language models. They are trained on text. And in post-training, you're trying to train on very high-quality text that you want the model to match the features of, or if you're using RL, you're letting the model find its own thing. But for supervised fine-tuning, for preference data, you need to have some completions what the model is trying to learn to imitate. And what you do there is instead of the human data or instead of the model you're currently training, you take completions from a different, normally more powerful model. I think there's rumors that these big models that people are waiting for, these GPT-5s of the world, the Claude 3 opuses of the world, are used internally to do this distillation process.
There's also public examples, right? Like Meta explicitly stated, not necessarily distilling, but they used 405B as a reward model for 70B in their Llama 3.2 and 3.3.
This is all the same topic.
So is this ethical? Is this legal? Like, why is that Financial Times article headline say OpenAI says that there's evidence that China's DeepSeek used its model to train competitors?
This is a long, at least in the academic side and research side, has a long history because you're trying to interpret OpenAI's role. OpenAI's terms of service say that you cannot build a competitor with outputs from the model. Terms of service are different than a license, which are essentially a contract between organizations. So if you have a terms of service on OpenAI's account, if I violate it, OpenAI can cancel my account. This is very different than like a license that says how you could use a downstream artifact. So a lot of it hinges on a word that is very unclear in the AI space, which is what is a competitor.
And so, and then the ethical aspect of it is like, why is it unethical for me to train on your model when you can train on the internet's text?
Yeah.
Right.
So there's a bit of a hypocrisy because sort of OpenAI and potentially most of the companies trained on the internet's text without permission.
There's also a clear loophole, which is that I generate data from OpenAI and then I upload it somewhere and then somebody else trains on it and the link has been broken. Like they're not under the same terms of service contract.
This is
There's
why
just a lot of there's a lot of like to be discovered details that don't make a lot of sense.
This is why a lot of models today, even if they train on zero OpenAI data, you ask the model who trained you, it'll say, I am ChatGPT trained by OpenAI. Because there's so much copy paste of like OpenAI outputs from that on the internet that you just weren't able to filter it out. And there was nothing in the RL where they implemented like, hey, like, or post training or SFT, whatever, that says, hey, I'm actually modeled by Allen Institute instead of
we have to do this if we serve a demo. We do research and we use OpenAI APIs because it's useful and we want to understand post training and like our research models. They will say they're written by OpenAI unless we put in the system prompt that we talked about that like I am Tulu. I am a language model trained by the Allen Institute for AI. And if you ask more people around industry, especially with post-training, it's a very doable task to make the model say who it is or to suppress the OpenAI thing. So in some levels, it might be that DeepSeek didn't care that it was saying that it was by OpenAI. Like if you're going to upload model weights, it doesn't really matter because anyone that's serving it in an application and cares a lot about serving is going to, when serving it, if they're using it for a specific task, they're going to tailor it to that. It doesn't matter that it's saying it's ChatGPT.
Oh, I guess one of the ways to do that is like a system prompt or something like that. Like if you're serving it to say that you're.
That's what we do. Like if we host the demo, you say you are Tulu 3, a language model trained by the Allen Institute for AI. We also are benefited from OpenAI data because it's a great research tool.
I mean, do you think there's any truth and value to the claim, OpenAI's claim, that there's evidence that China's DeepSeek used this model to train?
I think everyone has benefited regardless because the data is on the internet, and therefore it's in your pre-training now, right? There are like subreddits where people share the best ChatGPT outputs, and those are in your.
I think that they're trying to shift the narrative. Like they're trying to protect themselves, and we saw this years ago when ByteDance was actually banned from some OpenAI APIs for training on outputs. There's other AI startups that most people, if you're in the like AI culture, are like, they just told us they trained on OpenAI outputs and they never got banned. like that's how they bootstrapped their early models. So it's much easier to get off the ground using this than to set up human pipelines and build a strong model. So there's a long history here, and a lot of the communications are seem like narrative.
Actually, like over the last couple of days, we've seen a lot of people distill DeepSeek's model into Llama models because the DeepSeek models are kind of complicated to run inference on because they're a mixture of expert. So they're 600 plus billion parameters and all this, and people distill them into the Llama models, and then, because the Llama models are so easy to serve, and everyone's built the pipelines and tooling for inference with the Llama models, right? Because it's the open standard. So we've seen a sort of roundabout, right? Like, is it bad? Is it illegal? Maybe it's illegal, whatever. I don't know about that, but like,
it could break contracts. I don't think it's illegal, like in any legal, like no one's going to jail for this.
I think like fundamentally, I think it's ethical, or I hope it's ethical, because like the moment it becomes, we ban that kind of thing, it's going to make everybody much worse off. And I also actually, this is difficult, but I think you should be allowed to train on the internet. I know a lot of authors and creators are very sensitive about it. That's a difficult question. But like the moment you're not allowed to train on the internet,
I agree.
I have a schizo take on how you can solve this. All right. It already works.
I have a reasonable take.
all right.
So Japan has a law which you're allowed to train on any training data, and copyrights don't apply if you want to train a model. A. B. Japan has 9 gigawatts of curtailed nuclear power. C. Japan is allowed under the AI diffusion rule to import as many GPUs as they'd like. So all we have to do, we have a market here to make. We build massive data centers, we rent them to the labs, and then we train models in a legally permissible way, and there's no ifs, ands, or buts. And now the models have no like potential copyright lawsuit from New York Times or anything like that. No, it's just like completely legal. No, so
genius.
The early copyright lawsuits have fallen in the favor of AI training. I would say that the long tail of use is going to go inside of AI, which is if you scrape trillions of data, you're not looking at the trillions of tokens of data. You're not looking and saying this one New York Times article is so important to me. But if you're doing a audio generation for music or image generation, and you say make it in the style of X person, that's a reasonable case where you could figure out what is their profit margin on inference. I don't know if it's going to be the 50-50 of YouTube creator program or something, but I would opt into that program as a writer. Like, please, like that. It's going to be a rough journey, but there will be some solutions like that make sense. But there's a long tail where it's just on the internet.
I think one of the other aspects of that Financial Times article implied, and so that leads to a more general question. Do you think how difficult is spying, espionage, and stealing of actual secret code and data from inside companies? How much of that is being attempted?
Code and data is hard, but ideas is easy. Silicon Valley operates on the way that top employees get bought out by other companies for a pay raise, and a large reason why these companies do this is to bring ideas with them. And in California, there's rules that like certain like non-competes or whatever are illegal in California, and whether or not there's NDAs and things, that is how a lot of it happens. And recently, there was somebody from Gemini who helped make this 1 million context link, and everyone is saying the next llama, he went to the meta team, who's going to have 1 million context link, and that's kind of how the world works.
As far as like industrial espionage and things, that has been greatly successful in the past, right? The Americans did it to the Brits, the Chinese have done it to the Americans, right? And so on and so forth. It is a fact of life. And so like to argue industrial espionage can be stopped is probably unlikely. You can make it difficult, but even then, like there's all these stories about like, hey, F-35 and F-22 have already been like sort of like given to China in terms of design plans and stuff. Code and stuff like between, I say companies, not nation states, is probably very difficult. But ideas are discussed a lot, right? Whether it be a house party in San Francisco or a company changing employees, or the always the like mythical honeypot that always gets talked about, right? Like someone gets honeypotted, right? because everyone working on AI is a single dude who's in their 20s and 30s. Not everyone, but like a insane amount of insane percentages. So there's always like all these like, you know, and obviously
So honeypot is like a spy, a female spy approaches you and like
yeah, or male, right? You know, it could be in San Francisco, right? But you know, as a single dude, I will say in his late 20s, right, is like we are very easily corrupted, right? Like, you know, like not corrupted myself, but you know, like we are, right?
everybody else, not me.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm too oblivious that I am not single, so I'm safe from one espionage access.
Yeah, you have to make sure to close all security vulnerabilities. So you, Dylan, collect a lot of information about each of the mega clusters for each of the major AI companies. Can you talk about the build outs for each one that stand out?
Yeah, so I think the thing that's like really important about these mega cluster build-outs is they're completely unprecedented in scale, right? US, you know, sort of like data center power consumption has been slowly on the rise, and it's gone up to 2-3% even through the cloud computing revolution, right? Data center consumption as a percentage of total US. And that's been over decades, right, of data centers, et cetera. It's been climbing slowly. But now, 2 to 3%. Now, by the end of this decade, it's like even under like, you know, when I say like 10%, a lot of people that are traditionally, by like 2028, 2030, people are traditionally traditional data center people, like that's nuts. But then like people who are in like AI who have like really looked at this as like the Anthropics and OpenAIs are like, that's not enough. Okay. But like, you know, this is both through globally distributed or distributed throughout the U.S. as well as like centralized clusters, right? The distributed throughout the U.S. is exciting, and it's the bulk of it, right? Like, hey, you know, OpenAI or you know, say Meta is adding a gigawatt, right? But most of it is distributed through the U.S. for inference and all these other things, right?
So maybe we should lay out what a cluster is. So, you know, does this include AWS? Maybe it's good to talk about the different kinds of clusters and what you mean by mega clusters and what's a GPU and what's a computer and what. Not that far back, but yeah. So like, what do we mean by the clusters?
Oh,
the
man.
build
I thought I was about to do the Apple ad, right? What's a computer? So traditionally, data centers and data center tasks have been a distributed systems problem that is capable of being spread very far and widely, right? I.e., I send a request to Google, it gets routed to a data center somewhat close to me, it does whatever search ranking recommendation, sends a result back, right? The nature of the task is changing rapidly in that there's two tasks that people are really focused on now, right? It's not database access, it's not serve me the right page, serve me the right ad. It's now inference, and inference is dramatically different from traditional distributed systems, but it looks a lot more similar. And then there's training, right? The inference side is still like, hey, I'm going to put, you know, thousands of GPUs in you know, box all around these data centers. I'm going to run models on them. You know, user submits a request, gets kicked off, or hey, my service, you know, they submit a request to my service, right? They're on Word and they're like, oh yeah, help me Copilot, and it starts kicks it off. Or I'm on my Windows, Copilot, whatever, Apple Intelligence, whatever it is, it gets kicked off to a data center, right? And that data center does some work and sends it back. That's inference. That is going to be the bulk of compute, but then, you know, and that's like, you know, there's thousands of data centers that we're tracking with like satellites and like all these other things, and those are the bulk of what's being built. But the scale of and so that's like what's really reshaping, and that's what's getting millions of GPUs. But the scale of the largest cluster is also really important, right? When we look back at history, right, like, you know, or through the age of AI, right? Like, it was a really big deal when they did AlexNet on, I think, 2 GPUs or 4 GPUs. I don't remember. It's a really big deal.
It's a big deal because you use GPUs.
It's a big deal they use GPUs, and they use multiple, right? But then over time, its scale has just been compounded, right? And so when you skip forward to GPT-3, then GPT-4, 20,000 A100 GPUs, unprecedented run, right? In terms of the size and the cost, right? A couple $100 million on a YOLO, right? A YOLO run for GPT-4, and it yielded, you know, this magical improvement that was like perfectly in line with what was experimented and just like a log scale, right?
Oh yeah, they have that plot from the paper. The technical report.
The scaling laws were perfect, right? But that's not a crazy number, right? 20,000 A100s, roughly each GPU is consuming 400 watts, and then when you add in the whole server, right, everything, it's like 15 to 20 megawatts of power, right? You know, maybe you could look up what the power of consumption of a person is, because the numbers are going to get silly. But like 15 to 20 megawatts was standard data center size. It was just unprecedented. That was all GPUs running one task.
Megawatts with a toaster.
Yeah, a toaster is like
That's a
also
good example.
a similar power consumption to an A100, right? H100 comes around, they increase the power from like 400 to 700 watts, and that's just per GPU, and then there's all the associated stuff around it. So it's just, once you count all that, it's roughly like 1200 to 1400 watts for everything: networking, CPUs, memory, blah blah blah.
So we should also say, so what's required? You said power, so a lot of power is required. A lot of heat is generated, so cooling is required, and because there's a lot of GPUs that have to be, or CPUs or whatever, they have to be connected, so there's a lot of networking.
Yeah,
Right.
So I think, sorry for skipping past that. And then the data center itself is like complicated, right? But these are still standardized data centers for GPT-4 scale, right? Now we step forward to sort of what is the scale of clusters that people built last year, right? And it ranges widely, right? It ranges from like, hey, these are standard data centers and we're just using multiple of them and connecting them together, really with a ton of fiber between them, a lot of networking, etc. That's what OpenAI and Microsoft did in Arizona, right? So they have 100,000 GPUs, right? Meta, similar thing. They took their standard existing data center design, and it looks like an H, and they connected multiple of them together. And they first did 16,000 GPUs, 24,000 GPUs total. Only 16,000 of them were running on the training run, because GPUs are very unreliable, so they need to have spares to like swap in and out. All the way to like now 100,000 GPUs that they're training on Llama 4 on currently, right? It's like 128,000 or so, right? This is, think about 100,000 GPUs with roughly 1,400 watts a piece. That's 140 megawatts, 150 megawatts, right? For 128,000, right? So you're talking about, you've jumped from 15 to 20 megawatts to 10x, almost 10x that number, 9x that number, to 150 megawatts in 2 years, right? From 2022 to 2024, right? And some people like Elon, that he admittedly, right, and he says it himself, got into the game a little bit late for pre-training large language models, right? XAI was started later, right? But then he bet heaven and hell to get his data center up and get the largest cluster in the world, right? Which is 200,000 GPUs. And he did that. He bought a factory in Memphis. He's upgrading the substation, but at the same time, he's got a bunch of mobile power generation, a bunch of single cycle combine. He tapped the natural gas line that's right next to the factory, and he's just pulling a ton of gas, burning gas. He's generating all this power. He's in a factory, in an old appliance factory that's shut down and moved to China long ago, right? Like, and he's got 200,000 GPUs in it. And now what's the next scale, right? Like all the hyperscalers have done this. Now the next scale is something that's even bigger, right? And so, Elon, just to stick on the topic, he's building his own natural gas plant, like a proper one, right next door. He's deploying tons of Tesla Megapack batteries to make the power more smooth, and all sorts of other things. He's got like industrial chillers to cool the water down, because he's water cooling the chips. So all these crazy things to get the clusters bigger and bigger. But when you look at, like, say, what OpenAI did with Stargate, that's that in Arizona, in Abilene, Texas, right? What they've announced, at least, right? It's not built, right? Elon says they don't have the money. There's some debates about this. But at full scale, at least the first section is like definitely money's accounted for, but there's multiple sections. But full scale, that data center is going to be 2.2 gigawatts, right? 2,200 megawatts of power in, and roughly like 1.8 gigawatts or 1,800 1,800 megawatts of power delivered to chips, right? Now, this is an absurd scale. 2.2 gigawatts is like more than most cities, right? To be clear, delivered to a single cluster that's connected to do training, right? To train these models, to do both the pre-training, the post-training, all of this stuff, right?
This is insane.
What is a nuclear power plant again? Everyone is doing this, right? Everyone is doing this, right? Meta in Louisiana, right? They're building 2 natural gas plants, massive ones, and then they're building this massive data center. Amazon has like plans for this scale. Google has plans for this scale. XAI has plans for this scale, right? Like all of these, the guys that are racing, the companies that are racing hard, and they're doing multi-gigawatt data centers, right? To build this out, because they think that if I now have, obviously pre-training scaling is going to continue, but to some extent, but then also all this post-training stuff where you have RL sandbox for computer use or whatever, right? Like, this is where they're going to, and all these viable domains where they just keep learning, self-play, whatever it is, makes the AI so much more capable, because the line does go up, right? As you throw more compute, you get more performance. The shirt is about scaling laws. To some extent, it is diminishing returns, right? You 10x the compute, you don't get 10x better model, right? You get a diminishing returns, but also you get efficiency improvements, so you bend the curve, right? And these scale of data centers are doing, wreaking, a lot of like havoc on the network, right? And, Nathan was mentioning there's Amazon has tried to buy this nuclear power plant, Talon. And if you look at Talon stock, it's just like skyrocketing. And, they're building a massive multi-gigawatt data center there. And, you just go down the list. There's so many ramifications. Interesting thing is like certain regions of the US, transmitting power costs more than actually generating it, right? Because the grid is so slow to build, and the demand for power and the ability to build power and like re-ramping on a natural gas plant or even a coal plant is like easy enough to do, but like transmitting the power is really hard. So in some parts of the US, like in Virginia, it costs more to transmit power than it costs to generate it, which is like, there's all sorts of like second order effects that are insane here.
Can the power grid support this kind of growth?
Trump's executive orders, there was a Biden executive order before the end of the year, but then Trump had some more executive orders, which hopefully reduce the regulations to where, yes, things can be built. But yeah, this is a big challenge, right? Is building enough power fast enough.
Are you going to basically have a nuclear power plant next to a data center for each one of these?
So the fun thing here is this is too slow to build the power plant. To build a power plant or to reconfigure an existing power plant is too slow. And so therefore you must use data center power consumption is flat, right? It's
which is why nuclear is also good for it. Like long-term, nuclear is a very natural fit, but
yeah,
you can't do solar or anything in the short term like that.
Because data center power is like this, right? Like you're telling me, I'm gonna buy tens of billions of dollars of GPUs and idle them because the power's not being generated. Like power is cheap, right? Like if you look at the cost of a cluster, less than 20% of it is power, right? Most of it is the capital cost and depreciation of the GPUs, right? And so it's like, well, screw it. I'll just I'll just build natural gas plants. This is what Meta's doing in Louisiana. This is what OpenAI is doing in Texas and like all these different places. They may not be doing it directly, but they are partnered with someone. And so there is a couple hopes, right? Like one is, and Elon, what he's doing in Memphis is like, to the extreme. They're not just using dual combined cycle gas, which is like super efficient. He's also just using single cycle and like mobile generators and stuff, which is less efficient. But there's also like the flip side, which is like solar power generation is like this, and wind is another like this, different correlate, different. So if you stack both of those, plus you get a big chunk of batteries, plus you have a little bit of gas, it is possible to run it more green. It's just the time scales for that is slow, right? So people are trying, but Meta basically said, whatever, don't care about my sustainability pledge, or they'll buy like power. It's called a PPA, power purchasing agreement, where there'll be a massive wind farm or solar farm, like wherever, and then they'll just pretend like those electrons are being consumed by the data center, but in reality, they're paying for the power here and selling it to the grid, and they're buying power here. And then another thing is like Microsoft quit on some of their sustainability pledges, right? Elon, what he did with Memphis is objectively somewhat dirty, but he's also doing it in an area where there's like a bigger natural gas plant right next door and like a sewer or not a sewer, but like a wastewater treatment and a garbage dump nearby, right? And he's obviously made the world a lot more clean than that one data center is going to do, right? So I think like it's fine to some extent, and maybe AGI solves global warming and stuff, right? Whatever it is. This is sort of the attitude that people at the labs have, right? Which is like, yeah, screw it, we'll just use gas, right? Because the race is that important, and if we lose, that's way worse, right?
I should say that I got a chance to visit the Memphis data center, and it's kind of incredible. I mean, I visited with Elon. Just the teams and the rate of innovation there is insane. Because my sense is that nobody's ever done anything of this scale, and nobody has certainly ever done anything of this scale at the rate that XAI is doing. So they're like figuring out. I mean, so I was sitting in on all these meetings where they're brainstorming. It's like it's insane. It's exciting because they're trying to figure out what the bottlenecks are, how to remove the bottlenecks, how to make sure that there's just so many really cool things about putting together a data center because everything has to work. It's the people that do like the sysadmin, the machine learning, all that is the exciting thing, so on. But really, the people that run everything are the folks that know like the low level software and hardware that runs everything, the networking, all of that. So you have to like make sure you have procedures that test everything. I think they're using Ethernet. I don't know how they're doing the networking, but
they're using NVIDIA Spectrum X Ethernet. There's actually like, I think, the unsung heroes are the cooling and electrical systems, which are just
exactly.
like glossed over.
Yeah.
But I think like one story that maybe is like exemplifies how insane this stuff is when you're training, right? You're always doing you're running through the model a bunch, right? In the most simplistic terms, running through the model a bunch, and then you're going to exchange everything and synchronize the weights, right? So you'll do a step. This is like a step in model training, right? At every step, your loss goes down. Hopefully, and it doesn't always, but in the simplest terms, you'll be computing a lot, and then you'll exchange, right? The interesting thing is GPU power is most of it. Networking power is some, but it's a lot less. But so while you're computing, your power for your GPUs is here. But then when you're exchanging weights, if you're not able to overlap communications and compute perfectly, there may be a time period where your GPUs are just idle and you're exchanging weights and you're like, hey, the model's updating. So you're exchanging the gradients, you do the model update, and then you start training again. So the power goes, right? And it's super spiky. And so funnily enough, right, like this, when you talk about the scale of data center power, right, you can blow stuff up so easily. And so Meta actually has accidentally upstreamed something to code in PyTorch where they added an operator. And I kid you not, whoever made this, like, I want to hug the guy because it says PyTorch. It's like PyTorch.powerplant no blow up equals 0 or equal 1. And what it does is amazing, right?
Yeah.
Either, when you're exchanging the weights, the GPU will just compute fake numbers, so the power doesn't spike too much, and so then the power plants don't blow up because the transient spikes like screw stuff up.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, you have to do that kind of thing. You have to make sure they're not idle. Yeah.
And Elon's solution was like, let me throw a bunch of Tesla mega packs and a few other things, right? Like, everyone has different solutions, but like Meta's at least was publicly and openly known, which is just like, set this operator, and what this operator does is it just makes the GPUs compute nothing so that the power doesn't spike.
But that just tells you how much power you're working with. I mean, it's insane. It's insane.
People should just go to Google, like, scale, like, what does X watts do, and go through all the scales from 1 watt to a kilowatt to a megawatt. And you stare at that, and you're how high on the list a gigawatt is, and it's mind-blowing.
Can you say something about the cooling? So I know Elon's using liquid cooling, I believe, in all cases. That's a new thing, right? Most of them don't use liquid cooling. Is there something interesting to say about the cooling?
Yeah. So air cooling has been the de facto standard. Throw a bunch of metal, heat pipes, etc., and fans, right? And like that's cooled. That's been enough to cool it. People have been dabbling in water cooling. Google's TPUs are water cooled, right? So they've been doing that for a few years. But with GPUs, no one's ever done, and no one's ever done the scale of water cooling that Elon just did, right? Now, next generation NVIDIA is for the like highest end GPU, it is mandatory water cooling. You have to water cool it. But Elon did it on this current generation, and that required a lot of stuff, right? If you look at like some of the satellite photos and stuff of the Memphis facility, there's all these external water chillers that are sitting basically. It looks like a semi-truck pod thing. What's it called? The container. But really, those are water chillers, and he has like 90 of those water chillers just sitting outside. 90 different containers, right, with water, that chill the water. Bring it back to the data center, and then you distribute it to all the chips, pull all the heat out, and then send it back, right? And this is both a way to cool the chips, but also an efficiency thing. All right, and going back to that like sort of 3-vector thing, right? There is memory bandwidth, flops, and interconnect. The closer the chips are together, the easier it is to do high-speed interconnects, right? And so this is also like a reason why you're going to go water cooling is because you can just put the chips right next to each other and therefore get higher speed connectivity.
I got to ask you, so in one of your recent posts, there's a section called cluster measuring contest. So
there's another word there, but I won't say it,
who's got the biggest now and who's gonna have it?
Today, individual largest is Elon, right?
Elon's cluster.
Elon's cluster in Memphis, 200,000 GPUs, right? Meta has like 128,000. OpenAI has 100,000 now. Now, to be clear, other companies have more GPUs than Elon. They just don't have them in one place, right? And for training, you want them tightly connected. There's some techniques that people are researching and working on that let you train across multiple regions. But for the most part, you want them all in like one area, right? So you can connect them highly with high-speed networking. And so, Elon today has 200,000 H100s and 100,000 H100s, 100,000 H200s, right? Meta, OpenAI, and Amazon all have on the scale of 100,000, a little bit less. But this year, people are building much more, right? Anthropic and Amazon are building a cluster of 400,000 Trainium 2, which is Amazon specific chip, trying to get away from NVIDIA, right? Meta and OpenAI have scales for hundreds of thousands, but by next year, you'll have like 500,000 to 700,000 GPU clusters. And note, those GPUs are much higher power consumption than existing ones, right? Hopper 700 watts, Blackwell goes to 1200 watts, right? So the power per chip is growing, and the number of chips is growing, right?
Nuts. You think Elon said you'll get to 1 million? You think that's actually feasible?
I don't doubt Elon, right? The filings that he has for the power plant and the Tesla battery packs, it's clear he has some crazy plans for Memphis. Like permits and stuff is open record, right? But it's not quite clear that what the timescales are. I just never doubt Elon, right? He's going to surprise us.
So what's the idea with these clusters? If you have 1 million GPUs, what percentage in let's say 2-3 years is used for training, and what percent pre-training, and what percent is used for the actual
so these mega clusters make no sense for inference, right? You could route inference there and just not train. But most of the inference capacity is being, hey, I've got a 30 megawatt data center here, I've got 50 megawatts here, I've got 100 here, whatever. I'll just throw inference in all of those because the mega clusters, right, multi-gigawatt data centers, I want to train them because that's where all of my GPUs are co-located, where I can put them at a super high networking speed connected together, right? Because that's what you need for training. Now, with pre-training, this is the old scale, right? You could increase parameters, you increase data, model gets better. That doesn't apply anymore because there's not much more data in the pre-training side, right? Yes, there's video and audio and image that has not been fully taken advantage of, so there's a lot more scaling. But a lot of people have taken transcripts of YouTube videos, and that gets you a lot of the data. It doesn't get you all of the learning value out of the video and image data, but there's still scaling to be done on pre-training. But this post-training world is where all the flops are going to be spent, right? The model's going to play with itself. It's going to self-play. It's going to do verifiable tasks. It's going to do computer use in sandboxes. It might even do simulated robotics things, right? All of these things are going to be environments where compute is spent in quote-unquote post-training. But I think it's going to be good. We're going to drop the post-training. Yeah, it's gonna be pre-training and it's gonna be training, I think, at some point. Because for the bulk of the last few years, pre-training has dwarfed post-training. But with these verifiable methods, especially ones that scale really, potentially infinitely, like computer use and robotics, not just math and coding, right, where you can verify what's happening. Those infinitely verifiable tasks, it seems you can spend as much compute as you want on them.
Especially if context length increase, because at the end of pre-training is when you increase the context length for these models. And we've talked earlier in the conversation about how the context length, when you have a long input, is much easier to manage than output. And a lot of these post-training and reasoning techniques rely
most likely going to be NVIDIA, right? Is there any competitors?
Google kind of ignored them.
What's the story with TPU? What's the
TPU is awesome, right? It's great. Google they're a bit more tepid on building data centers for some reason. They're building big data centers. Don't get me wrong, and they actually have the biggest cluster. I was talking about NVIDIA cluster. They actually have the biggest cluster. Period. But the way they do it is very interesting, right? They have two sort of data center super regions, right? In that the data center isn't physically all of the GPUs aren't physically on one site, but they're 30 miles from each other. Or not GPUs, TPUs, right? They have in Iowa and Nebraska, they have 4 data centers that are just right next to each other.
Why doesn't Google flex its cluster size?
Go to multi-data center training. There's some good images in there, so I'll show you what I mean. It's just semi-analysis multi-data center. So this is like, so this is an image of like what a standard Google data center looks like. By the way, their data centers look very different than anyone else's data centers.
What are we looking at here?
So these are, so if you see this image, right, in the center there are these big rectangular boxes, right? Those are where the actual chips are kept. And then if you scroll down a little bit further, you can see there's like these water pipes, there's these chiller cooling towers in the top, and a bunch of like diesel generators. The diesel generators are backup powered. The data center itself is look physically smaller than the water chillers, right? So the chips are actually easier to like keep together, but then like cooling all the water for the water cooling is very difficult, right? So Google has like a very advanced infrastructure that no one else has for the TPU. And what they do is they've like stamped a bunch of these data centers out in a few regions, right? So if you go a little bit further down, this is a Microsoft. This is in Arizona. This is where GPT-5 quote unquote will be trained.
If it doesn't exist already.
Yeah, if it doesn't exist already. But each of these data centers, right? I've shown a couple images of them. They're like really closely co-located in the same region, right? Nebraska, Iowa, and then they also have a similar one in Ohio complex, right? And so these data centers are really close to each other. And what they've done is they've connected them super high bandwidth with fiber. And so these are just a bunch of data centers. And the point here is that Google has a very advanced infrastructure, very tightly connected in a small region. So Elon will always have the biggest cluster fully connected, right? Because it's all in one building, right? And he's completely right on that, right? Google has the biggest cluster, but you have to spread over 3 sites. And by a significant margin, we have to go across multiple sites.
Why doesn't Google compete with NVIDIA? Why don't they sell TPUs?
I think there's a couple problems with it. It's like, one, TPU has been a form of allowing search to be really freaking cheap and build models for that, right? And so like a big chunk of the search GPU purchases or TPU purchases, or a big chunk of Google's purchases and usage, all of it is for internal workloads, right? Whether it be search, now Gemini, right? YouTube, all these different applications that they have, ads. These are where all their TPUs are being spent, and that's what they're hyper focused on, right? And so there's certain like aspects of the architecture that are optimized for their use case that are not optimized elsewhere, right? One simple one is like they've open sourced the Gemma model, and they called it Gemma 7B, right? But then it's actually 8 billion parameters because the vocabulary is so large. And the reason they made the vocabulary so large is because TPU's like matrix multiply unit is massive, because that's what they've like sort of optimized for. And so they decided, oh, well, I'll just make the vocabulary large too, even though it makes no sense to do so on such a small model, because that fits on their hardware. So Gemma doesn't run it as efficiently on a GPU as a Llama does, right? But vice versa, Llama doesn't run as efficiently on a TPU as a Gemma does, right? And it's so like there's like certain like aspects of like hardware software co-design. So all their search models are their ranking and recommendation models. All these different models that are AI, but not like Gen AI, right, have been hyper optimized with TPUs forever. The software stack is super optimized, but all of this software stack has not been released publicly at all, right? Very small portions of it, JAX and XLA have been, but like the experience when you're inside of Google and you're training on TPUs as a researcher, you don't need to know anything about the hardware in many cases, right? Like it's like pretty beautiful. But as soon as you step outside,
they all go. A lot of them go back. They leave Google and then they go back.
Yeah. They're like they leave and they start a company because they have all these amazing research ideas. And they're like, wait, infrastructure is hard, software is hard, and this is on GPUs. Or if they try to use TPUs, same thing, because they don't have access to all this code. And so it's like, how do you convince a company whose golden goose is search, where they're making hundreds of billions of dollars from, to start selling GPU or TPUs, which they used to only buy a couple billion of, I think in 2023 they bought like a couple billion, and now they're buying like $10 billion to $15 billion worth. But how do you convince them that they should just buy like twice as many and figure out how to sell them and make $30 billion? Like, who cares about making $30 billion?
Won't that $30 billion exceed actually the search profit eventually?
I mean, like, you're always going to make more money on services than
always.
I mean, to be clear, like today, people are spending a lot more on hardware than they are the services, right? Because the hardware front runs the service spend. But like
your investment, yeah.
if there's no revenue for AI stuff, or not enough revenue, then obviously like it's going to blow up, right? People won't continue to spend on GPUs forever. And then NVIDIA is trying to move up the stack with like software that they're trying to sell and license and stuff, right? But Google has never had that like DNA of like this is a product we should sell, right? They don't have, the Google Cloud which is a separate organization from the TPU team, which is a separate organization from the DeepMind team, which is a separate organization from the search team, right? There's a lot of bureaucracy.
Wait, Google Cloud is a separate team than the TPU team?
Technically, TPU sits under infrastructure, which sits under Google Cloud, but like Google Cloud, like for like renting stuff, and TPU architecture are very different goals, right? And hardware and software, like all of this, right? Like the JAX XLA teams do not serve Google's customers externally, whereas NVIDIA's various CUDA teams for like things like Nickel serve external customers, right? The internal teams like JAX and XLA and stuff, they more so serve DeepMind and search, right? And so their customer is different. They're not building a product for them.
Do you understand why AWS keeps winning versus Azure for cloud versus Google Cloud?
Yeah,
Google Cloud is tiny, isn't it, relative to AWS?
Google Cloud is third. Yeah. Microsoft is the second biggest, but Amazon is the biggest, right?
Yeah.
And Microsoft deceptively sort of includes like Microsoft Office 365 and things like that, like some of these enterprise-wide licenses. So in reality, the gulf is even larger. Microsoft is still second, though, right? Amazon is way bigger. Why? Because using AWS is better and easier. And in many cases, it's cheaper. And it's first.
It was first.
Yeah, but there's a lot of things that are first that.
Well, it's easier. It's harder to switch than it is to.
Okay.
But AWS
Because
is
it's large
their core.
There's big fees for switching too.
AWS generates over 80% of Amazon's profit. I think over 90%, right?
That's insane.
The distribution centers are just like, one day we'll decide to make money from this. But they haven't yet, right? Like they make tiny little profit.
Yeah, one day Amazon Prime will triple in price.
You would think they would improve AWS interface because it's like horrible. It's like clunky, but everybody is.
I don't. Yeah, one would think.
I think actually Google's interface is sometimes nice, but it's also like they don't care about anyone besides their top customers.
Yeah, exactly.
And like their customer service sucks, and like they have a lot less like.
I mean, all these companies they optimize for the big customers. Yeah, it's supposed to be for business.
And Amazon is always optimized for the small customer too, though, right? Like obviously they optimize a lot for the big customer, but like when they started, they just would go to like random Bay Area things and give out credits, right? And then they like, or just put in your credit card and use us, right? Like back in the early days, so they've always the business has grown with them, right? And burgeoned. So like, why does Amazon why is Snowflake all over Amazon? Because Snowflake in the beginning, when Amazon didn't care about them, was still using Amazon, right? And then of course one day Snowflake and Amazon has a super huge partnership, but like this is the case. Like Amazon's user experience and quality is better. Also, a lot of the silicon they've engineered makes them have a lower cost structure in traditional cloud storage, CPU, networking, that kind of stuff than in databases, right? Like, I think like 4 of Amazon's top 5 revenue products, margin products, like gross profit products, are all database related products, like Redshift and like all these things, right? Like, so Amazon has a very like good silicon to user experience, like entire pipeline with AWS. I think Google, their silicon teams, yeah, they have awesome silicon internally, TPU, the YouTube chip, some of these other chips that they've made. And the problem is they're not serving external customers, they're serving internal customers, right?
NVIDIA's entire culture is designed from the bottom up to do this. There's this recent book, The NVIDIA Way by Take Him, that details this and how they look for future opportunities and ready their CUDA software libraries to make it so that new applications of high performance computing can very rapidly be evolved on CUDA and NVIDIA chips. And that is entirely different than Google as a services business.
Yeah, I mean, NVIDIA, it should be said, is a truly special company. Like, I mean, the culture, everything, they're really optimized for that kind of thing. Speaking of which, is there somebody that could even challenge NVIDIA hardware-wise? Intel, AMD?
I really don't think so. We went through a very long process working with AMD on training on their GPUs and inference and stuff, and they're decent. Their hardware is better in many ways than NVIDIA's. The problem is their software is really bad, and I think they're getting better, right? They're getting better faster, but the gulf is so large, and like they don't spend enough resources on it or haven't historically, right? Maybe they're changing their tune now, but for multiple months we were submitting those bugs, right? Like semi-analysis, right? Like what the fuck? Like why are we submitting those bugs, right? Because they only cared about their like biggest customers, and so they shipped them a private image, blah blah blah, and it's like okay, but like I am just using PyTorch and I want to use the publicly available libraries. And, like, you don't care about that, right? So they're getting better, but like I think AMD is not possible. Intel's obviously in dire straits right now and needs to be saved somehow. Very important for national security, for American technology dominance.
Can you explain the obviously? So why are they in dire straits?
Going back to earlier, only 3 companies in R&D, right?
Yeah.
Taiwan, Hsinchu, Samsung, Pyongyang, and then Intel Hillsboro. Samsung's doing horribly. Intel's doing horribly. We could be in a world where there's only one company that can do R&D, and that one company already manufactures most of the chips. They've been gaining market share anyways, but like that's a critical thing, right? So what happens to Taiwan means the rest of the world's semiconductor industry and therefore tech relies on Taiwan, right? And that's obviously precarious. As far as like Intel, they've been slowly, steadily declining. They were on top of servers and PCs, but now Apple's done the M1, and NVIDIA's releasing a PC chip, and Qualcomm's releasing a PC chip. And in servers, hyperscalers are all making their own ARM-based server chips. And Intel has no AI silicon like wins, right? They have very small wins. And they never got into mobile because they said no to the iPhone. And like all these things have compounded, and they've lost their process technology leadership, right? They were ahead for 20 years and now they're behind by at least a couple years, right? And they're trying to catch back up, and we'll see if like their 18A, 14A strategy works out where they try and leapfrog TSMC. But like, and Intel's just like losing tons of money anyways, right? And they just fired their CEO, even though the CEO was the only person who understood the company well, right? We'll see. He was not the best, but he was pretty good, relatively. Technical guy.
Where does Intel make most of its money? The CPUs still, right?
PCs and data center CPUs, yeah. But data center CPUs are all going cloud, and Amazon, Microsoft, Google are making ARM-based CPUs. And then PC side, AMD's gained market share. NVIDIA's launching a chip. That's not going to be a success, right? MediaTek, Qualcomm have launched chips. Apple's doing well, right? Like they could get squeezed a little bit in PC, although PC generally, I imagine, will just stick Intel mostly for Windows side.
Let's talk about the broad AI race. Who do you think wins? We talked about Google.
The default
XA.
leader has been Google because of their infrastructure advantage.
Well, like in the news, OpenAI is the leader.
They're the leading in the
They have the best model.
They have the best model that people can use, and they're
And they have the
experts.
most AI revenue.
Yeah, OpenAI is winning.
So who's making money on AI right now? Is anyone making money?
So accounting profit-wise, Microsoft is making money, but they're spending a lot of CapEx, right? And that gets depreciated over years. Meta is making tons of money with recommendation systems, which is AI, but not with Llama, right? Llama's losing money for sure, right? I think Anthropic and OpenAI are obviously not making money because otherwise they wouldn't be raising money, right? They have to raise money to build more, right? Although theoretically they are making money, right? Like, you spent a few $100 million on GPT-4 and it's doing billions in revenue. So like, obviously it's like making money. Although they had to continue to research to get the compute efficiency wins, right? And move down the curve to like, get that 1200X that has been achieved for GPT-3. Maybe we're only at like a couple 100X now, but with GPT-4 Turbo and 4.0, and there'll be another one probably cheaper than GPT-4.0 even that comes out at some point.
And that research costs a lot of money.
Yep,
right?
exactly.
That's the thing that I guess is not talked about with the cost. That when you're referring to the cost of the model, it's not just the training or the test runs; it's the actual research, the manpower.
Yeah, to do things like reasoning. Right now that exists, they're going to scale it. They're going to do a lot of research. So I think the people focus on the payback question, but it's really easy to like just be like, well, like GDP is humans and industrial capital, right? And if you can make intelligence cheap, you can grow a lot, right? That's the sort of dumb way to explain it, but that's sort of what basically the investment thesis is. I think only NVIDIA is actually making tons of money, and other hardware vendors. The hyperscalers are all on paper making money, but in reality, they're like spending a lot more on purchasing the GPUs, which you don't know if they're still going to make this much money on each GPU in 2 years, right? You don't know if all of a sudden OpenAI goes kapoof, and now Microsoft has like hundreds of thousands of GPUs they were renting to OpenAI that they paid for themselves with their investment in them. That no longer have a customer, right? Like this is always a possibility. I don't believe that, right? I think OpenAI will keep raising money. I think others will keep raising money because the investments, the returns from it are going to be eventually huge once we have AGI.
So do you think multiple companies will get? Let's assume
I don't think it's winner take all.
Okay, so it's not let's not call it AGI, whatever. It's like a single day. It's a gradual
Powerful
thing,
AI, super powerful AI.
but it's a gradually increasing set of features that are useful and make a lot of money. Rapidly increasing set of features. So you're saying a lot of companies will be. It just seems absurd that all of these companies are building gigantic data centers.
There are companies that will benefit from AI, but not because they train the best model. Like Meta has so many avenues to benefit from AI in all of their services. People are there. People spend time on Meta's platforms, and it's a way to make more money per user per hour.
Yeah, it seems like Google X/XAI/Tesla, important to say, and then Meta will benefit not directly from the AI like the LLMs, but from the intelligence, like the additional boost of intelligence to the products they already sell. So whether that's the recommendation system, or for Elon, who's been talking about Optimus, the robot, potentially the intelligence of the robot. And then you have personalized robots in the home, that kind of thing. He thinks it's a $10 plus trillion business, which
At some point, maybe. I don't. Not soon, but who knows what robotics?
So let's do a TAM analysis, right? 8 billion humans, and let's get 8 billion robots, right? And let's pay them the average salary, and yeah, there we go, 10 trillion, more than 10 trillion.
yeah, I mean, if there's robots everywhere, why does it have to be just 8 billion robots?
Yeah, of course. I'm gonna have like one robot. You're gonna have like 20.
Yeah, I mean, I see a use case for that. So yeah, I guess the benefit would be in the products themselves, which is why OpenAI is in a trickier position, because
all of the value of OpenAI right now as a brand is in ChatGPT, and there is actually not that, for most users, there is not that much of a reason that they need OpenAI to be spending billions and billions of dollars on the next best model when they could just license Llama 5 and for be way cheaper. So that's kind of like ChatGPT is an extremely valuable entity to them. but they could make more money just off that.
The chat application is clearly does not have tons of room to continue, right? Like the standard chat, right, where you're just using it for random questions and stuff, right? The cost continues to collapse. V3 is the latest one, biggest, but it's going to get supported by ads, right? Like Meta already serves 405B, probably loses the money, but at some point, they're going to get. The models are going to get so cheap that they can just serve them for free with ad support, right? And that's what Google is going to be able to do, and that's obviously they've got a bigger reach, right? So the chat is not going to be the only use case. It's like these reasoning, code, agents, computer use, all this stuff is where OpenAI has to actually go to make money in the future. Otherwise, they're kaputs.
But X, Google, and Meta have these other products, so isn't it likely that OpenAI and Anthropic disappear eventually?
Unless they're so good at models, which they are.
But it's such a cutting edge. I mean, yes,
depends on where you think AI capabilities are going.
You have to keep winning.
Yes,
you have to keep winning as you climb. Even if the AI capabilities are going super rapidly, awesome into the direction of AGI, there's still a boost for X in terms of data, Google in terms of data, Meta in terms of data, in terms of other products and money, and there's just huge amounts of money.
The whole idea is human data is kind of tapped out. We don't care. We all care about self-play, verifiable data.
So self-play,
AWS,
which is an R&D problem.
AWS does not make a lot of money on each individual machine, and the same can be said for the most powerful AI platform, which is, even though the calls to the API are so cheap, there's still a lot of money to be made by owning that platform, and there's a lot of discussions as it's the next compute layer.
You have to believe that, and there's a lot of discussions that tokens and tokenomics and LLM APIs are the next compute layer or the next paradigm for the economy, kind of like energy and oil was. But there's also you have to sort of believe that APIs and chat are not where AI is stuck, right? It is actually just tasks and agents and robotics and computer use. And those are the areas where all the value will be delivered, not API, not chat application, right?
So is it possible you have, it all just becomes a commodity and you have the very thin wrapper, like Perplexity? Just joking.
There are a lot of rappers making a lot of money.
Yeah. So, but do you think it's possible that people would just even forget what OpenAI and Anthropic is, and just because there'll be wrappers around the API, and it just dynamically.
If model progress is not rapid, yeah, it's becoming a commodity, right? DeepSeek 3 shows this, but also the GPT-3 chart earlier chart showed this, right? Llama 3B is 1200x cheaper than GPT-3. Any GPT-3, like anyone whose business model was GPT-3 level capabilities is dead. Anyone whose business model is GPT-4 level capabilities is dead.
It is a common saying that the best businesses being made now are ones that are predicated on models getting better.
Right, which would be like wrappers, thing that is riding the wave of the models.
The short term, the company that could make the most money is the one that figures out what advertising targeting method works for language model generations. We have the meta ads, which are hyper targeted in feed, not within specific pieces of content, and we have search ads that are used by Google, and Amazon has been rising a lot in search. But within a return from ChatGPT, it is not clear how you get a high quality placed ad within the output. And if you can do that with model costs coming down, you can just get super high revenue. Like that revenue is totally untapped, and it's not clear technically how it is done.
Yeah, that is. I mean, the sort of the AdSense innovation that Google did. The one day you'll have in GPT output an ad, and that's going to make like billions.
And it could be very subtle. It could be in conversation. We have voice mode now. It could be some way of making it so the voice introduces certain things. It's much harder to measure, and it takes imagination. But yeah.
And it wouldn't be so shady. It wouldn't come off shady, so that you would receive public blowback, that kind of thing. So you have to do it loud enough to where it's clear it's an ad, and balance all of that. So that's the open question they're trying to solve. Anthropic and OpenAI, they need to.
They might not say.
I don't think they care about that at all.
They don't care about it right now. I think places like
they're
Perplexity are experimenting on that more.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, for sure.
Like Perplexity, Google, Meta care about this. I think OpenAI and Anthropic are purely laser focused on
AGI.
Yeah, like agents and AGI. And if I build AGI, I can make tons of money, right? Or I can pay for everything, right? And this is it's just predicated like back on the like export control thing, right? If you think AGI is 5-10 years away or less, right? These labs think it's 2-3 years away. Obviously, your actions are, if you assume they're rational actors, which they are mostly, what you do in a 2-year AGI versus 5-year versus 10 years, very, very, very different, right?
Do you think agents are promising? We'll have to talk about this. This was, this is like the excitement of the year. The agents are going to this is the generic hype term that a lot of business folks are using. AI agents are going to revolutionize everything.
Okay, so mostly the term agent is obviously overblown. We've talked a lot about reinforcement learning as a way to train for verifiable outcomes. Agents should mean something that is open-ended and is solving a task independently on its own and able to adapt to uncertainty. There's a lot of the term agent applied to things like Apple Intelligence, which we still don't have after the last WWDC, which is orchestrating between apps. And that tool use thing is something that language models can do really well. Apple Intelligence, I suspect, will come eventually. It's a closed domain. It's your messages app integrating with your photos, with AI in the background. That will work. That has been described as an agent by a lot of software companies to get into the narrative. Yeah. The question is, what ways can we get language models to generalize to new domains and solve their own problems in real time? Maybe some tiny amount of training when they are doing this with fine-tuning themselves, or in context learning, which is the idea of storing information in a prompt, and you can use learning algorithms to update that. And whether or not you believe that that is going to actually generalize to things like me saying, book my trip to go to Austin in 2 days, I had XYZ constraints, and actually trusting it. I think there's an HCI problem coming back for information.
Well, what's your prediction there? Because my gut says we're very far away from that.
I think OpenAI's statement, I don't know if you've seen the 5 levels, right? Where it's chat is level 1, reasoning is level 2, and then agents is level 3. And I think there's a couple more levels, but it's important to note, right? We were in chat for a couple years, right? We just theoretically got to reasoning. We'll be here for a year or 2, right? And then agents, but at the same time, like people can try and like approximate capabilities of the next level. But the agents are doing things autonomously, doing things for minutes at a time, hours at a time, etc. Right? Reasoning is doing things for tens of seconds at a time, right? And then coming back with an output that I still need to verify and use and try check out, right? And the biggest problem is, of course, like it's the same thing with manufacturing, right? Like there's the whole Six Sigma thing, right? Like, you know, how many nines do you get? And then you compound the nines onto each other. And it's like, if you multiply, you know, by the number of steps that are Six Sigma, you get to, you know, a yield or something, right? So like in semiconductor manufacturing, tens of thousands of steps, 9999999 is not enough, right? Because you multiply by that many times, you actually end up with like 60% yield, right?
Or zero.
Really low yield, yeah, or zero. And this is the same thing with agents, right? Like chaining tasks together each time. LLMs, even the best LLMs in particularly pretty good benchmarks, don't get 100%, right? They get a little bit below that because there's a lot of noise. And so how do you get to enough nines, right? This is the same thing with self-driving. We can't have self-driving because without it being like super geo-fenced like Google's, right? And even then they have a bunch of teleoperators to make sure it doesn't get stuck, right? But you can't do that because it doesn't have enough nines.
And self-driving has quite a lot of structure because roads have rules. It's well defined. There's regulation. When you're talking about computer use for the open web, for example, or the open operating system, like it's a mess. So like the possibility, I'm always skeptical of any system that is tasked with interacting with the human world, with the open, messy
That's the
human
thing.
world.
If we can't get intelligence that's enough to solve the human world on its own, we can create infrastructure like the human operators for Waymo over many years that enable certain workflows.
There's a company, I don't remember what it is, but that's literally their pitch is, yeah, we're just going to be the human operator when agents fail. You just call us and we fix it. Yeah.
Same
It's like an
for
API call, and it's hilarious.
There's going to be teleoperation markets when we get human robots, which is there's going to be somebody around the world that's happy to fix the fact that it can't finish loading my dishwasher when I'm unhappy with it, but that's just going to be part of the Tesla service package.
I'm just imagining like an AI agent talking to another AI agent. One company has an AI agent that specializes in helping other AI agents.
But if you can make things that are good at one step, you can stack them together. So that's why if it takes a long time, we're going to build infrastructure that enables it. You see the operator launch. They have partnerships with certain websites, with DoorDash, with OpenTable, with things like this. Those partnerships are going to let them climb really fast. Their model's going to get really good at those things. It's going to proof of concept. That might be a network effect where more companies want to make it easier for AI. Some companies will be like, no, let's put blockers in place. Yeah. And this is a story of the internet we've seen. We see it now with training data for language models where companies are like, no, you have to pay. Like business working it out.
That said, I think like airlines and hotels have high incentive to make their site work really well, and they usually don't. Like if you look at how many clicks it takes to order an airplane ticket, it's insane.
You actually can't call an American Airlines agent anymore. They don't have a phone number.
It's horrible on the interface front. And all to imagine that agents will be able to deal with that website when I, as a human, struggle. Like I have an existential crisis every time I try to book an airplane ticket. That I think it's going to be extremely difficult to build an AI agent that's robust.
But think about it, like United has accepted the Starlink term, which is they have to provide Starlink for free, and the users are going to love it. What if one airline is, we're going to take a year and we're going to make our website have white text that works perfectly for the AIs. Every time anyone asks about an AI flight, they buy whatever airline it is.
Or like they just like, here's an API and it's only exposed to AI agents, and if anyone queries it, the price is 10% higher. And for any flight, but we'll let you see any of our flights and you can just book any of them. Here you go, agent. And then it's like, oh, and I made 10% higher price. Awesome. Yeah. And like, am I willing to say that for like, hey, book me a flight to CLEX, right? And it's like, yeah, whatever. Yeah. I think computers and real world and the open world are really, really messy. But if you start defining the problem in narrow regions, people are going to be able to create very, very productive things, and ratchet down cost massively, right? Like now, crazy things like robotics in the home, those are going to be a lot harder to do, just like self-driving, right? Because there's just a billion different failure modes, right? But like agents that can like navigate a certain set of websites and do certain sets of tasks, or like look at your take a photo of your groceries, your fridge, and or like upload your recipes, and then like it figures out what to order from Amazon/Whole Foods food delivery. Like that's going to be like pretty quick and easy to do, I think. So it's going to be a whole range of like business outcomes, and it's going to be tons of sort of optimism around people can just figure out ways to make money.
To be clear, these sandboxes already exist in research. There are people who have built clones of all the most popular websites of Google, Amazon, blah, 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 to make it so that there's, OpenAI probably has them internally to train these things. It's the same as DeepMind's robotics team for years has had clusters for robotics where you interact with robots fully remotely. They just have a lab in London and you send tasks to it and arrange the blocks and you do this research. Obviously, there's techs there that fix stuff, but we've turned these cranks of automation before. You go from sandbox to progress, and then you add one more domain at a time and generalize. In the history of NLP and language processing, instruction tuning and tasks per language model used to be like one language model did one task. And then in the instruction tuning literature, there's this point where you start adding more and more tasks together where it just starts to generalize to every task. And we don't know where on this curve we are. For reasoning with this RL and verifiable domains, we're early, but we don't know where the point is where you just start training on enough domains and poof, like more domains just start working and you've crossed the generalization barrier.
Well, what do you think about the programming context? So software engineering, that's where I personally, and I know a lot of people interact with AI the most.
There's a lot of fear and angst too from current CS students, but there's also that is the area where probably the most AI revenue and productivity gains have come. Okay? Whether it be copilots or Cursor or what have you, right? Or just standard Chat GPT, right? Like I know very few programmers who don't have Chat GPT, and actually many of them have the $200 tier because that's what it's so good for, right? I think that in that world, we already see it like SweBench. I don't know if you've looked at the benchmark made by some Stanford students. I wouldn't say it's like really hard, but I wouldn't say it's easy either. I think like it takes someone who's been through at least, a few years of CS or a couple of years of programming to do SweBench well. And the models went from 4% to 60% in like a year, right? And where are they going to go to next year? It's going to be higher. It probably won't be 100% because again, that 9s is like really hard to do. But we're going to get to some point where and then we're going to need harder software engineering benchmarks and so on and so forth. But the way that like people think of it now is it can do code completion easy. It can do some function generation after review it. Great. But really the like software engineering agents, I think can be done faster sooner than any other agent because it is a verifiable domain. You can always like unit test or compile. And there's many different regions of like, it can inspect the whole code base at once, which no engineer really can. Only the architects can really think about this stuff, the really senior guys, and they can define stuff. And then the agent can execute on it. So I think software engineering costs are going to plummet like crazy. And one interesting aspect of that is when software engineering costs are really low, you get very different markets, right? So in the US, you have all these platform SaaS companies, right? Salesforce and so on and so forth, right? In China, no one uses platform SaaS. Everyone just builds their own stack because software engineering is much cheaper in China. Partially because like number of STEM graduates, etc. So it's generally just cheaper to do. And so at the same time, code LLMs have been adopted much less in China because the cost of an engineer there is much lower. But like, what happens when every company can just invent their own business logic like really cheaply and quickly? You stop using platform SaaS, you start building custom tailored solutions, you change them really quickly. Now all of a sudden your business is a little bit more efficient too, potentially, because you're not dealing with the hell that is like some random platform SaaS company stuff not working perfectly and having to adjust workflows or random business automation cases that aren't necessarily AI required. It's just logic that needs to be built that no one has built, right? All of these things can happen faster. So I think software, and then the other domain is like industrial, chemical, mechanical engineers suck at coding, right? Just generally. And like their tools, like semiconductor engineers, their tools are 20 years old. All the tools run on XP, including ASML lithography tools, run on Windows XP, right? It's like, and like a lot of the analysis happens in Excel, right? Like it's just like, guys, like you guys can move 20 years forward with all the data you have and gathered and like do a lot better. It's just you need the engineering skills for software engineering to be delivered to the actual domain expert engineer. So I think that's the area where I'm like super duper bullish of generally AI creating value.
The big picture is that I don't think it's going to be a clip. It's like we talked to, I think a really good example of how growth changes is when Meta added stories. So Snapchat was on an exponential. They added stories. It flat line. Software engineers, then up and to the right. AI is going to come in. It's probably just going to be flat. It's not like everyone's going to lose their job. It's hard because the supply corrects more slowly, so the amount of students is still growing, and that'll correct on a multi-year, like a year delay. But the amount of jobs will just turn, and then maybe in 20, 40 years, it'll be well down. But in the few years, there'll never going to be the snap moment where it's like software engineers aren't useful.
I think also the nature of what it means to be a programmer and what kind of jobs programmers do changes. Because I think there needs to be a human in the loop of everything you've talked about. There's a really important human in that picture of like correcting the code, like
Fixing larger than the context length.
Yep. And debugging also, like debugging by reading the code, understanding steering the system, like, no, you missed the point, adding more to the prompt. Kind of like, yes, adding the human.
Designing the perfect Google button. Google's famous for having people design buttons that are so perfect. It's like, how is AI going to do that? Like, it's like they could give you all the ideas. Perfect button.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. You can call it taste. One thing humans can do is figure out what other humans enjoy better than AI systems. That's where the preference, you loading that in, but ultimately humans are the greatest preference generator. That's where the preference comes from.
And humans are actually very good at reading, or like judging between two things. This goes back to the core of what RLHF and preference tuning is that it's hard to generate a good answer for a lot of problems, but it's easy to see which one is better. And that's how we're using humans for AI now, is judging which one is better. And that's what software engineering could look like. It's the PR review. Here's a few options. What are the, here are some potential pros and cons. And they're going to be judges.
I think the thing I would very much recommend is programmers start using AI and embracing that role of the supervisor of the AI system and like partner of the AI system versus writing from scratch or not learning coding at all and just generating stuff. Because I think there actually has to be a pretty high level of expertise as a programmer to be able to manage increasingly intelligent systems.
I think it's that, and then becoming a domain expert in something.
Sure, yeah.
Because like seriously, if you go look at aerospace or semiconductors or chemical engineering, everyone is using really crappy platforms, really old software. Like the job of a data scientist is like a joke, right? In many cases, it's very real. But it's like bring what the forefront of human capabilities are to your domain, and like even if the forefront is like from the AI, your domain, you're like at the forefront, right? So it's like you have to be at the forefront of something and then leverage the like rising tide that is AI for everything else.
Oh yeah, there's so many low hanging fruit everywhere in terms of where software can like help automate a thing or digitize a thing. In the legal system, I mean that's why Doge is exciting. I got to hang out with a bunch of the Doge folks, and government is like so old school. It's like begging for the modernization of software, of organizing the data, all this kind of stuff. I mean, in that case, it's by design because bureaucracy protects centers of power and so on. But software breaks down those barriers, so it hurts those that are holding on to power, but ultimately benefits humanity. So there's a bunch of domains of that kind. One thing we didn't fully finish talking about is open source. So first of all, congrats. You released a new model.
Yeah. This is
Tulu.
I'll explain what a Tulu is. A Tulu is a hybrid camel when you breed a dromedary with a Bactrian camel. Back in the early days after ChatGPT, there was a big wave of models coming out like alpaca, vicuna, etc., that were all named after various mammalian species. So Tulu the brand is multiple years old, which comes from that. And we've been
playing at the frontiers of post-training with open source code. And this first part of this release was in the fall, where we built on Llama's open models, open weight models, and then we add in our fully open code, our fully open data. There's a popular benchmark that is Chatbot Arena, and that's generally the metric by which how these chat models are evaluated. And it's humans compare random models from different organizations. And if you looked at the leaderboard in November or December, among the top 60 models from tens to 20s of organizations, none of them had open code or data for just post-training. Among that, even fewer or none have pre-training data and code available, but post-training is much more accessible at this time. It's still pretty cheap and you can do it. And the thing is, like, how high can we push this number where people have access to all the code and data? So that's kind of the motivation of the project. We draw on lessons from Llama. NVIDIA had a Nemotron model where the recipe for their post-training was fairly open with some data and a paper. And it's putting all these together to try to create a recipe that people can fine-tune models like GPT-4 to their domain.
So to be clear, in the case of Tulu, maybe you can talk about Almo too, but in the case of Tulu, you're taking Llama 3, 4, 5B.
Tulu has been a series of recipes for post-training. So we've done multiple models over years.
Okay. And so you're open sourcing everything.
Yeah, if you start with an open weight based model, the whole model technically is an open source, so you don't know what Llama put into it, which is why we have the separate thing that we'll get to. But it's just getting parts of the pipeline where people can zoom in and customize. I know I hear from startups and businesses, they're like, okay, I can take this post-training and try to apply it to my domain. We talk about verifiers a lot. We use this idea, which is reinforcement learning with verifiable domain rewards, RLVR, kind of similar to RLHF. And we applied it to math. And the model today, which is, we applied it to the Llama 405B base model from last year, and we have our other stuff. We have our instruction tuning and our preference tuning, but the math thing is interesting, which is it's easier to improve this math benchmark. There's a benchmark, MATH, math, all capitals. Tough name. When the benchmark name is the area that you're evaluating, we're researchers. We're not brand strategists. And this is something that the DeepSeek paper talked about as well, is at this bigger model, it's easier to elicit powerful capabilities with this RL training. And then they distill it down from that big model to the small model. And this model we released today, we saw the same thing. If we're at AI2, we don't have a ton of compute. We can't train 405B models all the time. So we just did a few runs and they tend to work. And it's it just shows that there's a lot of room for people to play in these things. And
they crushed Llama's actual release, right? They're way better than it.
Yeah, so our eval numbers, we have extra months in this, but our eval numbers are much better than the Llama instruct model that they released.
And then you also said better than DeepSeek V3.
Yeah, on our eval benchmark. The most DeepSeek V3 is really similar. We have a safety benchmark to understand if it will say harmful things and things like that, and that's what draws down most of the way. It's like an amalgamation of multiple benchmarks, or what do you mean? Yeah, so we have a 10 evaluate. This is standard practice in post-training. Is you choose your evaluations you care about. In academics and smaller labs, you'll have fewer evaluations. In companies, you'll have a really one domain that you really care about. In frontier labs, you'll have 10s to 20s to maybe even 100 evaluations of specific things. So we choose a representative suite of things that look like chat, precise instruction following, which is respond only in emojis. Does the model follow weird things like that?
Yeah.
Math, code, and you create a suite like this. So safety would be 1 of 10 in that type of suite where you have what does the broader community of AI care about? And for example, in comparison to DeepSeek, it would be something like our average eval for our model would be 80, including safety, and similar without. And DeepSeek would be 79% average score without safety, and their safety score would bring it down.
So you beat them even ignoring safety.
Yeah, so this is something that internally it's I don't want to win only by how you shape the eval benchmark. So if there's something that's people may or may not care about safety in the model, safety can come downstream. Safety can be when you host the model for an API. Safety is addressed in a spectrum of locations in AI applications. So it's if you want to say that you have the best recipe, you can't just gate it on these things that some people might not want. And this is it's the time of progress. We benefit if we can release model later. We have more time to learn new techniques like this RL technique. We had started this in the fall. It's now really popular with reasoning models. The next thing to do for open source post-training is to scale up verifiers, to scale up data to replicate some of DeepSeek's results.
And it's awesome that we have a paper to draw on, and it makes it a lot easier. And that's the type of things that is going on among academic and closed frontier research in AI.
Since you're pushing open source, what do you think is the future of it? Do you think DeepSeek actually changes things since it's open source, or open weight, or is pushing the open source movement into the open direction?
This goes very back to license discussion. So DeepSeek R1 with a friendly license is a major reset. So it's like the first time that we've had a really clear frontier model that is open weights and with a commercially friendly license with no restrictions on downstream use cases, synthetic data distillation, whatever. This has never been the case at all in the history of AI in the last few years since ChatGPT. There have been models that are off the frontier or models with weird licenses that you can't really use them.
So isn't Meta's license like pretty much permissible except for 5 companies?
And there's also, so this goes to like what open source AI is, which is there's also use case restrictions in the Llama license, which says you can't use it for specific things. So if you come from an open source software background, you would say that that is not an open source license.
What kind of things are those though? Like, are they like?
At this point, I can't pull them off the top of my head. But it'll be like
competitor.
It used to be military use was one.
Oh,
they removed that for scale. It'll be like CSAM, like child abuse material, or like that's the type of thing that is forbidden there. But that's enough from an open source background to say it's not an open source license. And also, the Llama license has this horrible thing where you have to name your model Llama if you touch it to the Llama model. So it's like the branding thing. So if a company uses Llama, technically the license says that they should say built with Llama at the bottom of their application. And from like a marketing perspective, that just hurts. Like I can suck it up as a researcher. I'm like, oh, it's fine. Like it says Llama dash on all of our materials for this release. But this is why we need truly open models, which is we don't know DeepSeek R1's data.
Wait, so you're saying I can't make a cheap copy of Llama and pretend it's mine, but I can do this with the Chinese model?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's what I'm saying. And that's why it's like we want this whole open language models thing, the OLMO thing, is to try to keep the model where everything is open with the data as close to the frontier as possible. So we're compute constrained, we're personnel constrained, we rely on getting insights from people. Like John Schulman tells us to do RL on outputs. Like we can make these big jumps, but it just takes a long time to push the frontier of open source. And fundamentally, I would say that that's because open source AI does not have the same feedback loops as open source software. We talked about open source software for security. Also, it's just because you build something once and you can reuse it. If you go to a new company, there's so many benefits. But if you open source a language model, you have this data sitting around, you have this training code. It's not like that easy for someone to come and build on and improve, because you need to spend a lot on compute, you need to have expertise. So until there are feedback loops of open source AI, it seems like mostly an ideological mission. People like Mark Zuckerberg, which is like, America needs this. And I agree with him, but in the time where the motivation ideologically is high, we need to capitalize and build this ecosystem around what benefits do you get from seeing the language model data. And there's not a lot about that. We're going to try to launch a demo soon where you can look at an OLMO model in a query and see what pre-training data is similar to it, which is like legally risky and complicated, but it's like, what does it mean to see the data that the AI was trained on? It's hard to parse. It's terabytes of files. It's like, I don't know what I'm going to find in there. But that's what we need to do as an ecosystem if people want open source AI to be financially useful.
We didn't really talk about Stargate. I would love to get your opinion on like what the new administration, the Trump administration, everything that's being done from the America side in supporting AI infrastructure and the efforts of the different AI companies. What do you think about Stargate? What are we supposed to think about Stargate? And does Sam have the money?
Yeah, so I think Stargate is a opaque thing. It definitely doesn't have $500 billion. Doesn't even have $100 billion, right? So what they announced is this $500 billion number. Larry Ellison, Sam Altman, and Trump said it. They thanked Trump, and it's used. Trump did do some executive actions that like do significantly improve the ability for this to be built faster. One of the executive actions he did is on federal land, you can basically build data centers in power. Like pretty much like that, and then the permitting process is basically gone, or you file after the fact. So like one of the, again, like I had a schizo take earlier, another schizo take. If you've ever been to the Presidio in San Francisco, beautiful area, You could build a power plant and a data center there if you wanted to, because it is federal land. It used to be a military base. So. But obviously this would like piss people off. But, it's a good bit. Anyways, Trump has made it much easier to do this, right? Generally, Texas has the only unregulated grid in the nation as well.
Let's go Texas.
And so, therefore, like ERCOT enables people to build faster as well. In addition, the federal regulations are coming down. And so Stargate is predicated, and this is why that whole show happened. Now, how they came up with a $500 billion number is beyond me. How they came up with a $100 billion number makes sense to some extent, right? And there's actually a good table in here that I would like to show in that Stargate piece that I had. It's the most recent one, yeah. So anyways, Stargate, it's basically right. Like there is, it's a table about cost. There, you passed it already. It's that one. So this table is kind of explaining what happened, right? So Stargate is in Abilene, Texas, the first $100 billion of it. That site is 2.2 gigawatts of power in, about 1.8 gigawatts of power consumed, right? Per GPU, they have like roughly, Oracle is already building the first part of this before Stargate came about. So clearly they've been building it for a year. They tried to rent it to Elon, in fact, right? But Elon was like, it's too slow. I need it faster. So then he went and did his Memphis thing. And so OpenAI was able to get it with this like weird joint venture called Stargate. They initially signed a deal with just Oracle for the first section of this cluster, right? This first section of this cluster, right, is roughly $5 billion to $6 billion of server spend, right? And then there's another billion or so of data center spend. But and then likewise, like if you fill out that entire 1.8 gigawatts with the next two generations of NVIDIA's chips, GB200, GB300, VR200, and you fill it out completely, that ends up being roughly $50 billion of server cost, right? Plus there's data center cost, plus maintenance cost, plus operation cost, plus all these things. And that's where OpenAI gets to their $100 billion announcement that they have, right? Because they talked about $100 billion is phase one. That's this Abilene, Texas data center, right? $100 billion of total cost of ownership, quote unquote, right? So it's not CapEx, it's not investment, it's $100 billion of total cost of ownership. And then there will be future phases. They're looking at other sites that are even bigger than this 2.2 gigawatts, by the way, in Texas and elsewhere. And so they're not, completely ignoring that, but there is the number of $100 billion that they say is for phase one, which I do think will happen. They don't even have the money for that. Furthermore, it's not $100 billion; it's $50 billion of spend, right? And then like $50 billion of operational cost, power, etc., rental pricing, etc. Because they're renting it. OpenAI is renting the GPUs from the Stargate joint venture, right? What money do they actually have, right? SoftBank is going to invest. Oracle's going to invest. OpenAI is going to invest. OpenAI is on the line for $19 billion. Everyone knows that they've only got $6 billion in their last round and $4 billion in debt. So, but there's like news of like SoftBank maybe investing $25 billion into OpenAI, right? So that's part of it, right? So $19 billion can come from there. So OpenAI does not have the money at all, right? To be clear, ink is not dried on anything. OpenAI has $0 for this $50 billion, right? In which they're legally obligated to put $19 billion of capex or into the joint venture, and then the rest they're going to pay via renting the GPUs from the joint venture. And then there's Oracle. Oracle has a lot of money. They're building the first section completely. They were spending for it themselves, right? This $6 billion of capex, $10 billion of TCO. But they were going to do that first section. They're paying for that, right? As far as the rest of the section, I don't know how much Larry wants to spend, right? At any point he could pull out, right? Like this is, again, it's like completely voluntary. So at any point, there's no signed ink on this, right? But he potentially could contribute tens of billions of dollars, right? To be clear, he's got the money. Oracle's got the money. And then there's like MGX, which is the UAE fund, which technically has $1.5 trillion for investing in AI. But again, like, I don't know how real that money is. And like, whereas there is no ink signed for this, SoftBank does not have $25 billion of cash. They have to sell down their stake in ARM, which is, the leader in CPUs, and they IPO'd it. This is obviously what they've always wanted to do. They just didn't know where they'd redeploy the capital. Selling down the stake in ARM makes a ton of sense. So they can sell that down and invest in this if they want to, and invest in OpenAI if they want to. As far as like money secured, the first 100,000 GB200 cluster is like can be funded. Everything else after that
Up in the air.
is up in the air. Money's coming. I believe the money will come. I personally do.
Just it's a belief. Okay.
It's a belief that they are going to release better models and be able to raise more money,
Yeah.
right? But like the actual reality is that Elon's right. There is the money does not exist, right?
What does the U.S. government have to do with it? Anything? What does Trump have to do with it? He's just a hype man.
Trump he's reducing the regulation so they can build it faster, right? And he's allowing them to do it, right? You know, because like, any investment of this side is going to involve like antitrust stuff, right? Like, so obviously he's gonna allow them to do it. He's gonna enable the regulations to actually allow it to be built. I don't believe there's any U.S. government dollars being spent on this stuff.
Yeah. So I think he's also just creating a general vibe that this is regulation will go down, and this is the era of building. So if you're a builder, you want to create stuff, you want to launch stuff, this is the time to do it.
And so like we've had this 1.8 gigawatt data center in our data for over a year now, and we've been like sort of sending it to all of our clients, including many of these companies that are building the multi-gigawatts. But that is like at a level that's not quite maybe executives like seeing $500 billion, $100 billion, and then everyone's asking them like, so it could spur like another, like an even faster arms race, right? Because there's already an arms race, but like this like $100 billion, $500 billion number, Trump talking about it on TV, like it could spur the arm race to be even faster, and more investors to flood in, and et cetera, et cetera. So I think you're right, is that in that sense that OpenAI or sort of Trump is sort of like championing people are going to build more, and his actions are going to let people build more.
What are you excited about these several years that are upcoming in terms of cluster build outs, in terms of breakthroughs in AI, like the best possible future you can imagine in the next couple of years, 2, 3, 4 years? What does that look like? Just it could be very specific technical things like breakthroughs on post training, or it could be just size, big.
Yeah, I mean it's
impressive clusters.
I really enjoy tracking supply chain and like who's involved in what.
Yeah.
I really do. It's really fun to see like the numbers, the cost, who's building what capacity, helping them figure out how much capacity they should build, winning deals, strategic stuff. That's really cool. I think technologically, there's a lot around the networking side that really excites me with optics and electronics, right? Like kind of getting closer and closer, whether it be co-packaged optics or some sort of like new forms of switching.
This is internal to a cluster.
Yeah. Also multi-data center training, right? Like there's people are putting so much fiber between these data centers and lighting it up with so many different, with so much bandwidth that there's a lot of interesting stuff happening on that end, right? Telecom has been really boring since 5G, and now it's like really exciting again.
Can you educate me a little bit about the speed of things? So the speed of memory versus the speed of interconnect versus the speed of fiber between data centers. Are these like orders of magnitude different? Can we at some point converge towards a place where it all just feels like one computer?
No, I don't think that's possible.
All right.
It's only gonna get harder to program, not easier.
Okay.
It's only gonna get more difficult and complicated and more layers, right? The general image that people like to have is like this hierarchy of memory. So on chip is really close, localized within the chip, right? You have registers, right? And those are shared between some compute elements, and then you'll have caches, which are shared between more compute elements. And then you have like memory, right? Like HBM or DRAM, like DDR memory or whatever it is, and that's shared between the whole chip. And then you can have, pools of memory that are shared between many chips, right? And then storage, and you keep zoning out, right? The access latency across data centers, within the data center, within a chip is different. So like you're always going to have different programming paradigms for this. It's not going to be easy. Programming this stuff is going to be hard. Maybe AI can help, right? With programming this, but the way to think about it is that like there's sort of like the more elements you add to a task, you don't get strong scaling, right? If I double the number of chips, I don't need 2x performance, right? This is just like a reality of computing because there's inefficiencies, and there's a lot of interesting work being done to make it not to make it more linear, whether it's making the chips more networked together more tightly, or cool programming models, or cool algorithmic things that you can do on the model side, right? DeepSeek did some of these really cool innovations because they were limited on interconnect, but they still needed to parallelize, right? Like all sorts of, everyone's always doing stuff. Google's got a bunch of work, and everyone's got a bunch of work about this. That stuff is super exciting on the model and workload and innovation side, right? Hardware, solid state transformers are interesting, right? For the power side, there's all sorts of stuff on batteries, and there's all sorts of stuff on, I think when if you look at every layer of the compute stack, right? Whether it goes from lithography and etch all the way to like fabrication, to like optics, to networking, to power, to transformers, to cooling, to networking, and you just go on up and up and up and up the stack. Even air conditioners for data centers are like innovating, right? Like it's like there's like copper cables are innovating, right? Like you wouldn't think it, but copper cables there's some innovations happening there with like the density of how you can pack them, and like it's like all of these layers of the stack all the way up to the models. Human progress is at a pace that's never been seen before.
I'm just imagining you sitting back in a layer somewhere with screens everywhere, just monitoring the supply chain, where all these clusters, like all the information you're gathering. I mean, there's a big team. There's a big team. I mean, you do quite incredible work with semi-analysis. I mean, it's just keeping your finger on the pulse of human civilization in the digital world. It's pretty cool. Like just to watch, to feel that.
Yeah, thank you. I guess
feel all of us like doing shit, epic shit.
Feel the AGI.
I mean, from meme to like reality. What, Nathan? Is there like breakthroughs that you're like looking forward to potentially?
I had a while to think about this while listening to Dylan's beautiful response.
Listen to me. So
I knew this was coming, and it's like realistically, training models is very fun because there's so much low-hanging fruit. And the thing that makes my job entertaining, I train models. I write analysis about what's happening with models, and it's fun because there is obviously so much more progress to be had. And the real motivation why I do this, like somewhere where I can share things, is that I don't trust people that are like, trust me, bro, we're going to make AI good. It's like, we're the ones that it's like, we're going to do it and you can trust us and we're just going to have all the AI. And it's just like, I would like a future where more people have a say in what AI is and can understand it. And it's a little bit less fun that it's not a like positive thing of like, this is just all really fun. Like, training models is fun and bring people in is fun, but it's really like AI, if it is going to be the most powerful technology of my lifetime, it's like we need to have a lot of people involved in making that, and
making it open helps with that. As accessible as possible, as open as possible. Yeah.
In my read of the last few years is that more openness would help the AI ecosystem in terms of having more people understand what's going on, whether that's researchers from non-AI fields to governments, everything. It doesn't mean that openness will always be the answer. I think then it will reassess of like what is the biggest problem facing AI and tack on a different angle to the wild ride that we're on.
And for me, just from even the user experience, anytime you have like Apathy said, the aha moments, like the magic, like seeing the reasoning, the chain of thought, it's like there's something really just fundamentally beautiful about that. It's putting a mirror to ourselves and seeing like, oh shit, it is solving intelligence as the cliche like goal of these companies is. And you get to understand why we humans are special. The intelligence within us is special. And for now, also why we're special in terms of we seem to be conscious, and the AI systems for now aren't, and we get to explore that mystery. So it's just really cool to get to explore these questions that I don't think I would have never imagined would be even possible. Back when, so just watching with excitement Deep Blue beat Kasparov, like I wouldn't have ever thought this kind of AI would be possible in my lifetime. This really feels like AI.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
I started with AI of learning to fly a Sicilio quad rotor. It's like learn to fly, and it was just like it learned to fly up and hit the ceiling and stop and catch it. It's like, okay, that is like really stupid compared to what's going on now.
And now you could probably, with natural language, tell it to learn to fly, and it's going to generate the control algorithm required to do that.
Probably. There's low-level blockers. Like we have to do some weird stuff for that, but you can. You definitely
Back
can.
to our robotics conversation. Yeah, when you have to interact in the actual physical world, it's hard. What gives you hope about the future? of human civilization. Looking into the next 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, how long do you think we'll make it? You think we got 1,000 years?
Humans will definitely be around in 1,000 years. I think there's ways that very bad things could happen. There will be way fewer humans, but humans are very good at surviving. There's been a lot of things that is true. I don't think we're good at long-term credit assignment of risk, but when the risk becomes immediate, we tend to figure things out. And for that reason, there's physical constraints to things like AGI, recursive improvement to kill us all type stuff. For the physical reasons and for how humans have figured things out before, I'm not too worried about it. AI takeover. There are other international things that are worrying, but there's just fundamental human goodness and trying to amplify that. We're on a tenuous time, and I mean, if you look at humanity as a whole, there's been times where things go backwards. There's times when things don't happen at all, and we're on what should be very positive trajectory right now.
Yeah, there seems to be progress, but just like with power, there's like spikes of human suffering. And we want to try to minimize the amount of spikes.
Generally, humanity is going to suffer a lot less, right? I'm very optimistic about that. I do worry of like techno-fascism type stuff arising as AI becomes more and more prevalent and powerful, and those who control it can do more and more. Maybe it doesn't kill us all, but at some point, every very powerful human is going to want a brain-computer interface so that they can interact with the AGI and all of its advantages in many more ways and merge its mind with, sort of like, and its capabilities, or that person's capabilities can leverage those much better than anyone else, and therefore be, it won't be one person rule them all, but it will be, the thing I worry about is it'll be like few people, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, maybe millions of people rule whoever's left, right? And the economy around it, right? And I think that's like the thing that's probably more worrisome is like human-machine amalgamations. This enables an individual human to have more impact on the world, and that impact can be both positive and negative, right? Generally, humans have positive impacts on the world, at least societally, but it's possible for individual humans to have such negative impacts. And AGI, at least as I think the labs define it, which is not a runaway sentient thing, but rather just something that can do a lot of tasks really efficiently, amplifies the capabilities of someone causing extreme damage. But for the most part, I think it'll be used for profit-seeking motives, which will increase the abundance and supply of things, and therefore reduce suffering, right?
Yeah, that's the goal.
Scrolling on a timeline, just
scrolling
dopamine.
Stasis. Scrolling holds the status quo of the world.
That is a positive outcome, right? Yeah. It's like if I have food tubes and like I'm scrolling and I'm happy, that's a positive outcome.
While expanding out into the cosmos. Well, this is a fun time to be alive. And thank you for pushing the forefront of what is possible in humans. And thank you for talking today. This was fun.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Dylan Patel and Nathan Lambert. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Richard Feynman. For a successful technology, reality must take precedence over public relations. For nature cannot be fooled. Thank you for listening, and I hope to see you next time.
Will also be examining how believable Elizabeth's experiences. Is there any truth to it, or is everything she said about what happened romance with Parkin complete fabrication? At Podcast, we're grateful for you, our listeners. You allow us to do what we love. Let us know how we're doing. Reach out on Facebook and Instagram at Podcast and Twitter at Podcast Network. And if you enjoyed today's episode, the best way to help us is to leave a 5-star review wherever you are listening. It really does help. We also now have merchandise. Head to podcast.com.
My strength lies not in my name, but in the backing of 1.4 billion Indians and thousands of years of timeless culture and heritage. So wherever I go, I carry with me the essence of thousands of years of Vedic tradition, the timeless teachings of Swami Vivekananda, and the blessings, dreams, and aspirations of 1.4 billion Indians. When I shake hands with a world leader, it's not Modi, but 1.4 billion Indians doing so. So this isn't my strength at all. It is rather the strength of India. Whenever we speak of peace, the world listens to us. Because India is the land of Gautam Buddha and Mahatma Gandhi, and Indians aren't hardwired to espouse strife and conflict. We espouse harmony instead. We seek neither to wage war against nature nor to foster strife among nations. We stand for peace, and wherever we can act as peacemakers, we have gladly embraced that responsibility. My early life was spent in extreme poverty, but we never really felt the burden of poverty. You see, someone who is used to wearing fine shoes will feel their absence when they don't have them. But for us, we had never worn shoes in our lives. So, how would we even know that wearing shoes was a big deal? We weren't in a position to compare. That's just how we lived. When I became Prime Minister, I specially invited Pakistan to my swearing-in ceremony so we could turn over a new leaf. Yet, every noble attempt at fostering peace was met with hostility and betrayal. We sincerely hope that wisdom prevails upon them and they choose the path of peace. I believe even the people of Pakistan long for peace. Look, regarding what you said about criticism and how I deal with it, if I had to summarize in one sentence, I welcome it. I have a strong belief that criticism is the soul of democracy. And morning is bound to come.
The following is a conversation with Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India. It was one of the most moving conversations and experiences of my life. Allow me here to say a few words about it. Please skip ahead straight to our conversation if you like. Narendra Modi's life story is incredible. He rose from poverty to lead a nation of 1.4 billion people, the biggest democracy in the world, where he won epic scale elections for prime minister 3 times. As a leader, he fought for ideas that unite his nation of India, a nation that is composed of a large number of highly varied and disparate cultures and peoples who have a long history marked by religious, social, and political frictions. He's known for taking decisive, at times controversial actions, for which he's loved by hundreds of millions of people and is also criticized by many. We discuss all of this at length in this conversation. On the world stage, he is respected as a peacemaker and friend by most major world leaders, even those whose nations are at war with each other, from the United States to China, to Ukraine and Russia, to Israel, Palestine, and the Middle East, and everywhere else. Now, at this moment in history, it is clear, at least to me, that the flourishing of human civilization hangs in the balance. With several wars on the brink of escalation to regional and even global conflict, rising tensions between nuclear powers, technological developments from AI to nuclear fusion that aim to completely transform society and geopolitics as we know it, and, of course, generally increasing political and cultural turmoil. So now, more than ever, we need great leaders, great peacemakers, who build bridges, not destroy them, who may preserve the identity of their nations but still celebrate the common humanity of all of us, all people on earth. For this and many other reasons, This conversation with Prime Minister Modi was one of the most remarkable I've ever had. You may hear such words and think that I'm just enamored by power or access. No, never was, never will be. I do not idolize anyone, especially those in power. I'm generally skeptical of power, money, and fame because of their natural corrupting influence on the mind, the heart, the soul of a person. The whole point of all the conversations I've had in my life, on mic and off mic, is that I try to see and explore the full complexity of every human being, the good and the bad. I believe we're all the same in a deep, fundamental sense, all capable of good, all capable of evil, all carry stories of pain and stories of hope. Whether you're a world leader or a truck driver, a coal miner, or a farmer in the American Midwest. And by the way, I will be talking to a lot of the latter kind of folk this year off mic, and maybe even on mic, as I travel the US and the world. My brief statements here about Narendra Modi are about both him as a leader and especially him as a human being. In the extensive time I spent with him, I spoke with him, off mic and on mic. It was a deeply personal human interaction, characterized by warmth, kindness, humor, inner and outer peace, and absolute focus on the conversation between us in the present moment, as if nothing else existed. I have heard from many people that he treats everyone he meets in this empathic way, no matter where they come from or what their position is in this world. So, for those and many other reasons, this really was an incredible experience I will never forget. Oh, and by the way, we make captions and voiceover audio tracks available in English, Hindi, and other languages. You can also listen to the original mixed language version where I speak English and Prime Minister Modi speaks Hindi. Separately, you can choose to turn on subtitles in your preferred language. On YouTube, you can switch between language audio tracks by clicking the settings gear icon, then clicking audio track, and then selecting the language you prefer. For fully English overdub, select English. For fully Hindi overdub, select Hindi. And to listen to the original mixed language version where I speak English and Prime Minister Modi speaks Hindi, please select Hindi Latin audio track. So you can listen either to a version that is all one language or to the original mixed language version with subtitles in your preferred language. The default is English overdub, where thanks to 11 Labs and a great team of translators, we do our best to bring the Prime Minister's voice to life with AI voice cloning in English. I promise that we will continue to work very hard to break down the barriers that language creates and try to make these conversations as accessible as possible to everyone in the world. Anyway, let me pause one more time to say a big thank you. What a wild ride this life has been. It's an honor for me to be on it with all of you. I love you all. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. And now, dear friends, here's the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi. So I should also say I'm fasting right now. It's been almost 2 days, 45 hours. So just water, no food. In honor of this conversation, just to get in the right mindset, get into the spiritual level. I've read that you often fast for many days. Can you explain why you fast and where does your mind go when you fast?
First of all, I'm truly pleasantly surprised and honored that you're fasting. All the more because it feels like you're fasting as a tribute of respect for me. So I express my deepest gratitude to you for doing this. In India, our religious traditions are actually a way of life. Our Supreme Court once gave a brilliant interpretation of Hinduism. They have stated that Hinduism is not about rituals or methods of worship, but rather it's a way of living, a philosophy that guides life itself. And in our scriptures, there is deep discussion on elevating the body, mind, intellect, soul, and humanity. They outline various paths, traditions, and systems to achieve this. And fasting is one of them. But fasting alone isn't everything. In India, whether you see it culturally or philosophically, sometimes I see that fasting is a way to cultivate discipline. If I put it in simple terms or explain it to the viewers who are unfamiliar with India, it is a powerful tool to bring both the inner and outer self into balance. It shapes life in profound ways. When you fast, you may have noticed, as you said, you've been fasting on water for 2 days. Every single one of your senses, especially smell, touch, and taste, becomes highly sensitive. You may even notice the subtle aroma of water itself, something you probably never noticed before when drinking it. If someone walks past you carrying tea, you will catch its aroma just like you would with coffee. A small flower you've seen before, you will see it again today. But now you can perceive its details more vividly. Your senses become extra sharp, highly aware, and fully tuned in. And their capability to observe and to respond multiplies and grows sharper. I have personally often experienced this. Another thing I've experienced is that fasting can greatly accelerate the thinking process and can give a fresh perspective. You start thinking outside the box. I don't know if everyone experiences this, but I certainly do. Most people assume that fasting simply means giving up food or not eating. But that's just the physical aspect of fasting. If someone is forced to go without food due to hardship, with an empty stomach, can we call that fasting? Fasting is actually a scientific process. Whenever I fast for an extended period, I prepare my body in advance. For 5 to 7 days before the fast, I follow various Ayurvedic practices and yoga practices, along with other traditional cleansing methods, to internally reset my system. Before actually beginning the fast, I make sure to drink a lot of water as much as possible. So you could say that this detoxification process helps prepare my body in the best possible way. And once I begin fasting, for me it's an act of devotion. For me, fasting is a form of self-discipline. For me personally, even while I go about doing my daily activities during a fast, my mind remains deeply introspective and focused inward. And that experience is profoundly transformative for me. My practice of fasting didn't come from reading books, listening to sermons, or following a tradition just because my family happened to have observed it. It came from my own personal experience. During my school days, there was a movement inspired by Mahatma Gandhi's vision, his vision of cow protection. The government had not enacted any laws at the time. At the time, people across the country observed a one-day fast by gathering in public places in silent protests. We were just kids, probably had just finished primary school. Something inside me said I should be part of this. And that was the first time in my life I experienced fasting. At such a young age, I felt neither hunger nor any desire for food. Instead, I felt a new awareness, a surge of energy within me. So I became convinced that fasting is a science, far beyond just skipping meals. It is something far greater than that. Then gradually, I refined my body and mind through various experiments. Over time, it became a long and disciplined journey for me. And one thing is certain, fasting never slows me down. I work just as much as usual. Sometimes I even work more. And another fascinating thing I've noticed is that when I need to express my thoughts, I'm amazed at where they come from and how they flow. It's truly an incredible experience.
So you still do meetings with world leaders. You still manage the affairs of India. You still carry out your role as a leader on the world stage, all fasted, and sometimes 9 days.
Well, this practice has a long historical context. I hope it may be interesting for those listening. There is an ancient tradition in India called Chaturmas. During the monsoon season, we know that the digestion tends to slow down. And so in this season, many people in India follow the practice of eating only a single meal within 24 hours. For me, this starts around mid-June and goes on until after Diwali, around November. For about 4 to 4.5 months, I follow this tradition of eating only once in 24 hours. Then comes the Navratri festival in India, which usually falls in September or October. During this time, the whole country celebrates Durga Puja, a festival of strength, devotion, and spiritual discipline. This lasts for 9 days. During this time, I completely abstain from food and only drink hot water. Although drinking hot water has always been a part of my daily routine, my past lifestyle was such that I naturally developed this habit over time. Then, in March or April, another Navratri occurs, called Chaitra Navratri. This year, it will likely begin around March 31st. During this 9-day fast, I eat only one specific fruit once a day. So for those 9 days, if let's say I choose papaya, then for all 9 days, I won't touch anything else, just papaya. That too, I eat only once a day. That's how I follow my 9-day fasting routine. So there are numerous fasts I keep throughout the year. And this has become a deeply ingrained tradition in my life. Perhaps I can say that I've been following these practices for 50 to 55 years.
Has there been times when you met with a world leader and completely fasted? And maybe what do they think about that? What do they think about your ability to do that kind of thing? And you're right, I should mention that from even my 2 days, my ability to be present, my ability to sense everything, sharply focus on this experience is elevated. But yes, is there stories with a world leader that maybe jump to mind when you were fasted?
Well, most of the time, I don't even let people know about it. It's my personal matter, so I never publicized it. But people gradually started finding out. It became known only after I became Chief Minister and Prime Minister. Otherwise, it was purely personal. But now that it's out in the open, I don't mind sharing. If someone asks, I tell them so it might be useful to them because it's not my personal property. It's my experience. And if that can help someone, why not share it? After all, my life has always been devoted to the well being of others. For example, after I became Prime Minister, I had a bilateral meeting at the White House with President Obama. And he had also arranged a formal dinner. Then, as discussions between the two governments progressed, someone said, "Please join us for dinner." To which another replied, "But the Prime Minister doesn't eat." This left them a bit concerned. How do you host the leader of such a major nation at the White House without serving food? When we sat down, they brought me a glass of hot water. I turned to President Obama and jokingly said, "Look, my dinner has arrived," as I placed the glass in front of me. Later, when I visited again, he still remembered. He smiled and said, "Last time you were fasting. This time we're having lunch. Since you're not fasting, you'll have to eat twice as much."
Let's go to the beginning. You rose from humble beginnings to lead the world's largest democracy. So I think there's a lot of people for whom this is truly inspiring. Your family was of very modest means, and you grew up in a one-room house with a mud floor, your whole family living there. Tell me about your childhood. How did those humble beginnings shape your outlook on life?
My birthplace is in Gujarat, specifically in North Gujarat, in Mehsana district, in a small town called Vadnagar. Historically, this town holds great significance. And so, Vadnagar is where I was born and completed my early education. Looking at the world, as I understand it today, I can reflect on my childhood and the unique environment I grew up in. My village had certain fascinating aspects, some of which are quite rare, even globally. When I was in school, there was an elder in our village who would regularly tell students, "Listen, kids, wherever you go, if you find a carved stone or you find a stone with inscriptions on it or anything with engraving, bring it and place it in this corner of the school." Over time, my curiosity grew and I started to understand. I realized that my village had a rich and ancient history. Discussions at school often revealed more fascinating details about its past. Later, I learned that China even made a film about it. I had read in a newspaper about a film that mentioned the Chinese philosopher Yuan Tsang, who had spent a considerable amount of time in my village, having arrived there many centuries ago. Back then, it was a major center for Buddhist learning. That's how I first learned about it. And perhaps around the 1400s, it was a prominent Buddhist educational hub. There was a victory monument from the 12th century, a temple from the 17th century, and in the 16th century, two sisters, Tana and Riri, who were renowned musicians. As I uncovered these history traces, I grasped the depth of our heritage. So, when I became chief minister, I initiated large-scale excavation projects. The findings from these very projects confirmed that thousands of Buddhist monks had at one time studied there. It was a place where Buddhist, Jain, and Hindu traditions coexisted harmoniously. And For us, history wasn't just confined to books. Every stone spoke. Every wall had a story to tell. And so, when we began the large-scale excavation work, we uncovered findings that hold immense historical significance. So far, they have discovered evidence dating back 2,800 years, proving that this city has remained unbroken and eternal for all those 2,800 years. They have discovered solid proof of how its development unfolded over these centuries. Now, an international level museum has been established there, open to visitors, especially for archaeology students. It has become a major area of study. So, the place where I was born holds its own unique historical significance. I see it as my good fortune. Some things in life unfold beyond our understanding. Kashi became my realm of duty. Now, Kashi is also eternal. Kashi, also known as Banaras or Varanasi, is an eternal city that has remained vibrant and alive for centuries. Perhaps it was some divine design that led a boy born in Vardnagar to eventually make Kashi his realm of duty, living in the embrace of Mother Ganga. When I think about my family, my father, my mother, my siblings, my uncles, aunts, grandparents, we all grew up together in a small house. The place we lived was likely even smaller than where we are sitting now. There was no window, just a small door. That's where I was born, that's where I grew up. Now, when people talk about poverty, it's natural to discuss it in the context of public life. And by those standards, my early life was spent in extreme poverty. But we never really felt the burden of poverty. You see, someone who is used to wearing fine shoes will feel their absence when they don't have them. But for us, we had never worn shoes in our lives. So, how would we even know that wearing shoes was a big deal? We weren't in a position to compare. That's just how we lived. Our mother worked incredibly hard. My father, too. He was extremely hardworking, and he was also extremely disciplined. Every morning around 4 or 4:30 a.m., he would leave the house, walk long distances, visit several temples, and then reach his shop. He wore traditional leather shoes, handmade in the village. The shoes were very tough and sturdy, making a distinct tock, tock, tock sound when he walked. People in the village used to say that they could tell the time just by hearing his footsteps. Oh yes, they would say. Mr. Damodar is on his way. Such was his discipline. He worked tirelessly, late into the night. Our mother too ensured that we never felt the struggles of our circumstances. But despite everything, these challenging circumstances of living in scarcity never left a mark on our minds. I remember in school, the idea of wearing shoes never even crossed my mind. One day while I was on my way to school, I ran into my uncle on the way. He saw me and was surprised. Hey, you go to school like this, without shoes? So at that time, he bought me a pair of canvas shoes and made me wear them. Back then, they must have cost around 10 or 12 rupees. But here's the thing. They were white canvas shoes and they would quickly get stained. So what did I do? In the evening, after school was over, I would stay back for a while. I would go from classroom to classroom, collecting leftover pieces of chalk that the teachers had discarded. I would take the pieces of chalk home, soak them in water, mix them into a paste, and polish my canvas shoes with it, making them bright white again. For me, those shoes were a treasured possession, a symbol of great wealth. And I don't exactly know why, but from childhood, our mother was extremely particular about cleanliness. Perhaps that's where we inherited that habit too. Not sure how I picked up the habit of dressing neatly, but it's been there since childhood. Whatever I wore, I made sure it looked proper. Back then, as you can imagine, we didn't have any arrangements for ironing clothes. So instead, I would heat up water in a copper pot, hold it with tongs, and press my clothes myself. Then I'd head off to school. That's how I lived, and I found joy in it. We never thought about being poor or judged about how others lived or what their struggles were. We lived carefree, enjoying whatever little we had, and kept working hard. Never once did we complain about these things. And all these aspects of my life, whether you call it fortune or misfortune, unfolded in such a way in politics that they started coming to light. Because when I was taking my oath as chief minister, TV reporters went to my village, questioned my childhood friends, went to capture videos of my home. That's when people started asking, who is this and what background he is coming from? Before that, very few knew much about my life. That's just how my journey has been. My mother possessed an innate spirit of caring for others' well-being. It was woven into the very fabric of her being. She possessed knowledge of traditional remedies and healing practices and would treat children with these home remedies. Every morning before sunrise around 5 o'clock, she would start treating them. So all the children and their parents would gather at our home, little children crying, and we had to wake up early because of it. Meanwhile, my mother would continue treating them with care. This spirit of service, in a way, was nurtured through these experiences. A sense of empathy for society, the desire to do good for others. These values were instilled in me from my family. I believe that my life has been shaped by my mother, my father, my teachers, and the environment I grew up in.
There's a lot of young people listening to this that are truly inspired by your story. From those humble beginnings to the leader of the biggest democracy in the world. What can you tell to those young folks who are struggling, who are lost in the world, who are trying to find their way? What advice could you give them?
I want to tell all the young people the following. No matter how dark the night may seem, it is still just night, and morning is bound to come. That's why we need patience and self-confidence. Yes, the challenges are real, but I am not defined by my circumstances. I am here for a purpose, sent by a higher power, and I am not alone. The one who sent me is always with me. This unwavering faith should always remain within us. Difficulties are a test of endurance. They are not meant to defeat me. Hardships exist to make me stronger, helping me grow and improve, not to leave me feeling hopeless or discouraged. Personally, I see every crisis, every challenge as an opportunity. So to all young people, I say, have patience. There are no shortcuts in life. At our railway stations, there hangs a sign for those who habitually cross the tracks instead of using the bridge. It reads, shortcut will cut you short. I would tell young people the same, shortcut will cut you short. There are no shortcuts in life. Patience and perseverance are essential. Whatever responsibility we are given, we must pour our heart into it. We should live it with passion, enjoy the journey, and find fulfillment in it. I truly believe that if this mindset is cultivated, it transforms life. Similarly, abundance alone is not enough. There is no guarantee of success. Even a wealthy person who indulges in comfort and idleness will eventually wither away. Instead, he must decide, yes, I may have resources around me, but I must use my abilities to grow them further. I must contribute more to society with my own strength. Even if I am in a good position, there is still so much more to do. Even if I am not in a good position, there is still so much work to do. That's what I believe. I have also noticed that some people tend to think, I've learned enough, that's it. But one should never let the student within them die. Learning should never stop. I believe that as long as I am alive, I must have a purpose. Perhaps I exist to keep learning, to keep growing. Now, my mother tongue is Gujarati, and we were not very familiar with the Hindi language, nor did we know how to speak it eloquently or communicate effectively. But as a child, I used to sit at my father's tea shop, and at that young age, I got the chance to meet so many people. And every time I learned something from them, I observed their ways of speaking, their expressions. These things taught me a lot. Even though I wasn't in a position to apply it then, I thought, if I ever get the chance, why not? Why shouldn't I present myself well? So I believe the desire to learn should always remain alive. And another thing I've observed is that most people dream about achieving something or becoming someone. They set big targets. And when they fall short, they feel disappointed. That's why whenever I get a chance to talk to my friends, I tell them, instead of dreaming about getting and becoming, dream of doing something. If you focus on doing something, and let's say your goal is to reach 10, but you make it to 8, you won't feel discouraged. You still work toward 10 with determination. But if your dream is only to become something and it doesn't happen, even your achievements may feel like a burden. That's why we must adjust our mindset in life. Instead of thinking about what I got or didn't get, the mindset should be, what can I give? Because true contentment doesn't bloom on its own. It grows from the depth of what you give.
And I should say that this young kid, one of the things I dreamed of doing is to do this very thing, to talk to you today. So this is very surreal. At 17, another fascinating part of your life, you left home and spent 2 years roaming in the Himalayas, searching for purpose, for deeper truth, for God. So not much is known about this period of your life. You lived a nomadic, minimalist existence, very much like a yogi, often sleeping without a roof over your head. What are some memorable spiritual moments, rituals, experiences from that time?
It seems like you put in a lot of effort. Look, I don't usually talk much about this, but I can share a few external aspects of it. I grew up in a very small town. Our life was all about being part of a community. We lived among people surrounded by them. That was just how life was. There was a library in the village, and I used to go there often to read books. Whenever I read something from the books, I often found myself feeling inspired, thinking, why shouldn't I shape my own life like that? That desire was always there. When I used to read about Swami Vivekananda or read about Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, I would often wonder, how did they live? How did they build such remarkable lives? And for that, I constantly experimented on myself. Most of my experiments were physical in nature, testing my body's limits. For example, where I lived, winters weren't too harsh, but December nights could get quite cold. But still, at night, the cold would bite. It was natural. So sometimes I would decide to sleep outside, in the open, with nothing to cover myself, just to see how my body endures the cold. So from a very young age, I would often experiment with my body, and this became a regular thing for me. For me, going to the library, reading extensively, visiting the pond, washing the family's clothes, and swimming became part of my routine. Swimming was my main physical activity. All of these things were deeply connected to my life. Later, as I read Vivekananda, I became even more drawn to his teachings. One time I read about Swami Vivekananda. His mother was ill, so he went to Sri Ramakrishna Paramahans for guidance. He would argue with him, debate with him. In his early days, he would often argue with him, questioning everything intellectually. He said, my mother is sick. If I were earning, I could take better care of her. Sri Ramakrishna said, don't bother me with all this. Go to Goddess Kali. She is there. Ask her for what you need. And so, Swami Vivekananda went and sat before Goddess Kali's idol for hours, and he immersed himself into deep meditation. After a few hours, when he returned, Ramakrishna asked him, so did you request the goddess? Swami Vivekananda replied, no, I didn't. Ramakrishna said, go again tomorrow. She will fulfill your request. Ask her. He went the next day and then again the day after. But each time, he found himself unable to ask for anything. His mother was unwell and he needed help. But when he sat before Goddess Kali, he was completely absorbed in her presence. And yet, he could not bring himself to ask for anything. Each time, he returned empty-handed. He told Sri Ramakrishna, I came back empty-handed. I didn't ask for anything. To stand before the divine goddess and not be able to ask for anything. That moment, that experience, lit a flame inside him. There was a spark in his life. And from that came the spirit of giving. I believe that perhaps that small incident in Vivekananda's life left an impression on me too. The thought of what can I give to the world? Maybe true contentment comes from giving. If my heart is only filled with the hunger to receive, that hunger will never end. And within that realization came the idea of Shiva and living being as one. If you wish to serve Shiva, serve all living beings. Recognize the unity between the divine and the living. True non-duality is experienced through this realization. I would often lose myself in such thoughts, my mind naturally drifting in that direction. I remember an incident in the neighborhood where we lived, just outside. There was a Lord Shiva temple. One day a saint came to stay there. So that saint used to engage in meditation and spiritual practices. I started feeling drawn to him, thinking perhaps he possessed some spiritual energy. I had only read about Swami Vivekananda, never seen such figures in real life. During Navratri, he was fasting and he had placed sorghum grains on his hand, a common tradition in our culture. In a way, sprouting seeds on your palms and sleeping like that for 9 or 10 days. It was a kind of spiritual vow, and this saint was observing it. During those same days, my maternal uncle's family was preparing for my aunt's wedding. Everyone from my home was going to my uncle's house for the wedding. Now, for any child, visiting an uncle's house is always exciting. But I told my family, I'm not going, I'll stay here. And I will take care of Swamiji. Since he has these grains on his hand, he can't eat or drink. So I will take care of him. So as a child, I chose not to attend the wedding. I stayed back, serving Swamiji instead. Somehow my mind was naturally drawn in that direction. At times, whenever soldiers from my village came home during their holidays, they would walk around in their uniforms with such pride. I would run behind them all day thinking, look at them, they are serving the nation. So there was always a strong feeling inside me to do something meaningful. I didn't fully understand what it would be, and I didn't have a roadmap. There was a hunger within me, a deep longing to understand life, to explore its meaning. So I just set out and began the journey. During my time in the mission, I came across remarkable saints. They showered me with love and blessings. Among them, I formed a special bond with Swami Atmasthananji. He lived for nearly 100 years, a life full of wisdom and service. In his final years, I deeply wished for him to stay with me at the Prime Minister's residence. But his responsibilities were vast and he couldn't come. However, back when I was Chief Minister, he used to visit and I was fortunate to receive his blessings and guidance. He once looked at me and said, "Why have you come here? You have a greater purpose to fulfill. Is your priority your own well-being, or is it the welfare of society?" Whatever Swami Vivekananda said was for the betterment of society. He said, you are meant to serve others. So I remember feeling a bit disheartened at that moment. I had come seeking guidance, but all I got were words. So I continued on my journey, wandering from place to place. I spent time in the Himalayas, embracing the solitude of the mountains. I met many remarkable individuals along the way. Some were great ascetics, people who had renounced everything. But still, my mind remained restless. Perhaps it was my age of curiosity, of wanting to learn, to understand. It was a new experience, a world shaped by the mountains, by ice, by the towering snow-covered peaks. But all of this played a huge role in shaping me. It strengthened me from within and enabled me to discover my inner power. Practicing meditation, waking up in the sacred pre-dawn hours, bathing in the cold, serving people with devotion, and naturally tending to elderly saints became a seamless part of who I was. Once a natural calamity struck the region, and I immediately devoted myself to helping the villagers. So these were the saints and spiritual masters with whom I stayed from time to time. I never remained in one place for long. I kept moving, constantly wandering. That was the kind of life I lived.
And for people who don't know, that moment in the Ramakrishna Mission Ashram with the monks, Swami Padmashananda, as you mentioned, he helped steer you towards a life of service. So there's another possible life that could have been where you take sannyasa, you give away everything, and you're a monk. So we could have had a monk Narendra Modi and a Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And he helped you take the decision to live a life of service at every scale.
From the outside, people may call me a leader. Some call me the Prime Minister. Others call me the Chief Minister. And that's how they see me from their perspective. But deep within there is only an unwavering spiritual commitment. The Modi, who lovingly helped his mother care for children during their treatments, tending to them with patience and compassion. The Modi who wandered through the Himalayas, and the Modi who now works from this seat of responsibility, they are all tied together by the same inner consistency. Every action is dedicated to serving others. People may see a stark difference between a saint and a leader, but to me there is no real difference. Yes, the attire changes, the way of life changes, the words spoken throughout the day shift, and the nature of work evolves. But the core of my being remains unchanged, carrying out every responsibility with the same sense of calm, focus, and dedication.
Another part of your life, of who you are, is you've spoken your whole life about putting your nation of India above all else. When you were 8, you joined the RSS, which espouses the idea of Hindu nationalism. Can you tell me about RSS and what impact they had on who you are and the development of your political ideas?
Ever since childhood, I always had the habit of staying engaged in something or the other. I remember there was a man named Makoshi. I don't quite recall his full name. I think he was part of the service group, Makoshi Soni or something like that. He used to carry a small drum-like instrument called a tambourine with him. And he used to sing patriotic songs in his deep, powerful voice. Whenever he came to our village, he would hold programs in different places. I would run after him like a crazy fan just to listen to his songs. I would spend entire nights listening to their patriotic songs. I enjoyed it. I don't even know why, but I just did. In our village, there was a branch of the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh where we played sports and sang patriotic songs. Something about those songs touched me deeply. They stirred something inside me. And that's how I eventually became part of the RSS. One of the core values that were instilled in us at RSS was, whatever you do, do it with a purpose. Even while studying, study with the goal of learning enough to contribute to the nation. Even when you exercise, do it with the purpose of strengthening your body to serve the nation. This is what we were taught. And today, RSS is a massive organization. It is now nearing its 100th anniversary. Such a massive volunteer organization likely doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. Millions of people are connected to it. But understanding RSS is not that simple. One must make an effort to truly grasp the nature of its work. More than anything, The RSS provides you with a clear direction toward what can truly be called a purpose in life. Secondly, the nation is everything, and serving the people is akin to serving God. This is what has been said since the Vedic era, what our sages have said, what Vivekananda said, and what the RSS echoes. A volunteer is told that the inspiration he gains from RSS is not just about attending the 1-hour session or wearing the uniform. What matters is what you do for society. And today, inspired by that spirit, many initiatives are thriving. Like some volunteers established an organization called Seva Bharti. This organization served the slums and settlements where the poorest people live, which they call service communities. To my knowledge, they run approximately 125,000 service projects without any government assistance, solely through community support. They spend time there, teach the children, care for their health, instill good values, and work towards improving cleanliness in these communities. Running 125,000 social service projects is no small feat. Similarly, some volunteers nurtured by RSS are dedicated to serving tribal communities through Vanvasi Kalyan Ashram. They live among the tribal people, working for their welfare. They have established over 70,000 one-teacher schools in remote tribal regions. There are also some people in America who show their support for this cause and contribute donations of about $10 or $15. And they say, skip a Coca-Cola this month, don't drink Coca-Cola, and donate that money to a one-teacher school instead. Now imagine 70,000 one-teacher schools dedicated to educating tribal children. Some volunteers have founded Vidya Bharati to revolutionize education. Today they run nearly 25,000 schools, educating around 3 million students. And I believe that millions of students have benefited from this initiative, receiving quality education at an incredibly low cost. Alongside education, values are prioritized and students remain grounded, learning skills so they don't become a burden on society. That is, in every aspect of life, whether it's women, youth, or even laborers, the RSS has played a role. In terms of membership size, if I may say so, we have the Indian Labor Union. It has around 50,000 unions with millions of members across the country. Perhaps in terms of scale, there is no bigger labor union in the world. But what's interesting is the approach they take. Historically, leftist ideologies have fueled labor movements worldwide. And what has been their slogan? Workers of the world, unite. The message was clear, unite first, and then we'll deal with everything else. But what do the labor unions run by RSS-trained volunteers believe in? They say, workers unite the world. Others say, workers of the world unite, and we say, workers unite the world. It may seem like just a small shift in words, but it represents a huge ideological transformation. The volunteers who come from the RSS follow their own interests, nature, and inclination. And in doing so, they strengthen and promote these kinds of activities. When you observe these initiatives, you'll see how, over the past 100 years, the RSS has dedicated itself with the discipline and devotion of a seeker, staying away from the glare of mainstream attention. I feel blessed to gain life's values from such a sacred organization. Through the RSS, I found a life of purpose. Then I was fortunate to spend some time among the saints, which gave me a strong spiritual foundation. I found discipline and a life of purpose And through the guidance of saints, I gained spiritual grounding. Swami Atmastananda and others like him have held my hand throughout my journey, constantly guiding me at every step. The teachings of Ramakrishna Mission, Swami Vivekananda, and the service-driven philosophy of the RSS have played a crucial role in shaping me.
But they've also helped push the idea of India. What is the idea that unifies India? What is India as a nation? What is the foundational idea that unites all of these disparate worlds and communities and cultures? What would it be?
Look, India is a cultural identity. It is a civilization that dates back thousands of years. Consider the vastness of India. Over 100 languages, thousands of dialects. India is so diverse that we have a saying that every 20 miles the language changes. Customs change, cuisine changes, even clothing styles shift from region to region, from the south to the north. You will see immense diversity across the country. But if you dig a little deeper, you will find a common thread. For example, the stories of Lord Ram can be heard everywhere in India. His name echoes in every corner of the country. But if you look closely, from Tamil Nadu to Jammu and Kashmir, you will always find people whose names include Ram in some form. In Gujarat, he might be called Ram Bhai. In Tamil Nadu, Ramachandra. And in Maharashtra, Ram Bhau. This unique cultural bond is what unites India as one civilization. Take something as simple as bathing in water. We have a ritual where all the rivers of India are remembered. They chant, I am bathing with the waters of all these rivers. Ganga, Yamuna, Godavari, Saraswati, Narmada, Sindhu, Kaveri. It's a sentiment that unites a nation. And we have a long tradition of making such resolutions at the beginning of important events and rituals. And the resolution itself can present a historical record. And in so doing, serve as a way of collecting and preserving historical data. It has been an incredibly unique system, guided meticulously by our scriptures. When someone makes a resolution, performs a puja, or even during weddings, we start by invoking the entire universe, beginning with Jambudvip, Bharat Khand, Aryavrat, and gradually narrow it down to the village, then mentioning the specific family. And finally, we invoke the family deity. This practice is still alive, happening daily in every corner of India. But sadly, the Western and global models began viewing nations only as administrative systems. India, however, has had a variety of administrative systems throughout history. Many systems were fragmented, scattered, and varied across regions. Kings and rulers were numerous. But India's unity lay in cultural bonds. Pilgrimage traditions played a key role in preserving this unity. Shankaracharya established the 4 pilgrimage sites. Even today, millions of people travel from one place to another for pilgrimage. In Kashi, you will find people who bring water from Rameshwaram to Kashi and take water from Kashi to Rameshwaram. Even if you look at our Hindu calendar, you'll find so many things across the country that you can't even imagine.
If we look at the historical foundation of modern India, along with yourself, Mahatma Gandhi is one of the most important humans to have ever lived, but certainly one of the most important humans to the history of India. What do you admire about Mahatma Gandhi?
As I had mentioned before, I was born in Gujarat, and Gujarati is my mother tongue. Mahatma Gandhi was also born in Gujarat. His native language was Gujarati too. He pursued a career as an attorney and lived overseas for several years. He had plenty of great opportunities, but the deep sense of duty within him, along with the values instilled by his family, led him to give up all comforts and devote his life to serving the people of India. He joined the struggle for India's independence. And to this day, he continues to deeply influence the life of every Indian in some way. Mahatma Gandhi tried to live by his principles and practice what he preached. For example, he strongly advocated for cleanliness and practiced it himself. And he made it a point to discuss cleanliness wherever he went. Another key factor to consider is India's fight for independence. India was ruled by the Mughals, the British, and several other foreign powers. Despite being bound by the shackles of colonial rule for centuries, the flame of independence burned brightly. In every corner and nook of India, never fading, always fueling the desire for freedom. Millions of people sacrificed their lives so the light of freedom could shine on India. They laid down their lives for freedom, sacrificing their youth behind prison walls. Mahatma Gandhi also fought for India's independence, but in his own way. Indeed, the other freedom fighters were brave warriors and devoted sons of Mother India. They came, they fought, and their martyrdom immortalized them. And they did indeed have a lasting impact. But it was Mahatma Gandhi who awakened the nation, leading a mass movement fueled by truth. And he wove even a sweeper into the very fabric of the freedom struggle. He told teachers their work was part of the freedom struggle. He told the people spinning thread and weaving clothes they were freedom fighters. He told those tending to lepers that their service was a step toward India's freedom. He viewed every task as a vital thread in the fabric of India's independence movement. And this transformed India's common man into a soldier in the quest for freedom. Gandhi forged a mass movement so immense that the British could never fully grasp it. The British never imagined that a pinch of salt from the Dandi March could spark a massive revolution, and he made it happen. And his life, presence, style, mannerisms, all left a profound impact. And I have seen many of his stories evolve into timeless legends. I recall an incident from a roundtable conference. Yeah, I believe he was attending a roundtable conference. He was supposed to meet King George at the Buckingham Palace, draped in his breechcloth. Mahatma Gandhi made his way to the palace. Many people were amazed that he had showed up in that attire to meet the king. Gandhi remarked he didn't need to wear a lot of clothes. He said, "Your king is wearing enough clothes for the both of us." This was the whimsical charm of his nature. Mahatma Gandhi possessed many remarkable qualities. His call for unity and recognition of the people's strength still resonates with me. In everything I do, I strive to include the common man and to ensure the participation of as many as possible. I don't believe in leaving everything to the government. I am a firm believer in the power of social change.
So he was probably one of the greatest leaders of the 20th century. You are one of the greatest leaders of the 21st century. Those two centuries are very different. And you have been masterful in the game, in the art of geopolitics. So let me ask you, you have found a balance. So when negotiating on the world stage with super powerful nations, is it better to be loved or feared? It seems like you are a masterclass of being loved by everybody, but everybody knows and feels the strength. So finding that balance. Can you speak to that balance?
First and foremost, I don't think this is a fair comparison. Mahatma Gandhi wasn't just a 20th century leader. His relevance transcends centuries. Mahatma Gandhi's legacy will last for centuries to come, and he remains relevant to date. As far as I am concerned, I have a responsibility to fulfill. Yet, the weight of that responsibility pales in comparison to my country. I am nowhere near as great as my country, and my strength lies not in my name, but in the backing of 1.4 billion Indians and thousands of years of timeless culture and heritage. So wherever I go, I carry with me the essence of thousands of years of Vedic tradition, the timeless teachings of Swami Vivekananda, and the blessings, dreams, and aspirations of 1.4 billion Indians. When I shake hands with a world leader, it's not Modi, but 1.4 billion Indians doing so. So this isn't my strength at all. It is rather the strength of India. You see, I recall something that happened all the way back in 2013. It was when my party declared I would be the prime ministerial candidate. My critics often tried to corner me on one point. It became a topic of widespread discussion. Modi is nothing more than a state leader. What does he know of foreign policy? Does he even understand global geopolitics? This was on everyone's lips. And I was asked this question in every interview. I gave a very well thought out answer at the time. I said, I won't lay out my entire foreign policy in an interview, nor is it needed. That said, India will neither allow itself to be looked down upon, nor will it ever look up to anyone. India will now see eye to eye with her counterparts. This was my belief in 2013, and it still lies at the heart of my foreign policy. For me, the country always comes first. However, to belittle someone or speaking ill of others is neither part of my cultural values nor my traditions. Moreover, our culture upholds and advocates for the welfare of mankind. India has always championed the ideas of global peace and brotherhood. For centuries, we have envisioned the world as one big family. Our noble ancestors envisaged the welfare of the whole world and universe. And that's why you must have noticed the nature of our conversation, as well as the ideas that I have presented on the global stage, which are rooted in respect and positivity. For example, I spoke about the environment in one of my speeches. I proposed the concept of one sun, one world, one grid. During the COVID pandemic, I delivered a speech at the G20 summit. I put forth the vision of one health, where humans and nature would live in harmony. And I have always worked towards this. We hosted the G20 summit with the motto, One Earth, One Family, One Future. We have inherited this timeless wisdom, and it's our duty to share it with the world. To give you an example, I have advocated for embracing renewable energy. We founded the International Solar Alliance with the motto, One Sun, One World, One Grid. Even when it comes to global health care, I had proposed One Earth, One Health. This initiative extends not only to humans, but also to all flora and fauna. I have always aimed to initiate efforts that foster global well-being. And the global community needs to join hands to accomplish that. We must also understand that the world has become one small village today. No country can thrive in isolation. Today we all depend upon one another. No one can make it far by themselves. That is why you must learn to synchronize with everyone. And everyone else must learn to synchronize with you. That's the only way to propel this initiative forward. Organizations like the United Nations came into being after the First World War. But they failed to evolve with the times. And this inability to adapt has sparked a global debate on their relevance.
You have spoken about, you have the experience, you have the skill, you have the geopolitical leverage to be the biggest peacemaker in the world today on the world stage, and there's several wars going on. Can you maybe explain how you approach the process of making peace, helping make peace between two warring nations? For example, Russia and Ukraine.
Well, I represent the country, that is the land of Lord Buddha. I represent the country that is the land of Mahatma Gandhi. These are the great souls whose teachings, words, actions, and behavior are entirely dedicated to peace. And that is why, culturally and historically, our background is so strong that whenever we speak of peace, the world listens to us. Because India is the land of Gautam Buddha and Mahatma Gandhi, and Indians aren't hardwired to espouse strife and conflict. We espouse harmony instead. We seek neither to wage war against nature nor to foster strife among nations. We stand for peace. And wherever we can act as peacemakers, we have gladly embraced that responsibility. Returning to your example, I have a close relationship with Russia and Ukraine alike. I can sit with President Putin and say that this is not the time for war. And I can also tell President Zelensky in a friendly way that, brother, regardless of how many people stand with you in the world, there will never be a resolution on the battlefield. The resolution will only come when both Ukraine and Russia come to the negotiating table. Ukraine may hold countless discussions with their allies, but it will bear no fruit. Discussions must include both parties instead. Initially, it was challenging to find peace, but now the current situation presents an opportunity for meaningful and productive talks between Ukraine and Russia. There has been a lot of suffering. Even the global south has suffered. The world has been grappling with a food, fuel, and fertilizer crisis. So, the global community should unite in the pursuit of peace. As for me, I have always maintained that I stand with peace. I am not neutral. I have a stance, and that is peace. And peace is what I strive for.
Another difficult historic relationship and conflict is between India and Pakistan. So it's one of the most tense conflicts in the world. Two nuclear powers with strong ideological differences. You are a great peacemaker, looking out into the future as a visionary. What do you see as the path for friendship, for peace, for good relations between India and Pakistan?
I would like to delve into periods of our history the world may be unfamiliar with. Before 1947, during the struggle for independence, everyone was fighting side by side, shoulder to shoulder.
Thanks for listening to Extraterrestrial. We'll be back next Tuesday as we complete the saga of Dr. Strange's and Valiant 4.
And the nation was eagerly waiting to celebrate the freedom, the joy of independence.
You can listen to Extraterrestrial
Now,
on all podcasts, other podcasts,
we could have a lengthy discussion on what led to the events that unfolded. But the fact remains that the policymakers of the time agreed to India's partition. And they agreed to the Muslim side's demand of carving out a separate nation, with hearts weighed down by grief and silent tears. Indians embraced this painful reality. However, what unfolded was an immediate heartbreaking saga of bloodshed. Trains filled with bloodied, wounded people and corpses started arriving from Pakistan. It was a harrowing sight. After getting their own way, we expected them to live and let live. And yet, they chose not to foster a harmonious coexistence. Time and again, they decided to be at odds with India. They have waged a proxy war against us. Don't mistake this for ideology. What kind of ideology thrives on bloodshed and the export of terror? And we are not the sole victims of this menace. Wherever terror strikes in the world, the trail somehow leads to Pakistan. Let's take the September 11th attacks, for example. The main mastermind behind it, Osama bin Laden, where did he eventually emerge from? He had taken refuge in Pakistan. The world has recognized that, in a way, terrorism and the terrorist mindset are deeply rooted in Pakistan. Today, it stands as an epicenter of turmoil, not just for India, but for the world. And we have repeatedly asked them, what good can come from this path? We have urged them to abandon the path of state-sponsored terrorism for good. What do you hope to gain by surrendering your nation to lawless forces? I even personally traveled to Lahore in the pursuit of peace. When I became Prime Minister, I specially invited Pakistan to my swearing-in ceremony so we could turn over a new leaf. Yet, every noble attempt at fostering peace was met with hostility and betrayal. We sincerely hope that wisdom prevails upon them and they choose the path of peace. I believe even the people of Pakistan long for peace because even they must be weary of living in strife and unrest. They must have grown weary of relentless terror, where even innocent children are killed and countless lives are destroyed.
Is there some memorable stories from your past attempts to try to improve relations with Pakistan that could guide the path forward into the future?
Like I mentioned, my first attempt at improving bilateral relations was when I invited my Pakistani counterpart to my swearing-in. It was a gesture of goodwill. It was a diplomatic gesture unlike any in decades. The very people who once questioned my approach to foreign policy were taken aback when they learned I had invited all SAARC heads of state and our then president Mr. Pranab Mukherjee beautifully captured that historic gesture in his memoir. This was a testament to how clear and confident India's foreign policy had become. This sent a clear message to the world about India's commitment to peace and harmony. But we didn't get the desired outcome.
Maybe to ask a little bit of a lighter question, who has the better cricket team, India or Pakistan? The two teams have a epic rivalry on the pitch. And more seriously, given the geopolitical tensions that you spoke to, what role do sports and cricket and football play in fostering better?
I think sports have the power to energize the entire world. The spirit of sports brings people together across different nations. That's why I would never want to see sports being discredited. I truly believe that sports play a major role in human evolution. They're not just games. They connect people on a deeper level. Now, coming to the question of who's better and who's not. When it comes to techniques in sports, I'm not an expert. Only those who specialize in the technical aspects can judge which techniques are superior and who the best players really are. But sometimes the results speak for themselves. Just a few days ago, India and Pakistan played a match. The result reveals which is the better team. That's how we know.
Yeah, I've watched this series called The Greatest Rivalry, India versus Pakistan, that describes so many incredible players, so many incredible games. It's always beautiful to see a great rivalry. You've also spoken about football. Football is very popular in India. So another tough question, who is the greatest football player of all time? We've got Messi, Pele, Maradona, Cristiano Ronaldo, Zidane. Who do you think is the greatest football player to have ever played?
It's absolutely true that many regions in India have a strong football culture. Our women's football team is performing really well, and the men's team is also making great progress. But if we talk about the past, back in the 1980s, one name that always stood out was Maradona. For that generation, he was seen as a true hero. And if you ask today's generation, they'll immediately mention Messi. Now that you've asked, another interesting memory just came to mind. There's a state in India called Madhya Pradesh, right in the center. There's a district called Shahdol, a completely tribal region where a large tribal community resides. I really enjoy interacting with people from such communities, especially the self-help groups run by tribal women. So I decided to visit them and have a conversation. But when I got there, I noticed something fascinating. Around 80 to 100 young boys, kids, and even some older youth, all dressed in sports uniforms, standing together. Naturally, I walked over to them. So I asked them, "Where are you all from?" And they replied, "We're from Mini Brazil." I was surprised and said, "What do you mean by Mini Brazil?" They said, "That's what people call our village." Curious, I asked, "Why do they call it Mini Brazil?" They explained, "In our village, football has been played for 4 generations. Nearly 80 national level players have come from here. Our entire village is dedicated to football." They also told me, when we host our annual football match, nearly 20 to 25,000 spectators come from nearby villages to watch. I see the growing craze for football in India these days as a positive sign, because it not only fuels passion, but also builds true team spirit.
Yeah, football is one of the great sports that unites not just India, the whole world. And that just shows the power of what sport can do. You recently visited the United States. And reinvigorated your friendship with Donald Trump. What do you like about Donald Trump as a friend, as a leader?
I'd like to share with you an event that stands out in my memory. Perhaps from that, you'll get a better understanding of the point I'm trying to convey. For example, we had an event in Houston. Howdy Modi. Both President Trump and I were there, and the entire stadium was completely packed. A massive crowd at an event in the US is a huge moment. While packed stadiums are common in sports, this was extraordinary for a political rally. The Indian diaspora had gathered in large numbers. Both of us delivered speeches, and he sat down below listening to me speak. Now that's his humility. The President of the United States sitting in the audience while I spoke from the stage. That was a remarkable gesture on his part. After finishing my speech, I stepped down. And as we all know, security in the US is extremely strict and thorough. The level of scrutiny there is on a completely different level. I went over to thank him and casually said, "If you don't mind, why don't we take a lap around the stadium? There are so many people here. Let's walk, wave, and greet them." In American life, it's almost impossible for the president to walk into a crowd of thousands. But without even a moment's hesitation, he agreed and started walking with me. His entire security detail was thrown off guard. But for me, that moment was truly touching. It showed me that this man had courage. He makes his own decisions, but also he trusted me and my lead in that moment enough to have walked with me into the crowd. It was that sense of mutual trust, a strong bond between us that I truly witnessed on that day. And the way I saw President Trump that day, walking into a crowd of thousands without even asking security, was truly amazing. And if you watch the video now, you'll be amazed. When he was shot during the recent campaign, I saw the same resilient and determined President Trump, the one who walked hand in hand with me in that stadium. Even after being shot, he remained unwaveringly dedicated to America. His life was for his nation. His reflection showed his America First spirit, just as I believe in nation first. I stand for India first. And that's why we connect so well. These are the things that truly resonate. And I believe that across the world, politicians are covered so much by the media that people mostly perceive each other through its lens. People rarely get the chance to truly meet or personally know one another. And perhaps third-party intervention is the real cause of tensions. When I visited him in the White House for the first time, there was already a lot written about President Trump in the media. At that time, he was still new to office, and the world had a rather different perception of him. Even I had been briefed in many different ways before meeting him. But to my surprise, the very moment I stepped into the White House, he broke all formal protocols right away. And then he personally took me on a tour of the White House. As he showed me around, I noticed something striking. He wasn't holding any notes or cue cards, nor was anyone accompanying him to assist. He pointed things out himself. This is where Abraham Lincoln lived, he said. He even explained why the courtroom was designed so long. He would point at the table and tell me which president signed here and on what date. I found that incredibly impressive. It showed how much he honored the presidency and how respectful and deeply connected he was to America's history. I could feel that. And he spoke to me freely, discussing many things openly. That was my experience from our first meeting. Later, when his first term ended, and President Biden won. 4 years passed. But during that time, whenever someone we both knew met him, and this must have happened dozens of times, he would say, Modi is my friend, convey my regards. That kind of gesture is rare. Even though we didn't meet physically for years, our direct and indirect communication, our closeness, and the trust between us remained unshaken.
He said that you're a much tougher, much better negotiator than he is. He said this recently when you visited. What do you think of him as a negotiator? And what do you think he meant about you being a great negotiator?
Now, that's not something I can comment on, since it's his graciousness and humility. It is very kind of him that he openly appreciates me on various occasions and in different contexts. But about negotiation, I always put my country's interests first. That's why in every forum, I speak up for India's interest. Not to harm anyone, but in a positive manner. And because of that, no one takes offense. People know that if Modi is present, he will strongly advocate for these things. After all, the people of India have given me this responsibility. For me, my nation is my high command, and I will always honor their will.
You've also had a bunch of productive meetings with several other folks in your visit to the United States. Elon Musk, J.D. Vance, Tulsi Gabbard, Vivek Ramaswamy. What are some things that stood out from those meetings? Maybe key takeaways, key memories.
Look, I can say this. I have observed President Trump both during his first term and now in his second run. This time, he seems far more prepared than before. He has a clear roadmap in his mind, with well-defined steps, each one designed to lead him toward his goals. I also had the chance to meet members of his team, and I truly believe he has put together a strong, capable group. And with such a strong team, I feel they are fully capable of implementing President Trump's vision based on my interactions with them. I met several people, Tulsi Gabbard, Vivek Ramaswamy, Elon Musk. And there was a family-like atmosphere. Everyone had come with their families. As for Elon Musk, I have known him since my time as chief minister. He was there with his family and children, so naturally the atmosphere felt warm and friendly. Of course, we had discussions and we talked about many different topics. Now, with his Doge mission, he is incredibly excited about how it's progressing. And honestly, it makes me happy too, because when I took office in 2014, I wanted to free my country from the deep-rooted issues and harmful practices that have crept in. And I'll continue striving to eliminate as many of them as I possibly can. For example, after I took office in 2014, I observed that back then, we weren't part of many global discussions, not like how President Trump and Doge are being talked about today. But let me give you an example so you can see the kind of work that was done. I noticed that the benefits of certain government schemes, especially welfare programs, were being exploited by so many people who never even existed in real life. There were ghost names, pensions being issued to fake people. Widow pensions were being granted even before marriages took place, and disability pensions were given without any real disabilities. Then I launched a scrutiny process, and you'll be shocked to know what we found. 100 million people. 100 million people. That's 100 million fake or duplicate names that I removed from the system. And because of that, we saved massive amount of money. Then I introduced direct benefit transfer. ensuring that every rupee sent from Delhi reached the rightful person without leakage. As a result, my country saved nearly 3 trillion rupees that would have otherwise ended up in the wrong hands. Just because of direct benefit transfer through technology, we eliminated middlemen, ensuring transparency in the system. I also introduced the GEM portal for government purchases, which has helped save both time and money. It has increased competition and improved quality. In India, we had an overwhelming burden of compliances. I eliminated 40,000 unnecessary compliances and removed nearly 1,500 outdated laws that served no purpose. So, in a way, my efforts have been about freeing governance from unnecessary dominance and inefficiency. And naturally, when bold changes happen, just like Doge's mission, they become a topic of discussion worldwide.
You and Xi Jinping have considered each other friends. How can that friendship be reinvigorated to help de-escalate some of the recent tensions and resume dialogue and cooperation with China?
Look, the relationship between India and China isn't something new. Both nations have ancient cultures and civilizations. Even in the modern world, they play a significant role. If you look at historical records, for centuries, India and China have learned from each other. Together, they have always contributed to the global good in some way. Old records suggest that at one point, India and China alone accounted for more than 50% of the world's GDP. That's how massive India's contribution was. And I believe our ties have been extremely strong with deep cultural connections. If we look back centuries, there's no real history of conflict between us. It has always been about learning from each other and understanding one another. At one time, Buddhism had a profound influence in China. And that philosophy originally came from here. Our relationship should remain just as strong in the future. It should continue to grow. Of course, differences are natural when two neighboring countries exist. Occasional disagreements are bound to happen, even within a family. Not everything is always perfect. But our focus is to ensure that these differences don't turn into disputes. That's what we actively work toward. Instead of discord, we emphasize dialogue. Because only through dialogue can we build a stable, cooperative relationship that serves the best interests of both nations. It is true that there have been ongoing border disputes between us. And in 2020, the incidents along the border created significant tensions between our countries. However, after my recent meeting with President Xi, we have seen a return to normalcy at the border. We are now working to restore conditions to how they were before 2020. Slowly but surely, trust, enthusiasm, and energy will return. But of course, it will take some time since there's been a 5-year gap. Our cooperation isn't just beneficial, it's also essential for global stability and prosperity. And since the 21st century is Asia's century, we want India and China to compete in a healthy and natural way. Competition is not a bad thing, but it should never turn into conflict.
The world is worried about a brewing global war. the tensions between China and the United States, in Ukraine, Russia, in Europe, in Israel, the Middle East. What can you say about how we in the 21st century can avoid a global war, avoid an escalation towards more conflict, more war?
Look, COVID exposed the limitations of every nation. No matter how much we consider ourselves as a great nation, no matter how progressive we think we are, or how scientifically advanced we believe we've become, everyone has their own way of looking at things. In the end, we all found ourselves on the same ground. Every country in the world faced this reality. At that time, it felt like the world would learn from it, that we would move toward a more unified world. Just as a geopolitical order emerged after World War II, many thought something similar would happen post-COVID. But unfortunately, instead of moving towards peace, the world became even more fragmented, ushering in a period of uncertainty. And the wars have only made it worse. I believe that modern wars are no longer just about resources or interests. Today I see so many kinds of conflicts happening. Physical battles often get discussed. Struggles are happening in every domain. International organizations that were once powerful have become almost irrelevant. No real reforms are happening. Institutions like the UN are failing to fulfill their roles. People who disregard international laws and rules continue to act freely, and no one can stop them. In such situations, the prudent choice for everyone is to let go of conflict and move toward cooperation. And a development-driven approach is the way forward. Expansionism will not work. As I've said before, the world is interdependent and interconnected. Every nation needs one another. No one can stand alone. And from all the different forums I attend, one thing is clear. Everyone is deeply worried about these conflicts. We can only hope that peace is restored very soon.
I'm not very good.
You keep looking at your watch.
No. I barely know what I'm doing, Prime Minister. I'm not very good at this. Okay. You've been through your career and through your life, you have seen a lot of difficult situations in the history of India. One of them, the 2002 Gujarat riots. They're one of the most challenging periods of modern Indian history, when there was violence between Hindu and Muslim citizens of the Gujarat that led to over 1,000 deaths. It revealed the intensity of religious tensions in the region. You were, as you mentioned, Chief Minister of Gujarat at the time. Looking back, what lessons do you draw from that time? And we should also say that India's independent Supreme Court upheld twice, in 12 and 22, that you had no involvement in the violence of the 2002 Gujarat riots. But I was wondering if you could speak to the broad lessons you draw from that time.
Look, regarding your first point, when you humbly said that you don't know what you're doing, that you're not good at this, I disagree and personally feel you put in tremendous care. You've done extensive research and have dived deeply into every small detail. So I think you've done very well. And all the efforts you put in during our conversation and in all your conversations are appreciated. And rather than simply interviewing me, I feel you're trying to deeply understand India. That's why I strongly feel there's genuine honesty in your sincere effort to uncover the truth. And for that sincere approach, I genuinely congratulate you.
Thank you.
Regarding the earlier events that you mentioned, like the 2002 riots in Gujarat, I'd like to paint you a clearer picture of the 12 to 15 months leading up to that, so you can fully understand the atmosphere of that time. For instance, take December 24, 1999, roughly 3 years earlier. An Indian flight from Kathmandu to Delhi was hijacked, redirected to Afghanistan, and landed in Kandahar. Hundreds of Indian passengers were held hostage. It caused massive turmoil across India as people faced life and death uncertainty. Then, in the year 2000, the Red Fort in Delhi was attacked by terrorists. Yet another crisis struck the nation, intensifying fear and turmoil. On September 11, 2001, the Twin Towers in America faced a devastating terror attack, once again shocking the entire world. Because ultimately, the people behind these attacks are driven by a similar mindset. Then, in October 2001, terrorists attacked the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly. Soon after, on December 13, 2001, India's parliament was targeted. Within just 8 to 10 months, these major global terrorist attacks took place. Violent incidents that led to bloodshed and the loss of innocent lives. In such a tense environment, even the smallest spark can ignite unrest. The situation had already become extremely volatile. In such times, suddenly, on October 7, 2001, I was given the responsibility of becoming Chief Minister of Gujarat. This was an enormous challenge. At that time, Gujarat was recovering from a devastating earthquake, the largest of the previous century, which had left thousands dead. My first major task as Chief Minister was overseeing the rehabilitation of survivors. This was a crucial task, and from day one after my oath, I immersed myself in it. I was a person who had absolutely no prior experience with government. I had never been part of any administration, never even served in government before. I had never contested an election, never even been a state representative. For the first time in my life, I had to face elections. On February 24, 2002, I became a state representative, an elected representative for the first time. And it was only around February 24th, 25th, or 26th that I stepped into the Gujarat Assembly for the very first time. On February 27th, 2002, we were seated in the Assembly for the budget session. And that same day, it had been just 3 days since I'd become a state representative, when suddenly the horrific Godhra incident occurred. It was a tragedy of unimaginable magnitude. People were burned alive. You can imagine, against the backdrop of incidents like the Kandahar hijacking, the attack on Parliament, or even 9/11, and then to have so many people killed and burned alive, you can imagine how tense and volatile the situation was. Of course, this was tragic for everyone. Everyone prefers peace. The perception that these were the biggest riots ever is actually misinformation. If you review the data from before 2002, you'll see that Gujarat faced frequent riots. Curfews were constantly being imposed somewhere. Communal violence could erupt over trivial issues, like kite flying contests or even minor bicycle collisions. Before 2002, Gujarat witnessed over 250 significant riots. The riots in 1969 lasted nearly 6 months. So there was a long history, long before I was in the picture. But that one tragic incident in 2002 became a sparking point, leading some people towards violence. Yet, the judiciary thoroughly investigated the matter. At that time, our political opponents were in power, and naturally, they wanted all allegations against us to stick. Despite their relentless efforts, the judiciary analyzed the situation meticulously twice and ultimately found us completely innocent. Those who were truly responsible have faced justice from the courts. But the most important thing is, in Gujarat, where riots used to happen somewhere or the other every year, but after 2002, in 22 years, there hasn't been a single major riot in Gujarat. Gujarat remains completely peaceful. Our approach has always been to avoid vote bank politics. Instead, our mantra has been together with everyone, development for all, trust from all, and effort by everyone. We've shifted away from the politics of appeasement to the politics of aspiration. Because of this, anyone who wishes to contribute joins us willingly. We've continuously strived to turn Gujarat into a well-developed state. And today, Gujarat is actively contributing toward building a developed India as well.
A lot of people love you. I've got to hear from a lot of them. But there is also people who criticize you, including from the media. And folks in the media have criticized you over this 2002 Gujarat riots. What's your relationship like with criticism? How do you deal with critics? How do you deal with criticism coming from the media or in your own inner circle or just in your own life?
Look, regarding what you said about criticism and how I deal with it, if I had to summarize in one sentence, I welcome it. I have a strong belief that criticism is the soul of democracy. If democracy truly runs in your veins, you must embrace it. In our scriptures, it said, always keep your critics close. Critics should be your nearest companions because through genuine criticism, you can improve quickly and work democratically with better insights. In fact, I believe we should have more criticism, and it should be sharp and well informed. But my real complaint is that nowadays what we see isn't real criticism. Genuine criticism requires thorough study, in-depth research, and careful analysis. It demands finding the truth from falsehoods. Today, people look for shortcuts, avoid proper research, and skip deep analysis. Instead of identifying genuine weaknesses, they jump straight to accusations. There's a big difference between allegations and criticism. The references you're giving, they are allegations, not criticism. For a strong democracy, genuine criticism is necessary. Allegations benefit no one. They just cause unnecessary conflicts. That's why I always welcome criticism openly. And whenever false accusations arise, I calmly continue serving my country with complete dedication.
Yeah, the thing you speak of is very important to me because I admire great journalism. And unfortunately, in modern day, a lot of journalists seek clickbait headlines, make accusations because they operate under incentive because they want the headline, the cheap shot. I think there is room and desire and hunger for great journalists, and that requires deep understanding. And it saddens me how often one of the reasons, I don't think I'm very good at this, but one of the reasons I really wanted to talk to you is because I don't see enough high effort, deep dive research. I don't know how many books I've read. I've read a lot in preparing just to experience, just to try to understand. It requires a lot of preparation, a lot of work, and I would love to see great journalists do that more. And from that place, you can criticize. From that place, you can really investigate the complexity of a situation, of people in power, their strengths, their flaws, the mistakes they've made. But that requires great preparation. So this, I wish there was more of that, of great journalism.
Yes, clear, well-directed, and specific criticism genuinely helps in the process of effective policy making. It leads to a clear-cut policy vision. I specifically pay close attention to such constructive criticism. In fact, I actively welcome it. Regarding your point about journalistic headlines, if someone's attracted by catchy headlines or plays with words, I honestly don't mind that much. But when there's a deliberate agenda behind the actions, and the truth is deliberately ignored, that can cause damage that lasts for decades. If someone focuses on pleasing their readers or viewers with attractive headlines, maybe we can compromise a little. But if there's a hidden motive, or if things are intentionally twisted to serve an agenda, that's a serious issue worth worrying about.
And in that, the truth suffers, I think.
I remember once in London, I was invited to give a speech at an event organized by a Gujarati newspaper there. So during my speech, I casually said, since it was an event attended by journalists, what kind of journalism should we have? Should it be like a fly or a bee? I explained. A fly sits on dirt and spreads the dirt around. But a bee lands on flowers, collects nectar, and then shares that sweetness everywhere. Yet, if something wrong occurs, the bee can sting so powerfully that you'd have to hide your face for 3 days straight. However, some people selectively picked up just half of my analogy and created a huge controversy out of it. Honestly, was I being negative about anyone? Not at all. I was simply highlighting the incredible strength of a bee, that even its small sting can leave such an impact that can make someone hide their face for days. You can't show your face. That's the power journalism should have. But unfortunately, some people prefer the fly approach instead.
I now have a new life goal of becoming the bee. You mentioned democracy, and not knowing much about government until 2002. But from 2002 to today, you won 8 elections that I could count. So many of the elections, over 800 million people vote in India. What does it take to win an election like that? And to win an election of 1.4 billion people, where you get to represent those people. The biggest democracy in the world.
Well, I've been actively involved in politics for years. Before stepping into active politics, my focus was primarily on organizational work. This also included managing elections and strategizing campaigns. So that was where I dedicated my time for 24 years. The people of Gujarat and India have placed their trust in me to lead with unwavering dedication and a deep sense of duty. I try to fulfill the sacred duty entrusted to me by the people I revere as divine. I remain committed to honoring their trust, ensuring it never falters, and they see me for what I truly am. My government is committed to ensuring welfare schemes reach every citizen. Every scheme must reach its intended beneficiaries. Every beneficiary must be treated equally. No one should face discrimination on caste, creed, faith, wealth, or ideology. We must strive to ensure the well-being and prosperity of everyone. This way, even those not directly benefiting never feel left out or treated unfairly. They find comfort in knowing they too will benefit in due course. This fosters a deep sense of trust, and trust is the cornerstone of my governance model. Secondly, my governance flows beyond the ebb and flow of elections. My governance is rooted in the people, not the polls. It is committed to the well-being of my citizens and the greater good of the nation. As you may know, I had once set out on a quest for spiritual awakening. So now I revere my nation as the divine itself, and I now revere the people as a manifestation of the divine. Like a devoted priest, my heart is set on serving the people. I don't distance myself from the people. I live among them as one of them. And I tell everyone I work with, if you work hard, I will work harder. People see this and it builds trust. Besides, I have no conflicts of interest. I have no friends or relatives who stand to gain from the position I hold. The common man appreciates this lack of vested interests. And that's probably just one reason why. Moreover, I come from a party with millions of dedicated volunteers. Volunteers who are completely devoted to the welfare of India and its citizens. They have had no stake whatsoever in politics. They've held no title, nor strayed where influence holds sway. My party is blessed with millions of volunteers who work tirelessly. I am proud to belong to the world's largest political party. And it's not like my party has been around forever. It reflects the hard work of millions of volunteers. Their selfless service is widely recognized and valued by the community. It fortifies people's trust in the BJP, echoed in the election results. I never tallied our election triumphs, but we have had people's blessings.
I was wondering if you could speak to the incredible logistics that blew my mind of running the elections in India. So there's a lot of interesting anecdotes that arise. For example, that no voter should be more than 2 kilometers away from a polling station. The result of that is you have these stories of voting machines having to be carried to remote regions of India. It's really incredible. Just every single voter counts. And the machinery of having 600 plus million people vote. Is there some anecdote you could speak to that is particularly impressive to you? Or maybe you could speak generally to the logistics of what it makes to run an election that big, a democracy that big.
First and foremost, I am truly grateful for your insightful question. Anyone who believes in democracy should listen to what I am about to share with you. We often discuss election results, but all the behind-the-scenes work is overlooked. Let's take the recently concluded 2024 general elections as an example. There were 980 million registered voters. Each of those voters had a registered ID and all the necessary details in a vast database. And this number is twice the entire population of North America. It even surpasses the total population of the entire European Union. Out of the 980 million registered voters, 646 million people ventured out and braved the intense heat of May, determined to cast their votes. Temperatures soared to 40 degrees in some areas, yet they chose to go. And the size of this voter base is double the population of the United States. We had more than 1 million polling booths. Can you fathom all the manpower involved in this? My country has more than 2,500 registered political parties. This staggering figure, with such a vast array of political parties, has the power to leave the entire world in awe. My country has more than 900 round-the-clock news channels. There are over 5,000 newspapers published daily. They each play a role in upholding democracy in their own way. Even the humblest villages here embrace technology with remarkable swiftness, while some other countries take months to declare election results. We announced the results within a day, despite the mind-boggling number of voters. And you were spot on in saying that even the remotest villages have polling stations. We even use helicopters to transport polling stations. I believe Arunachal Pradesh has the highest altitude polling booth on record. In Gujarat, a polling booth was set up in the Gir forest for just one voter who was in the middle of nowhere, but we ensured a polling booth was set up for them. All I mean to say is that we truly leave no stone unturned in our unwavering commitment to strengthening democracy, ensuring that we are always fully prepared and election ready, no matter the circumstances. I firmly believe that India's Election Commission sets a global standard as a benchmark for conducting free and fair elections. It is the apex decision maker. This in itself is such a remarkable story that the world's top universities should consider it a case study. They should analyze the management behind it as a valuable learning example. Given the sheer number of voters, can you truly grasp the immense depth of political awareness? All of this will make for an excellent case study for the younger generation worldwide.
To me, I love democracy. This is one of the main reasons I love the United States, but there's just nothing quite as beautiful as democracy when it functions in India. You know, like you said, 900 million people registered to vote. It really is a case study. It's beautiful to see that many people come together willingly, passionately casting a vote for some person to represent them. Like they're putting their heart in that. It's really important for a person to feel like their voice is going to be heard. It's beautiful. Speaking of which, you are loved by a lot of people. You are one of the most powerful humans in the world. Do you sometimes think about whether this much power has a corrupting effect on your mind? Especially across the many years that you've been in power.
Well, I don't think the word powerful quite reflects the journey of my life. I can never claim to be powerful, for all I am is a humble servant. I even identify myself as not the Prime Minister, but the Prime Servant. And service is the guiding principle of my work ethic. As far as power is concerned, it is something I have never bothered about. I entered politics not to play power games, but to serve. rather than seeking power. I stay committed to doing and getting work done. I am more focused on productivity than power. I have always dedicated myself to serving the people. I have always devoted myself to bringing about a positive change in their lives.
Like you mentioned, you work a lot. You give your whole soul to your work. Do you ever get lonely?
Look, I never experienced loneliness because I am an ardent believer in the philosophy of 1+1. And this philosophy of 1+1 is aligned with my moral compass. And whenever I am asked to elaborate on this outlook, I say the first one represents Modi and the other one represents the Almighty. I am never alone, for He is always there to keep me company. This is just how I function. Having wholeheartedly embraced the ideals of Swami Vivekananda, I firmly believe that service to mankind is service to God. For me, the nation itself is divine, and mankind is a reflection of the divine. I walk this path with the conviction that serving the people is serving the divine. That's why the very notion of struggling with loneliness has never even remotely crossed my mind. Like at the time of pandemic, with the lockdown and traveling restrictions in place, I came up with a way to make the most of my time. I designed a governance model that operated seamlessly through video conferencing. I kept myself occupied with remote work and virtual meetings. Another thing I did was to connect with the people I had worked with throughout my life. Among my party's volunteers nationwide, I made a list of those who were 70 and older. Some of the volunteers had very humble beginnings and came from very modest backgrounds. I personally called every volunteer age 70 and above. I made it a point to inquire about their health and their family's well-being. I inquired about how their area was coping. I asked these questions to make sure they were doing well. This allowed me to build rapport with them, and we would go down the memory lane. They were touched that the Prime Minister would check on them in the pandemic. I made around 40 calls every day without fail. I carried on with this throughout the pandemic. It gave me the chance to reconnect and relive old memories with familiar faces. Loneliness is never a concern for me, as I always find ways to stay engaged. And I have long been at peace with myself. The time I spent in the Himalayas have helped me develop this.
I've heard from many people that you are the hardest worker they know. What's your philosophy behind that? Maybe you put in crazy hours every single day. Do you ever get tired? What's your source of strength and perseverance through all of that?
Look, first of all, I don't believe I'm the only one working. I look at the people around me and always think, these people work harder than I do. When I think about farmers, I realize how hard they work. They toil and sweat under the open sky day after day. When I look at our country's soldiers, I think about how many hours someone spends working tirelessly in snow, deserts, or even underwater day and night. When I see a laborer, I think about how hard they're working. I always think about how hard our mothers and sisters work in every family for the happiness of the family. They're the first to wake up and the last to go to bed, taking care of everyone in the family, while also managing social responsibilities. Thinking of all this, I'm in awe of how hard people work. So I think, how can I sleep? How can I relax? So naturally, the motivation is right in front of my eyes. Those very things around me keep me motivated. Secondly, my responsibilities keep pushing me forward. The responsibilities entrusted to me by my fellow citizens always remind me that I'm not here to enjoy privileges. I will always give it my absolute best. Perhaps there are a couple of things I may not accomplish, but there will never be a lack of effort or hard work from me. And when I was campaigning in 2014, I had made a promise first in Gujarat and later across India. I promised my fellow citizens that I will never fall behind in hard work for my country. Secondly, I promised I would never act with bad intentions. And thirdly, I vowed I'd never do anything for personal gain. Today, it's been 24 years. For such a long period, the people have entrusted me as head of government. I've continuously held myself to these three standards, and I still live by them today. My inspiration comes from serving 1.4 billion people, from understanding and fulfilling their aspirations, and addressing their needs. I'm always determined to do as much as I can, work as hard as possible. Even today, my energy remains just as strong.
Me, as an engineer, as a person who loves mathematics, I have to ask. Srinivasa Ramanujan is an Indian mathematician from a century ago. He's widely considered to be one of the greatest mathematicians of all time. Self-taught, grew up in poverty. You have often spoken about him. What do you find inspiring about him?
Look, I deeply respect him, and everyone in my country respects him as well, because I strongly believe there's a deep connection between science and spirituality. If you closely observe many scientifically advanced minds, you'll find they're often spiritually advanced too. They're not disconnected from spirituality. Srinivasa Ramanujan once said that his mathematical ideas came from the goddess he worshipped, meaning ideas emerge from spiritual discipline. And discipline is more than just hard work. It means fully devoting yourself to a task and completely immersing yourself into it. So much that you become one with your work.
You too. Bye.
You see, the more open we are to new and different sources of knowledge, the more new ideas we'll have. I think it's important for us to clearly understand the difference between information and knowledge. Some people mistakenly confuse information with knowledge, carrying around large amounts of information. But I don't believe information alone equals knowledge. Knowledge is something deeper. It gradually evolves through processing, reflection, and understanding. Recognizing this difference is important in how we handle both.
You have a reputation for being a decisive leader. So can you walk me through on this topic of ideas, how you make decisions, what's your process? So, for instance, when facing a high-stakes choice with no clear precedence, a lot of uncertainty, having to balance input, how do you make decisions?
There are many factors to my decision making. First, I'm perhaps the only politician in India who has stayed overnight in around 85 to 90% of the districts across the country. This was before my current role. I used to travel extensively. I learned a lot from those experiences. They gave me first-hand knowledge of the ground realities and grassroots level issues, not something asked or heard or learned merely from books. Secondly, from a governance perspective, I carry no baggage of any kind. I don't carry any baggage that weighs me down or forces me to act a certain way. Thirdly, I have a simple yardstick for decisions. My country first. I always question if what I'm doing harms my nation in any way. Additionally, Mahatma Gandhi once said that if you're ever unsure when making a decision, think of the poorest person's face, remember them, and ask yourself, will this help them? Then your decision will be right. That wisdom always guides me, remembering ordinary citizens and considering how my actions affect them. Another factor in my approach is that I'm very well connected. In my administration, my officials know this well and probably feel overwhelmed by it, by the fact that my information channels are numerous and are very active. Because of that, I receive lots of insights from various sources. So, when someone comes to brief me, that's not my only source of information. I always have additional perspectives available to me. Another thing, I maintain a learner's mindset. Suppose I'm not familiar with something and an official explains it to me. I approach them like a student and ask, can you clarify this? How does it work? Then what happens next and how? And whenever I have different information, I deliberately play devil's advocate and ask challenging questions. I thoroughly analyze the issue from multiple angles, hoping that careful evaluation will yield something valuable. Then, once I converge toward a decision or action that is worth taking, I share the idea informally with like-minded people, just to gauge their reactions and see how they respond, gathering insights and feedback before moving forward. Until finally, I have a strong conviction that my decision is right. This entire decision-making process doesn't actually take much time. My speed is very fast. Let me share an example. How did I make decisions during COVID? I had Nobel Prize winners advising me, giving countless economic examples from around the world. They'd say, this country is doing this, that country did that, you should do it too. Renowned economists constantly bombarded me with suggestions. Political parties pressured me relentlessly, urging me to spend huge amounts of money. But I didn't act immediately. I paused and reflected. What exactly should I do? Then, considering the unique conditions of my own country, I made a clear decision. I wouldn't let the poor sleep hungry. I wouldn't allow social tensions to arise over basic daily needs. These core principles guided my approach. The entire world was in lockdown. Global economies were collapsing. Everyone pressured me to empty the treasury, print more currency, and flood money everywhere. But I decided that this was not the right economic route to follow. And so instead, the path I chose, after carefully listening to experts, understanding their opinions without opposing them, and combining their advice with my own country's situation and my personal experiences, created a system that worked effectively. As a result, when the whole world suffered from severe inflation immediately after COVID, India did not. Today, my country is steadily advancing at a rapid pace, emerging as one of the fastest growing major economies in the world. The main reason is that during that crisis, with patience and discipline, I resisted the temptation to apply every global theory blindly. We didn't worry about what newspapers would say, whether they'd praise or criticize. Ignoring all that, I stayed focused on basic fundamentals, and by doing so, we succeeded and kept moving ahead. So ultimately, my economy benefited as well. My approach has always been to stay focused on these fundamentals. Another strength is my risk-taking capacity. I don't worry about potential losses for myself. If something is right for my country, for the people, I'm always prepared to take the risk. And secondly, I take ownership of my decisions. If something goes wrong, I don't shift blame to others. I stand up, take responsibility, and own the outcome. When you take ownership, your team also becomes deeply committed. They know this person won't let us down, won't abandon us. He'll always stand with us. Because they see I'm making honest decisions, not for myself, but for the nation. I've openly told the country from the start I'm human. I can make mistakes, but I won't act with bad intentions. People remember those words clearly, even if something doesn't go as planned. They trust that Modi's intentions were right. They think he probably meant to do something good, even if it didn't work out. So society sees and accepts me just as I am.
You gave a powerful speech on AI a few weeks ago at the AI Summit in France. In it, you spoke about the talent pool for AI engineers in India. I think it's probably one of the biggest pools of brilliant engineers in the world. So, how can India become the leader in the space of AI? Currently, it lags behind the United States. What does it take for India to start winning and leading the world in AI?
One thing I'm about to say might sound strong, and it may even upset some people. But since you've asked, I'll speak openly from my heart. No matter what the world does with AI, it will remain incomplete without India. I'm making this statement very responsibly. Tell me, you've heard my speech at the AI Summit in Paris on global cooperation. What do you think? Can anyone develop AI entirely on their own? What is your perspective on this?
So you gave actually in your speech a brilliant example of the positive impact of AI and the limitations of AI. I think the example you gave is when you ask it to generate an image of a person writing with their left hand, it's always going to generate a person writing with their right hand. So in that way, the West creating an AI system where India is not part of that process is always going to generate the person with the right hand. It's an essential part of what the world is historically, but especially in the 21st century.
I agree. I believe AI development is fundamentally a collaboration. Everyone involved supports one another through shared experiences and learning. India isn't just developing theoretical AI models. It is actively working on and bringing to life AI-driven applications for very specific use cases. To ensure that GPU access is available to every section of society, we have already created a unique marketplace-based model to ensure its broad accessibility. A significant mindset shift is taking place in India. Though historical influences, traditional government procedures, or the lack of strong support infrastructure made us appear as lagging behind to others. Take 5G, for example. The world initially believed we were far behind. But once we started, we became the fastest nation globally to roll out comprehensive 5G networks. Recently, an American company executive visited me and shared his experiences about this very fact. He told me that if I were to advertise in the US for engineers, I would only receive enough applicants to fill a single room at best. But if I do the same in India, even a football field wouldn't be enough to hold them. This indicates that India has access to an extraordinarily vast pool of talent, and that's our greatest strength. After all, artificial intelligence is fundamentally powered, shaped, and guided by human intelligence. Without genuine human intelligence, AI can't thrive or progress sustainably. And that real intelligence exists abundantly in India's youth and talent pool. And I believe that's our greatest asset.
But also, if you look, many of the top tech leaders, first of all, tech talent, but tech leaders in the US are of Indian origin. Sundar Pichai, Satya Nadella, Arvind Sarvanas. You've met with some of them. What spirit of their Indian origins do you think they carry in them that enables them to be so successful?
Look, Indian culture emphasizes that there should be equal respect for the place where you're born and the place where you work. There should be no difference. As much as there is dedication to the land of birth, there should be the same sense of dedication to the land of work. You should always give your best wherever you are. Because of these rich cultural values, every Indian strives to give their best effort, regardless of their role or position. They don't wait until they're in senior roles, even in smaller roles. Secondly, they never get involved in anything questionable or unethical. They tend to remain dedicated to what's right and ethical. Their nature is collaborative. They easily get along with others. Eventually, for success, just having knowledge isn't enough. The ability to work effectively as part of a team matters significantly more. Understanding people and harnessing their abilities is an incredibly valuable skill. Generally, people raised in India, especially those coming from joint families and brought up in an open society, find it easier to lead complex tasks and large teams effectively. That's why today, in major corporations across the globe, you'll find Indians holding key leadership positions. And the problem-solving abilities, along with the analytical thinking of Indian professionals, are truly exceptional. I believe this capability is so strong, it makes Indians globally competitive and extremely valuable on the international stage. This is the reason why in fields like innovation, entrepreneurship, startups, and boardrooms, you'll find Indians achieving extraordinary results everywhere. Take our space sector, for example. Previously, it was entirely government controlled. But just a couple of years ago, I opened it up to the private sector. And now we already have 200 startups working in space technology. Moreover, our missions like Chandrayaan are extremely cost effective. India's Chandrayaan mission cost less than what Hollywood spends making a single blockbuster film. So when the world sees how cost effective our work is, they naturally think, why not partner with India? This automatically generates respect for Indian talent globally. I believe this is a hallmark of our civilizational ethos.
So you spoke about this human intelligence. Do you worry that AI, artificial intelligence, will replace us humans?
It's true that in every era, a competitive atmosphere was created between technology and humanity. At times, it was even portrayed as conflict. It was often portrayed as if technology would challenge human existence itself. But every time, as technology advanced, humans adapted and stayed a step ahead. It has always been the case. After all, it is humans who find the best ways to use technology to their advantage. And I believe that with AI, humans are now being forced to reflect on what it truly means to be human. This is the real power of AI. Because of the way AI functions, it has challenged how we perceive work itself. But human imagination is the fuel. AI can create many things based on that. And in the future, it may achieve even more. Still, I firmly believe that no technology can ever replace the boundless creativity and imagination of the human mind.
I agree with you. It does make me and a lot of people wonder what it makes humans special, because it seems that there's a lot that makes humans special. The imagination, the creativity, the consciousness, the ability to be afraid, to love, to dream, to think outside of the box, outside of the box, of the box, of the box, take risks, all of those things.
Now look, humans have an innate ability to care for each other. The natural tendency to be concerned about one another. Now, can someone tell me, is AI capable of this?
This is one of the big open questions of the 21st century. Every year, you host the Pariksha Chacha, where you interact directly with young students and give them advice on how to prepare for exams. I watched a bunch of them. So you give advice on how to succeed in exams, how to manage stress, all those kinds of things. Can you explain at a high level the different exams that students in India need to take in their education journey and why it's so stressful?
By and large, a strange mindset has developed in society today. Even schools measure their success by students' rankings. Families too feel pride when their child achieves a high rank because they believe it improves their educational and social status. This mentality has resulted in increased pressure on children. Kids also began feeling that their entire lives depend on 10th and 12th grade exams. We've introduced significant changes in our new education policy to address this issue. But until those changes take effect on the ground, I feel another responsibility. If our children face challenges, it's my duty to listen to them, understand them, and ease their burden. In a way, when I conduct Pariksha Pe Charcha, I get insights directly from the students, understand their parents' mindset, as well as the perspectives of people in the educational field. So, these discussions don't just benefit the students, they benefit me too. Exams are valuable for assessing knowledge in a specific domain, but they can't become the sole measure of someone's overall potential. Many people may not score high academically, yet can hit a century in cricket because that's where their true strength lies. When the focus shifts to actual learning, scores tend to naturally improve. I remember when I was a student, I had a teacher whose learning techniques still greatly appeal to me today. He would give us children specific instructions. To one child, he would say, tomorrow bring exactly 10 chickpeas from home. To another, he might request, bring 15 grains of rice, no more, no less. A third child could be told, bring 21 mung beans, precisely that number. Different students got different quantities and varieties. So each child would think, I need to get exactly 10. And counting them at home helped them memorize numbers naturally. Then they'd learn what chickpeas were. And after returning to school, they'd pool it all. The teacher would then ask, take out 10 chickpeas, 3 chickpeas, 2 mung beans. This way, children learned math and could identify chickpeas and mung beans effortlessly. I'm talking about early childhood education here. Such learning techniques educate children without burdening them, and we've incorporated similar methods into our new education policy. When I was in school, I observed one of my teachers using an innovative idea. On his very first day, he placed a diary on the table and said, whoever arrives earliest each morning will write one sentence in this diary along with their name. The next student would then need to write a related sentence. At first, I'd rush to school very early every day. Why? So that I could write the first sentence. I once wrote something like, today's sunrise was magnificent. It filled me with energy. I'd write my name, and whoever arrived after me had to write something connected to the sunrise as well. After a few days, I realized my creativity wasn't improving much from this. Why? Because I'd arrived with a fixed thought already in mind and simply write it down. So I decided I'd start going last instead. What happened then was that I read what others had written first and then tried to give my very best. As a result, my creativity began to improve even more. Sometimes, teachers do these small, simple activities that greatly impact your life. These experiences, combined with my own background in organizational work, made human resource development a key area of focus for me. That's why I engage with children through events once or twice each year. And over time, these efforts have resulted in a book that's benefiting thousands of children, serving as a valuable reference for them.
Can you speak a little bit more by way of advice to students of how to be successful on their path in their career, how to find their career, and how to find success in India, and just to all the people across the world who find inspiration in your words?
I believe that whatever task you get, if you perform that task with complete dedication and sincerity, they inevitably become an expert sooner or later. And their enhanced capabilities open doors to success while working. One must continually strive to improve their skills and should never underestimate their ability to learn. When someone constantly neglects their learning ability, they limit their growth. But those who look beyond their task and observe what others around them are doing, their capacity can double or even triple. To young people, I'd say this clearly. There's no need to feel discouraged. There's certainly some task out there destined just for you. Don't worry. Focus on enhancing your skills, and opportunities will come. You may think, I wanted to be a doctor but became a teacher. My life is wasted. Thinking like that won't help you at all. All right, you didn't become a doctor, but as a teacher, you can shape 100 doctors. If you had become a doctor, you'd serve only your patients, but now, as a teacher, You can inspire students to fulfill their dreams of becoming doctors so that both you and your students can together serve millions of patients. Then he gains a new perspective on life. I couldn't become a doctor, so I was miserable. And I was unhappy being a teacher. But now I realize as a teacher, I can create doctors. Connecting your life to a greater purpose brings a sense of inspiration and meaning. I have always believed that God has given everyone unique capabilities. Never lose faith in your own abilities. You should always maintain trust in your own abilities. Keep believing in yourself and trust that when the opportunity comes, you'll perform and you'll succeed. That confidence makes a person deliver results.
How did those students deal with stress, with struggle, with difficulties along that path?
Parents must first understand that life is not just about taking exams. Families should understand that their children aren't trophies meant to be displayed or models to show off in society. It's not about saying, look, my kid scores so high. Parents really need to stop using their kids just as status symbols. Secondly, students should always keep themselves well prepared beforehand. Only then can they appear for exams feeling stress-free and confident. They should have complete trust in themselves and their abilities. Sometimes I see students panic over the smallest issues during exams. They take papers or other things, and when their pen suddenly stops working, causing anxiety, sometimes they feel uneasy thinking, oh no, I don't like sitting next to this person. If the bench wobbles, their whole attention goes there, indicating self-doubt. Those lacking confidence constantly keep looking for distractions. But if you're confident and have genuinely worked hard, just take a minute, take some deep breaths, relax your mind, and refocus your attention calmly. Slowly read through the questions and allocate your time systematically. I have this amount of time, I'll dedicate these minutes per question. In my experience, students who regularly practice writing test papers can easily overcome such situations without any trouble at all.
And you said always focus on learning. What's your approach to learning? What advice can you give on how to learn best? Not just when you're young, throughout your life.
Let me share a personal example with you. I used to learn a lot from reading, but these days, more and more, I learn by being fully present. Whenever I meet someone, I am fully present in the moment. I give them my full attention. This complete focus allows me to grasp new concepts quickly. When I'm with you, I'm fully present, grounded in the moment. No calls or messages can pull me away from this moment with you. I am fully present, focused on the here and now. That's why I always believe this is a habit everyone should embrace. It will sharpen your mind and improve your learning ability. Besides, knowledge alone cannot light the way. You must immerse yourself in the flow of practice. You cannot master driving merely by reading the life stories of great drivers. You must get behind the wheel and take the road yourself. You must dare to take risks. You can never master the road if fear of accident or death holds you back. I truly believe that. Those who live in the present are the ones who live their life to the fullest. That's because they know that every moment lived has already slipped into the past. So you must embrace the moment before it fades into the past. Otherwise, chasing the future only turns the present into the past. It's not a trade worth making. Most people stress so much about the future that their present quietly slips away. Before they know it, the moment has already faded into the past.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of stories of you having meetings with people, and it's usually all the distractions. There's no distractions. It's just two human beings, just like this, and just focused. on the moment and the interaction. That's a really beautiful thing. And today really is a gift that you would give that focus to me. So thank you. Let me ask maybe a difficult, maybe a human question. Do you contemplate your mortality? Are you afraid of death?
Can I ask you a question instead?
Sure.
I have a very interesting question. Life and death are two sides of a coin, but which of the two is more certain?
Death.
Exactly. Now, with that out of the way, we know for a fact that life itself is a whispered promise of death. And yet, life is also destined to flourish. So again, in the dance of life and death, only death is certain. So why fear what is certain? That's why you must embrace life instead of fretting over death. That's how life will evolve and flourish, for it is uncertain. That's why you must commit to enriching, refining, and elevating your life so you can live fully and with a purpose before death comes knocking. That's why you must let go of the fear of death. After all, death is inevitable, and there's no use worrying about when it will arrive. It will arrive when it's meant to.
What gives you hope about the future, not just of India, but all of human civilization, all of us humans here on Earth?
Well, I am an optimist at heart. Pessimism and negativity are simply not ingrained in my mindset. They don't align with the way I think. That's why I always gravitate toward the bright side instead. If we take a moment to reflect on the history of mankind, we see the incredible crisis humans have overcome with resilience and strength. We also see the major changes humanity has embraced to evolve with the times. And this continuous transformation has carried on for millennia. In every era, it is in human nature to adapt to the ever-flowing current of change. And while our progress has gone through cycles of ups and downs, it is those people who can break free from the constraints of these historical cycles and outdated thinking patterns. It is they who can help humanity achieve extraordinary positive breakthroughs with an unshackled speed and grace, transcending the limitations of the old way of doing things by embracing change.
In this moment, I was wondering if you could guide me perhaps through a Hindu prayer or meditation for a few moments. I I'm trying to learn the Gayatri mantra. And in my fast, I was trying to do the chants. Perhaps I could try chanting. You could tell me about the importance of this mantra and maybe others in your life, in your spirituality. Should I try?
Yes, please.
Om Bhuva Swaha Tat Savitu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Naha Prachodaya. How'd I do? It's okay.
You did great. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tat Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Naha Prachodayat. This mantra is dedicated to the radiant power of the sun and is considered a powerful tool for spiritual enlightenment. Many mantras in Hindu philosophy are deeply intertwined in some intricate and interesting ways with science and nature, each woven into different facets of life. chanting mantras on a daily basis brings profound and lasting benefits.
In your own spirituality, in your quiet moments, when you're with God, where does your mind go? What role do mantras play when you're fasting, when you're just alone with yourself?
The word meditation has been overused to the point that it feels like a cliche. In Indian languages, we usually refer to it as dhyan. If I associate dhyan to meditation, it might seem burdensome to some. One might think, this is too difficult. I'm not an enlightened being. But it's not rocket science. It just means freeing yourself from distraction. For example, even when you're in class, your mind wanders to recess. All you think about is lunch, not the lesson. Meditation is simply being present in the moment. I recall an incident from my time living in the Himalayas. There I encountered this wise sage. He taught me a simple, practical technique. It was nothing spiritual. There are several little streams in the Himalayas. He positioned a large leaf to catch water from one of those streams and placed an upside down bowl below so water would drip rhythmically from the leaf onto the bowl. He asked me to focus only on the dripping water, ignoring all other sounds. Ignore the chirping birds and the soft rustle of the breeze. He would place the leaf, and I would meditate there for hours. I felt my mind slowly tuning into the rhythmic sounds of the water droplets falling onto the bowl, like a melody, guiding me into deep focus. And it's not like I was chanting mantras or reciting God's name. I like to call it the divine resonance. It was by tuning into that divine resonance that I learned the art of concentration. This practice slowly evolved into meditation. Sometimes you happen to stay at a fancy hotel. You get a lavish, luxurious room. The decor is impeccable. And you have been wholeheartedly fasting. But there's a dripping faucet in the bathroom. That faint sound is enough to make a luxurious room feel worthless. At times, we realize the value of concentration in life's inner journey. We come to appreciate the difference a little bit of concentration can make. One very interesting concept comes to mind from our scriptures. Since we spoke about life and death, I would like to quote a mantra. Om Purnamadam Purnamidam Purnatma Purna Madochyate. In other words, all life is part of a complete circle. And this mantra emphasizes the path to achieve that completeness. Similarly, Hindus never focus solely on individual well-being. Sarve bhavantu sukhina, sarve santu niramaya. In other words, we wish for the well-being and prosperity of all. Sarve bhadrani paschyantu, ma kaschiddu bhag bhavet. This mantra encompasses the idea of universal well-being and prosperity. And you know how this mantra ends? Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Every Hindu mantra ends on the same note. Peace, peace, peace. These ancient and powerful rituals born in India have emerged from thousands of years of the spiritual practice of sages. They connect us to the essence of life.
Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Now,
Thank you for this honor. Thank you for this incredible conversation. Thank you for welcoming me to India. And I can't wait to break the fast with some Indian food tomorrow. Thank you so much, Prime Minister. This was an honor.
I am thankful for the opportunity to have this conversation with you. After fasting for 2 days, I recommend you ease into eating slowly. And I hope you reap great benefits from this fasting experience. I've explored several new realms of thought for the first time ever with you today. I had long kept those thoughts tucked away within myself. But today you brought those thoughts to light. I hope
Thank you.
I hope your viewers may enjoy this. It was a great pleasure speaking with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for listening to this conversation with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And now, let me answer some questions and try to reflect on and articulate some things I've been thinking about. If you would like to submit questions or get in touch with me for whatever reason, go to letsfriedman.com/contact. First, let me give a shout out to the amazing team around the Prime Minister. Everyone was super kind, excellent at what they do, efficient, great communication, and just great people all around. And since I spoke English and Prime Minister Modi spoke Hindi, I have to comment on the interpreter who was doing simultaneous interpreting for both of us. She was absolutely amazing. I can't sing her enough praises, from the equipment used to the quality of the translation to just the human touch of it all. And in general, my travels around Delhi and India revealed to me some early glimpses of what felt like another world, almost like another planet, different culturally from anything I've experienced before, a chaos of human interactions, out there big dynamic personalities and characters. Obviously, India is composed of many distinct subcultures, and Delhi represents just one slice, much like neither New York or Texas or Iowa alone represent America. They're all different flavors of America. On my visit, I walked around and rode rickshaws everywhere, just aimlessly wandering the streets, looking to talk to people about life. Of course, like many places on Earth, there are always some people, especially those that have something to sell, who will at first see me as a tourist, a foreign traveler, one with some money to spend. Like always, I avoided such shallow interactions and went straight past the small talk to the meaningful conversations, shooting the shit about what they love, what they fear, what kind of hardship and triumph they've experienced in their lives. I think the cool thing about people, anywhere on Earth, is they quickly do see the real you, past the facades that strangers put up for each other, if you're vulnerable and honest enough to let them. And I try to do just that. And I should say that for the most part, everyone was super kind, in the genuine human way, even when they didn't speak English. It was always easy to understand. Probably more than any other peoples I've interacted with in India, people's eyes, faces, body language all communicate a lot of information, a lot of emotion, not reserved at all. When I travel through Eastern Europe, for example, in contrast, reading a person is much tougher. The meme does have some truth to it. There's often a protective layer between the heart of the person and the outside world. In India, it's all there on full display. So I had a lot of epic conversations and interactions as I walked around Delhi for a couple of weeks. In general, on the topic of reading people, I do believe the eyes can often say more than words can. We humans are a fascinating bunch. There really is a deep, turbulent ocean behind the surface waves we show the world. In some sense, what I try to do in conversations, on and off the mic, is to get to that depth. Anyway, the few weeks I spent in India were a magical experience. Traffic alone was a wild time, like the world's most difficult test or self-driving cars. It reminded me of watching nature documentary videos of swarms of fish when it's thousands of them swimming around at insane speeds, seemingly in complete chaos. And yet when looking at the big picture of it, it all works like a perfectly tuned orchestra. I will most certainly travel around India with my friend Paul Rosalie in the near future, maybe with some other friends, all around, from the north of India to the south. Now, allow me to also comment about one of the books that first drew me toward India and to its deep history of philosophical and spiritual traditions. The book is Siddhartha by Hermann Hesse. I first read most of Hesse's major work as a teenager, but then reread them again through the years. It first found me, Siddhartha, when I was immersed in a very different kind of literature, of Dostoevsky, Camus, Kafka, Orwell, Hemingway, Kerouac, Steinbeck, and so on. Many of these explore the same human condition that puzzled me when I was a young man and still puzzles me today, even more so. But Siddhartha was my introduction to the Eastern way of looking at these puzzles. It was written by Hermann Hesse, and by the way, please allow me this pronunciation of his last name. I've heard some people say Hess, but my whole life I've always said Hesse. So anyway, it was written by Hermann Hesse, a German-Swiss Nobel Prize winning writer, during one of the darkest periods of his own life. His marriage was failing, World War I had shattered his pacifist ideals, and he suffered from debilitating headaches, insomnia, and depression. During this period, he began psychoanalysis with Carl Jung, which in part led him to explore Eastern philosophies as a way to heal his fractured psyche. Hesse immersed himself in translations of ancient Hindu and Buddhist texts, studying the Upanishads and the Bhagavad Gita. And so, the writing of Siddhartha was in itself, for him, a journey that paralleled that of the main character in the book. Hesse started writing the book in 1919 and finished 3 years later, experiencing an extensive psychological crisis in the middle. The book follows Siddhartha, a young man in ancient India, as he leaves behind wealth and comfort to search for meaning. You can feel his personal struggle in every page, Siddhartha's restlessness, his dissatisfaction with conventional wisdom, his need to find truth through direct experience. Again, the book wasn't simply a philosophical exploration for Hesse. It was psychological survival. He was writing his way out of suffering and towards his own enlightenment. I won't go into a deep analysis of the book here, but I will mention 2 key lessons I took away and carried with me to this day. First lesson comes from the scene in the book that, to me, is one of the great scenes in all of literature. Siddhartha is sitting by a river, just listening. And in that river, he hears all of life, all sounds, all voices, all of time, past, present, future, flowing together as one. That scene gave me the experience and the notion that while in some grounded human sense, the linear arrow of time does exist, in another sense, time is a kind of illusion, that in fact, everything exists simultaneously, that our lives are both momentary and eternal. It is hard to describe these ideas with words. I think they must be experienced as personal revelations. I'm reminded of the fish story that David Foster Wallace, another one of my favorite writers, described in a commencement speech 20 years ago. The story goes, 2 young fish are swimming along when they encounter an older fish swimming the opposite way. The older fish nods and says, "Morning, boys. How's the water?" The young fish swim on, and eventually one turns to the other and asks, "What the hell is water?" The illusion of the forward progress of time is water in this metaphor. As humans, we're fully immersed in it. But enlightenment, in part, involves being able to step back and get a glimpse at another deeper perspective on reality, where all things are inextricably interconnected across both time and space. Another key lesson from the novel that was especially formative to me as a young man was that one should not blindly follow others or learn about the world exclusively through books, but rather forge your own path and thrust yourself into the world where the lessons of life can only be learned by experiencing them directly. And every experience, both positive and negative, mistakes, suffering, and even seemingly wasted time, is all an essential part of growth. To this point, Hesse draws a distinction between knowledge and wisdom. Knowledge can be taught by others. Wisdom can only be gathered through experiencing the full mess of life yourself. In other words, the path to understanding isn't through rejection of the world, but through complete immersion in it. Those are my early steps in seeing the world through the lens of Eastern philosophy, but many of Hesse's books had an impact on me. I would recommend to read Damien when you are younger, Steppenwolf when you are older, Siddhartha throughout your life, especially in moments of crisis, and The Glass Bead Game if you want to take on Hesse's magnum opus that rigorously explores the ways the human mind and human civilization can engage in the pursuit of knowledge, wisdom, and meaning. But Siddhartha is the only one I've returned to more than twice. In my own life, when faced with a difficult situation, I often return to the moment in the book when Siddhartha is asked what skills he possesses. And his answer is simply, I can think, I can wait, I can fast. Let me elaborate. Indeed, for the first part, I can think. As Marcus Aurelius said, the quality of your life is determined by the quality of your thoughts. For the second part, I can wait. Patience and waiting often is indeed the optimal decision when facing a problem. Time does bring clarity and depth of understanding. For the third part, I can fast. When needed, being able to live and flourish with less is a prerequisite of being free, when the mind, the body, and society all are trying to put you in cages. Alright, friends. Now, sadly, our time together in this episode has come to a close. As always, thank you for being here, and thank you for your support through the years. Let me leave you with a few words from the Bhagavad Gita. He who experiences the unity of life sees his own self in all beings, and all beings in his own self, and looks onto everything with an impartial eye. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
And those great mysteries lead us to our own devices when it comes to providing answers for things that seem unexplainable. Roswell, New Mexico may be the focal point of alien obsession in the world. Imagine how things might be different if more people had just believed Matt Brazel, or if Matt Brazel had shared the whole story. The Roswell incident of 1947 was just a footnote in the city's history for decades. By the end of the 1940s, most people had just considered the events of that summer, in the case of Rothschild having to deal with the first balloon. 50 years later, there are hundreds of stories about what really happened. The events of that summer, 1947, have become some of the most scrutinized in history. Roswell became synonymous with alien autopsies, murdered witnesses, and a government cover-up spanning decades. All the while, the town itself became one of the most famous sites to be associated with alien tourism. In our next episode, we'll discuss some of the wilder, less provable accounts of extraterrestrial encounters in Roswell. We'll also look at the character of the town itself, and how it has maintained its relationship with unknown, suspicious, and downright weird stories associated. Thanks for listening to Extraterrestrial. We'll be back next Tuesday with a look at how the town of Roswell transformed in order to accommodate its growing reputation as a hotbed of alien activity. You can listen to Extraterrestrial and all podcasts, other podcasts on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, Google Play, Castbox, TuneIn, or your favorite podcast directory. Several of you have asked how to help us. If you enjoyed the show, the best way to help is to leave a 5-star review. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Instagram, Podcast, and Twitter, Podcast. We'll see you next time. Until then, keep your eyes on the sky. Extraterrestrial was created by Max Cutler. It's a production of Cutler Media and part of the Podcast Network. It's produced by Max and Ron Cutler, sound design by Russell Nash, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro and Paul Mahler. Additional production assistance by Maggie Admire, Carla Madden, and Freddie Beckley. Extraterrestrial is written by Colin McLaughlin and stars Will Thomas and Tim Johnson. The storm came out of nowhere. The students and their professor took shelter in their tent as the thunder grew louder. It was July 1947. Anthropology professor William Holden and a group of his students from Texas Tech University had ventured into the New Mexico desert. Their plans to dig along the base of the Palatine Mountains were cut short by the sudden thunderstorm and the streak of otherworldly light that cut across the sky in a rapid descent. The next morning, Holden led his students to the crash site. They came across wreckage, smoke, torn metal, and something that looked eerily like blood. The Army quickly arrived on the scene. Holden and his students were instructed to not return to the area. More importantly, they were told not to speak a word of what they had seen. But they had seen it. The wreck was in the unmistakable shape of a flying saucer, and the blood came from the small, mutilated bodies of the alien crew who had died in the crash. At least, that's how one story goes. And the decades-long saga of the Roswell, New Mexico incidents is full of stories just like that. Some are suspicious, some seem outright impossible, but some seem just plausible enough to keep people believing in aliens. Are we alone? Have we been alone? Will we be alone? Stories of alien visitation have been ingrained in human history. Alien life may not be confirmed, but our obsession with it can't be ignored. Welcome to Extraterrestrial and Podcast. I'm Tim, and I'm Bill. Every Tuesday, we visit the marvelous and strange stories about our encounters with beings from another world. We're aware that some of these tales may seem completely unbelievable. Others may seem too real. But these stories shed light on human nature, human beliefs, and human psychology. And each story has garnered hundreds, if not millions, of true believers. And for that reason, we think they're worth exploring. Today is our second episode on the Roswell incident of 1947 and the legacy of belief in aliens that defines the town to this day. At Podcast, we are grateful for you, our listeners, who allow us to do what we love. Let us know how we're doing. Reach out on Facebook and Instagram at Podcast and Twitter at Podcast Network. And if you enjoyed today's episode, the best way to help us is to leave a 5-star review wherever you're listening. It really does. We also now have merchandise. Head to podcast.com/merch for more information. Our last episode discussed the official story of what happened in Roswell over the summer of 1947. At some point in early July, Matt Raza, the foreman of Foster Ranch, came across the remains of some kind of flying object. The Army first identified these remains as parts of a flying disc, but quickly recanted that story and stated that Raza had found a weather balloon. 50 years later, amidst a growing cultural obsession with the alleged cover-up of the Roswell incident, the Air Force released a report revealing the object was part of a top-secret military program yet to monitor for Soviet nuclear testing. That was the official story, and it's likely as much of an explanation as the government is ever going to give. The U.S. government did not do a great job in clarifying what really happened back in 1947. The holes in the Air Force's official account allowed conspiracy theorists and ufologists to draw their own conclusions about what happened. Over the past 70 years, the story of the Roswell incident has been muddled by unverified witness statements, contradictory conclusions, and incomplete explanations for what really happened. Because of that, any story about Roswell, no matter how bizarre, can feel like it's true. This week, we're going to dive into some of the more out there and outlandish stories about what happened over the skies of Roswell in 1947. Is Roswell just a case of dozens of false memories encouraged by our cultural obsession with UFOs? Or did something really happen out there, all the way back in 1947? One main reason that Roswell mystery has endured for so long is that the history of alien activity around the town is largely comprised of secondhand statements and interviews that were conducted decades after the fact. We should note, most of the stories we're about to examine are largely unverified, or at least full of contradictions. Today, Roswell is synonymous with crash-flying saucers, alien autopsies, and government cover-up shows. But one often overlooked aspect of the Roswell mystery is how uninterested most of the world was when it first happened. In 1947, the potential flying disc that Matt Bradley discovered on the fields of Foster Ranch gained national attention for a period of a few hours. But after the Army backtracked its initial statement, the story went well. To most, it seemed like an open and shut case, and the case stayed shut for over 30 years. So why did it take so long after the initial incident for Roswell to gain national recognition as a site of potential alien activity? Historical trends play somewhat of a role. There was a boom in UFO sightings following the original coining of the term unidentified flying object in 1947. Most of these sightings were disproven or publicly disregarded, and interest in UFOs waned. But in the 1970s, following the Kennedy assassination, the Vietnam War, and Watergate, national trust in the government was declining. Stories involving potential cover-ups of alien activity stood the chance of gaining national attention, even if they were in regards to events from decades ago. The Roswell mystery was a relatively obscure story until it was revisited by the press in 1978. It was, of all things, the tabloid newspaper National Enquirer that started the avalanche of investigations into the Roswell incidents that would come to define the town over the next 4 decades. The Enquirer ran images from the original issue of the Roswell Daily Record that had been published on July 8, 1947. RAAF captures flying saucer on ranch in Roswell region. The Enquirer neglected to mention in their piece that the 1947 article they were reprinting had been revised by the Army just hours after its publication. The piece gained up some steam, which was naturally the entire premise and the business model of that tabloid. Of course, the National Enquirer doesn't make for a very reliable source, especially for our purposes. But it is worth noting that they were the first to publish a piece on Roswell in the 70s. Other writers, researchers, historians, and conspiracy theorists took note of the potential market for Roswell stories. In 1980, authors and prominent ufologists Bill Moore and Charles Berlitz published the Roswell Research. The book is mostly a compilation of interviews from people who lived in or near Roswell in 1947. It included an interview from Jesse Marcel, the Army officer who saw the wreckage firsthand and helped to transport it back to Roswell on the airfield. Marcel described the materials he saw, including those strange purple markings that were reportedly on several of the recovered pieces. Recall that some of the materials were reported as being covered in bizarre symbols. The proposed explanation for these strange markings was that the engineers who built the weather balloon had used some kind of children's tape that sported several colorful shapes. But UFO believers took the existence of the markings as proof that something more outlandish was going on. It was Marcel's account that helped cement the Roswell incident as a bona fide alien conspiracy. War and the Rich put forth their theory in the book that an alien spaceship had collided with an army weather balloon. It crash landed in the desert near Roswell, and they only recovered the aliens and all of their materials. Now, we don't have exact data on how well the Roswell incident sold back in 1980 when it was originally released. But you can measure the impact of the book by the sheer number of Roswell books that followed its growth. The more overlooks account remained a dominant theory throughout the 1980s. Then, in 1991, Donald Schmidt and Kevin Rambo set out to debunk more overlooks with their own book, The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell. Schmidt and Rambo's book included a groundbreaking account of the Roswell incident from a man named Glenn Dennis. Glenn was in his early 20s in 1947, working at Ballard Funeral Home in Roswell and taking on occasional contract work for the nearby Roswell Army Airfield as an ambulance driver and mortician. When he received a phone call in early July, it was the mortuary officer from Roswell Army Airfield. He wanted to know if Glenn had any baby caskets, and if so, how many. If you work at a funeral home, you're bound to get some weird questions every now and then. The mortuary officer called again soon after. This time, he wanted to know about embalming fluid, specifically how and if it could be used to transport bodies that had been exposed to the elements for some time. Glenn didn't make much of the odd question, and Paul knew was in his will. About an hour later, Glenn was dispatched on an ambulance call. An Army officer had died in an accident, and Glenn needed to transport him back to Roswell Army Airfield. Glenn picked up the injured airman and drove him to the base, where he noticed a high level of activity, more than what was common. Way past the document dead, he parked his ambulance in a loading area near a line of other ambulances. As Army medical personnel unloaded a wounded soldier, Glenn took a peek from the ambulance adjacent to theirs. He saw that they weren't transporting injured people. They were carrying materials, wreckage of something, all sharp pieces, something like broken glass. Glenn knew right then that he should probably leave well enough alone, but he couldn't stop himself. He walked around to the other ambulance and reached out to open the door and see what was inside. He was just about to open the trunk when the soldier spotted him. He was grabbed by Army personnel before he could get a look. The soldiers were escorting Glenn off the base when it happened. A nurse came bursting out of a nearby medical building, her hand covering her mouth. She was coughing, gagging, close to vomiting from some kind of unholy smell. Her face was stark white, and she looked as if she had seen a ghost. She spotted Glenn, recognized him, and urged him to leave the base as soon as he could. Glenn took her advice. He got off the base and didn't look back. The nurse friend, whose name Glenn kept a secret for the rest of his life, met up with Glenn the next day. She gave him more insight into what had really been going on. The airfield had been in a state of high alert when Glenn arrived on the base. The nurse had inadvertently walked into the infirmary. She'd missed an order saying that the regular nursing staff was to stay away. She reported seeing men covered in plastic sanitary suits with surgical masks, each of them examining adult bodies in unzipped body bags. The bodies were small, mangled, and about child-sized. She didn't get a better look at them because the smell of the corpses was so rancid that she was forced to get out of the building. Glenn was curious as to what the nurse had seen in that tent. She drew him a sketch on a napkin. The beings she had seen were short, with long, slender bodies and large, bulbous heads. They looked like aliens. According to Glenn, his nurse friend was transferred off with Roswell Army Airfield after that encounter. Now, this could have either been a particularly chilling turn of events, or a convenient way to explain why someone who maybe didn't exist in the first place has never been found. The Glenn Dennis story may well be key to all the unanswered questions from the events of July 1947. Mac Brazel did find the wreckage of a weather balloon, and he also found pieces of the alien ship that crashed into that weather. The Army had already recovered the rest of the wreckage and the alien bodies, and when Mac Brazel came to the airfield to give a statement, he may have spotted the alien corpses, which would explain why the Army held him against his will for a period of several hours while they locked down the official story. Glenn Dennis's story may be the witness account that proves aliens were involved in Roswell. That is, if his story was true. Next, we'll discuss the range of unverified and unlikely accounts of what happened at Roswell, as well as the phenomenon among ufologists drives them to believe. Now, back to the story. One of the more frustrating things about researching the Roswell case is the sheer number of stories and accounts that, while fascinating, turn out to be contradictory, unverified, or flat out untrue. Books like The Roswell Incident, Crash at Corona, and The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell stirred up interest in the Roswell mystery, but they also led people to make bizarre connections that have no basis in fact. William Holden is one key example of this. There are two noteworthy things about Holden and his alleged encounter with the alien crash site. First is that Holden and his students may be the first people to have encountered the alien movement. The timeline of what happened over that period of days in 1947 is not 100% clear, but it's possible that Holden saw the crash site even before Mac Brazel found the wreckage on Foster Ranch. The second key thing about Holden is that he maintained he never saw anyone, all the way until his death in 1993. That's worth noting, just because most Roswell witnesses are eager to discuss their experience. So how do we even know about Holden's potential connection to Roswell? The link between the professor and the alleged crashes, like most things associated with Roswell, are really murky. The Roswell incident discusses the account of a man named Brady Barney Barnett. Barnett died in 1969, but on his deathbed, he allegedly revealed what he had seen back in 1947. Barnett was a soil engineer. His exact reason for being out in the New Mexico desert is unclear, but it's not a stretch to guess that he was probably gathering seeds. Barnett claimed to have come across the crash sites where he saw metallic discs and bodies of several small alien men. He said that he encountered a group of students at the crash site and that they were on sent away once the Army arrived. Barnett didn't recognize the students, but Charles Burdett and William Moore, who wrote The Rothschild incident, took Barney's story and cross-referenced it with student groups that could have been in the area at that time. Burdett and Moore, along with other researchers, determined that Holden's group was most likely the ones that Barnett had mentioned, despite the fact that Holden never once claimed to have seen anything related to the Roswell incident. Barnett's story was naturally impossible to corroborate. He was dead by the time his account started spreading among UFO theorists, so no one could follow up to see if there were any holes in his story. And yet, because of that one second-hand account, Professor William Holden became inextricably linked to the Roswell saga. There is no official record of Holden or his students being anywhere near Roswell during the period when the crash occurred. Later research into Holden's common notes put them closer to Fort Sumner, about 80 miles from the town. Holden's involvement in the affair seems really unlikely, given that all we have to verify it is the second-hand accounts of a man who died before he could be interviewed. But there are dozens of conspiracy websites that go to great lengths to link Holden to Roswell, even going so far as to suggest Hogan was paid off by the U.S. military to lie about what he saw. Hogan serves as an example of how these Roswell stories are conceived. The authors of Roswell books tend to operate from the illogical premise that anyone who claims to have seen something that indicates an alien presence or an army cover-up is telling the truth. And any person who denies the presence of extraterrestrials in Roswell is lying or being pressured by the powers that be. Hogan spent the remainder of his life denying that he had anything to do with Roswell. He's a tragic example of how the Roswell mystery created a stigma that one could never really rid themselves of. Even after countless examinations of the facts indicated that Hogan wasn't involved, he was still considered him as a potential witness. Hogan wouldn't speak about Roswell, but plenty of other people had no problem coming forward with their versions of what happened in Roswell. Glenn Bemis was one of them, and despite the groundbreaking nature of his story, a lot of it turned out to be suspicious. Glenn had been thoroughly examined and largely disregarded by a good part of the Roswell alien-focused community. He never even entered the conversation about Roswell until the late 1980s when he saw an episode of Unsolved Mysteries, the 1947 incident, and started calling reporters. He reporters were to the story. The nurse in his account has never been interviewed or even identified. Dennis eventually named her as Naomi Self, but no person by that name seems to have ever existed. When pressed, Dennis claimed that Naomi Self wasn't her real name. He'd given an alias in order to protect her. Dennis's account of his nurse friend and her supposed sighting of the really great aliens seems to be little more than a hoax. This points to a prevalent issue in Roswell myths. Stories like Glenn Dennis's were circulated for long enough that, even after they were proven to be likely untrue, people still believe in the parts that line up with previously held belief that aliens were somehow involved. The sheer abundance of stories that spread across the UFO conspiracy community in the mid-1990s eventually forced the U.S. military to address the Roswell incident. Public interest in Roswell, aliens, and the alleged cover-up was reaching an all-time high by the mid-1990s. The U.S. government started to feel pressure from the public to clarify what had really happened. So the Air Force released a report in 1994 that explained how the wreckage from Foster Ranch was actually part of a top-secret surveillance project. The Air Force hoped that by revealing Project Logo and its intent, they would prevent further talk of a cover-up. Their report had the opposite effect. The 1994 report confirmed that the Army had been hiding something, and theorists took the report's admission as proof that the Air Force only revealed the details of Project Mogul to hide even more sinister secrets. One of the biggest criticisms of the 1994 report was that it failed to address any of the subsequent reports of strange occurrences around Roswell following the 1947 incident. The Rothschild incident and the sensationalist books that followed it made people aware of all sorts of bizarre claims, including the reports of bodies falling from the sky and Glenn Dennis's account of the alien autopsy he almost witnessed. Dennis relayed one story in particular about an alien with a swollen, bulbous head who apparently walked onto Roswell Army Airfield in 1959 and was never heard from again. The Air Force felt the pressure to elaborate on their initial report, and in 1997 they released the following. Surely they thought this would clear things up. The 1997 reports directly addressed the rumors of bodies that were allegedly spotted falling from the sky in the 1950s. As it turns out, they weren't bodies at all. They were crash test dummies. In the 1950s, the U.S. Army had been testing the effectiveness of parachutes in high-altitude jumps. These tests primarily included strapping a crash test dummy into a chute and then examining them for damage upon landing. Translation: they dropped the guns from really high up and then checked to see how they work. The 1997 report even offered an explanation for the bulbous-eyed man whom they reported to walk onto Roswell from the airfield of his own accord. His name was Dan Fagan, and he was a pilot. By 1959, the Army had begun using live humans in an R2 parachute test. Fagan had taken part in a test job. While he was descending, his helmet malfunctioned, and the glass of his view plate shattered. Fagan was still very high up in this mountain, where the atmosphere was thinner. The lack of oxygen in the air, combined with the intense velocity of the fall, caused his head
My strength lies not in my name, but in the backing of 1.4 billion Indians and thousands of years of timeless culture and heritage. So wherever I go, I carry with me the essence of thousands of years of Vedic tradition, the timeless teachings of Swami Vivekananda, and the blessings, dreams, and aspirations of 1.4 billion Indians. When I shake hands with a world leader, it's not Modi, but 1.4 billion Indians doing so. So this isn't my strength at all. It is rather the strength of India. Whenever we speak of peace, the world listens to us. Because India is the land of Gautam Buddha and Mahatma Gandhi, and Indians aren't hardwired to espouse strife and conflict. We espouse harmony instead. We seek neither to wage war against nature nor to foster strife among nations. We stand for peace, and wherever we can act as peacemakers, we have gladly embraced that responsibility. My early life was spent in extreme poverty, but we never really felt the burden of poverty. You see, someone who is used to wearing fine shoes will feel their absence when they don't have them. But for us, we had never worn shoes in our lives. So, how would we even know that wearing shoes was a big deal? We weren't in a position to compare. That's just how we lived. When I became Prime Minister, I specially invited Pakistan to my swearing-in ceremony so we could turn over a new leaf. Yet, every noble attempt at fostering peace was met with hostility and betrayal. We sincerely hope that wisdom prevails upon them and they choose the path of peace. I believe even the people of Pakistan long for peace. Look, regarding what you said about criticism and how I deal with it, if I had to summarize in one sentence, I welcome it. I have a strong belief that criticism is the soul of democracy. I want to tell all the young people the following. No matter how dark the night may seem, it is still just night, and morning is bound to come.
The following is a conversation with Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India. It was one of the most moving conversations and experiences of my life. Allow me here to say a few words about it. Please skip ahead straight to our conversation if you like. Narendra Modi's life story is incredible. He rose from poverty to lead a nation of 1.4 billion people, the biggest democracy in the world, where he won epic scale elections for prime minister 3 times. As a leader, he fought for ideas that unite his nation of India, a nation that is composed of a large number of highly varied and disparate cultures and peoples who have a long history marked by religious, social, and political frictions. He's known for taking decisive, at times controversial actions, for which he's loved by hundreds of millions of people and is also criticized by many. We discuss all of this at length in this conversation. On the world stage, he is respected as a peacemaker and friend by most major world leaders, even those whose nations are at war with each other, from the United States to China, to Ukraine and Russia, to Israel, Palestine, and the Middle East, and everywhere else. Now, at this moment in history, it is clear, at least to me, that the flourishing of human civilization hangs in the balance. With several wars on the brink of escalation to regional and even global conflict, rising tensions between nuclear powers, Technological developments from AI to nuclear fusion that aim to completely transform society and geopolitics as we know it, and, of course, generally increasing political and cultural turmoil. So now, more than ever, we need great leaders, great peacemakers, who build bridges, not destroy them, who may preserve the identity of their nations but still celebrate the common humanity of all of us, all people on earth. For this and many other reasons, this conversation with Prime Minister Modi was one of the most remarkable I've ever had. You may hear such words and think that I'm just enamored by power or access. No, never was, never will be. I do not idolize anyone, especially those in power. I'm generally skeptical of power, money, and fame because of their natural corrupting influence on the mind, the heart, the soul of a person. The whole point of all the conversations I've had in my life, on mic and off mic, is that I try to see and explore the full complexity of every human being, the good and the bad. I believe we're all the same in a deep, fundamental sense, all capable of good, all capable of evil, all carry stories of pain and stories of hope. Whether you're a world leader or a truck driver, a coal miner, or a farmer in the American Midwest. And by the way, I will be talking to a lot of the latter kind of folk this year off mic, and maybe even on mic, as I travel the US and the world. My brief statements here about Narendra Modi are about both him as a leader and especially him as a human being. In the extensive time I spent with him, I spoke with him, off mic and on mic. It was a deeply personal human interaction, characterized by warmth, kindness, humor, inner and outer peace, and absolute focus on the conversation between us in the present moment, as if nothing else existed. I have heard from many people that he treats everyone he meets in this empathic way, no matter where they come from or what their position is in this world. So, for those and many other reasons, this really was an incredible experience I will never forget. Oh, and by the way, we make captions and voiceover audio tracks available in English, Hindi, and other languages. You can also listen to the original mixed language version where I speak English and Prime Minister Modi speaks Hindi. Separately, you can choose to turn on subtitles in your preferred language. On YouTube, you can switch between language audio tracks by clicking the settings gear icon, then clicking audio track, and then selecting the language you prefer. For fully English overdub, select English. For fully Hindi overdub, select Hindi. And to listen to the original mixed language version where I speak English and Prime Minister Modi speaks Hindi, please select Hindi Latin audio track. So you can listen either to a version that is all one language or to the original mixed language version with subtitles in your preferred language. The default is English overdub, where thanks to 11 Labs and a great team of translators, we do our best to bring the Prime Minister's voice to life with AI voice cloning in English. I promise that we will continue to work very hard to break down the barriers that language creates and try to make these conversations as accessible as possible to everyone in the world. Anyway, let me pause one more time to say a big thank you. What a wild ride this life has been. It's an honor for me to be on it with all of you. I love you all. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. And now, dear friends, here's the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi. So I should also say I'm fasting right now. It's been almost 2 days, 45 hours. So just water, no food. In honor of this conversation, just to get in the right mindset, get into the spiritual level. I've read that you often fast for many days. Can you explain why you fast and where does your mind go when you fast?
First of all, I'm truly pleasantly surprised and honored that you're fasting. all the more because it feels like you're fasting as a tribute of respect for me. So I express my deepest gratitude to you for doing this. In India, our religious traditions are actually a way of life. Our Supreme Court once gave a brilliant interpretation of Hinduism. They have stated that Hinduism is not about rituals or methods of worship, but rather it's a way of living, a philosophy that guides life itself. And in our scriptures, there is deep discussion on elevating the body, mind, intellect, soul, and humanity. They outline various paths, traditions, and systems to achieve this. And fasting is one of them. But fasting alone isn't everything. In India, whether you see it culturally or philosophically, sometimes I see that fasting is a way to cultivate discipline. If I put it in simple terms or explain it to the viewers who are unfamiliar with India, it is a powerful tool to bring both the inner and outer self into balance. It shapes life in profound ways. When you fast, you may have noticed, as you said, you've been fasting on water for 2 days. Every single one of your senses, especially smell, touch, and taste, becomes highly sensitive. You may even notice the subtle aroma of water itself, something you probably never noticed before when drinking it. If someone walks past you carrying tea, you will catch its aroma just like you would with coffee. A small flower you've seen before, you will see it again today. But now you can perceive its details more vividly. Your senses become extra sharp, highly aware, and fully tuned in. And their capability to observe and to respond multiplies and grows sharper. I have personally often experienced this. Another thing I've experienced is that fasting can greatly accelerate the thinking process and can give a fresh perspective. You start thinking outside the box. I don't know if everyone experiences this, but I certainly do. Most people assume that fasting simply means giving up food or not eating. But that's just the physical aspect of fasting. If someone is forced to go without food due to hardship, with an empty stomach, can we call that fasting? Fasting is actually a scientific process. Whenever I fast for an extended period, I prepare my body in advance. For 5 to 7 days before the fast, I follow various Ayurvedic practices and yoga practices, along with other traditional cleansing methods, to internally reset my system. Before actually beginning the fast, I make sure to drink a lot of water as much as possible. So you could say that this detoxification process helps prepare my body in the best possible way. And once I begin fasting, for me it's an act of devotion. For me, fasting is a form of self-discipline. For me personally, even while I go about doing my daily activities during a fast, my mind remains deeply introspective and focused inward. And that experience is profoundly transformative for me. My practice of fasting didn't come from reading books, listening to sermons, or following a tradition just because my family happened to have observed it. It came from my own personal experience. During my school days, there was a movement inspired by Mahatma Gandhi's vision, his vision of cow protection. The government had not enacted any laws at the time. At the time, people across the country observed a one-day fast by gathering in public places in silent protests. We were just kids, probably had just finished primary school. Something inside me said I should be part of this. And that was the first time in my life I experienced fasting. At such a young age, I felt neither hunger nor any desire for food. Instead, I felt a new awareness, a surge of energy within me. So I became convinced that fasting is a science, far beyond just skipping meals. It is something far greater than that. Then gradually, I refined my body and mind through various experiments. Over time, it became a long and disciplined journey for me. And one thing is certain, fasting never slows me down. I work just as much as usual. Sometimes I even work more. And another fascinating thing I've noticed is that when I need to express my thoughts, I'm amazed at where they come from and how they flow.
Yeah.
It's truly an incredible experience.
So you still do meetings with world leaders. You still manage the affairs of India.